Good morning. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I would like to welcome you to our third Yoga Psychology workshop. Just a few household announcements before we begin. Please turn off all your cell phones now. This is a no cell phone zone. If you have to make a call, please go outside the building and step away so that nobody inside will be disturbed. The bathrooms are down the hall and to the right, women's and men's room. You all know about your shoes. At some point, we'll be breaking for tea, and you can break through that rear exit to go out to the shoe rack, or through the double doors. And you can easily walk around through the path leading out into the sanctuary, the garden. And when we exit for lunch, we'll go through the double doors, grab your shoes, and walk out through our paths on either side of the building to the garden sanctuary where the food will be served. When it's time to return, I'll give you a 10-minute call with a bell and give you plenty of time to come back, get your shoes on, and place them in the appropriate place. Once the guided meditation begins, the hall doors will be closed. So if you are late, just patiently please wait outside, and no talking in the multi-purpose room either. We have attendees there. Now I'd like to introduce our speakers. It's a great honor to have with us today Swami Sarvapriyananda. He is the Assistant Minister of the Vedanta Society of Southern California, and many of you have been following him on YouTube. We have with us also Dr. Jan Holden. She is a scholar on near-death experiences, and she teaches at UNT. And we are also very privileged to have with us Roger Laborde, shaman who has worked with all kinds of patients when doctors themselves have given up hope. And we have in the audience Sherry Thompson, who is our yoga therapist. So she will help us go through a little relaxation later. We're going to begin with a guided meditation. It's going to be very, very brief. We're going to have guided meditations throughout. And this particular one comes from Swami Vivekananda himself when he was teaching Raja Yoga in the West. Each of these meditations are very, very brief, but they relate to the topic that will follow. And all of them have been received from senior monks of the Ramakrishna order. Though they are going to be very, very brief meditations, they will give you, by following the words, a glimpse of what it is we are trying to approach. It's very important not just to hear, but to practice. It is experiential. It's an experiential, interactive workshop. And these, by following the words, we get a sense of direction or a presence that is available to us. For those of you who prefer not to, you please follow what your own gurus have given you, and we will then proceed. So let us begin with Swami Vivekananda's guided meditation on calming the lake of the mind. Those of you, all of us, except for me, who are seated, plant your feet firmly on the floor and sit a little forward in your chair with your spine straight, because the spiritual current is along the spine. Sit as Vivekananda with your right palm in your left palm, facing upward. Close your eyes and let us begin. Let us begin by taking in 3 deep breaths. Breathing in, holding, and expelling completely. Let the mind drift. Watch the mind as a thing entirely apart from yourself. Picture the mind as a calm lake stretched before you. Thoughts come and go as bubbles rising and breaking on the surface, becoming ripples that are ever widening circles. Make no effort to control your thoughts. Watch them, follow them in your imagination as they rise, break, and float away. No, I am not the mind. I see that I am thinking. I am watching my mind act. Be the witness. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. We will now have our first presentation by Swami Sarvapriyananda on the mind and how it functions, a Yoga Vedanta perspective.
Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrit Mrityurma Amritam Gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om, lead us from the unreal to the real. Lead us from darkness unto light. Lead us from death to immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here at the Vedanta Society of North Texas. Thank you to Mataji for organizing this beautiful conference. She's already made my task easier by the guided meditation which we just went through. This subject, the first subject which I'm going to take up in this first talk is the mind and how it works according to Yoga and Vedanta. The first thing that we need to know about Yoga, Vedanta, and indeed other Indian philosophies is that the human personality, and that's us, we are tripartite if you want to analyze it. We are one, but if you want to analyze it, if you want to understand it, it's helpful to understand it as with three aspects: body, mind, and the self. So body, mind, and the self, which means the self is not quite the body or the mind only. The self is something different from the body and the mind. And this is important because in a lot of psychology, literature, philosophy, the self is identified with either the body or especially with the mind. No distinction is usually made between the mind and the self. Most grown-up, educated, thoughtful people identify themselves with the minds. In fact, the English word soul usually means the mind, the personality, the unique nature of each person, the ideas, emotions, likes and dislikes, memories, personal history. All of that is supposed to be somehow the soul of a person. But in Indian thought, Yoga and Vedanta and other philosophies, the soul or the self, the technical word, it's useful to use the word Atman. The Atman is different from the body and mind. Who we really are and who we appear to be. Who the spiritual masters tell us who we really are and who we think or feel we are. These are two different things. We feel the body, and when we look inside, we feel the mind. We notice the mind, thoughts, feelings, memories, emotions. That's what we know, and that's what we consider ourselves to be. But both Yoga and Vedanta assure us, tell us, that we are something much, much more than this body and mind. So, that's the first takeaway. Body, mind within ourselves, and something beyond that which we really are, apart from the mind. Now, in Yoga and Vedanta, the objective is to know ourselves as we truly are. We know ourselves. We know who we are. But the person we know is the person in our driving license, the person in the passport, the person in the resume which we type out. That's the body mind. That's the story of the body mind. But Yoga and Vedanta both tell us that our real identity, which is beyond body and mind, it's truly, truly worthwhile discovering that. In fact, they go so far as to say the real purpose of life is to know ourselves as we truly are. Why would that be? What good would that do? If we know who we truly are, we would find out that we are beyond birth and death. Birth and death are of the body, quite obviously of the body. As long as we say we are the body, we don't say it, but we believe it without the slightest doubt. We think we are this thing. So we speak of my birth and my inevitable death. But if we knew ourselves as we truly are, the Atman, beyond the body and mind, then we would speak of the birth and death of the body maybe, but not my birth and death. Disease is of the body, even of the mind, but you are beyond body and mind. If if this is true, and if we could know it, and if we could realize it, if we could make it a living reality in life, that would be something tremendous. It would free us from human suffering, from fear, from death. So that's the objective. Different names, enlightenment, that's what the term we use, but it has different names in Vedanta and yoga. For example, yoga uses the word kaivalya, aloneness, not loneliness, aloneness with a capital A, where the Atman knows itself as it is, apart from the body and mind. Vedanta calls it moksha, freedom, moksha. Buddhism calls it nirvana, and so on. But all of them are knowing ourselves as we truly are. One more point here before I go further. Today, when we speak about knowing oneself, especially in this country, what are you doing? I've dropped out of college to discover myself. I'm going to travel and discover myself. Now, that's not wrong. Though dropping out of college might not be a very good idea, but what the person is saying there is, he or she is trying to find out more about one's own nature. And yoga or Vedanta would say what he or she is trying to do is discover more about the personality, about the mind. That's one kind of knowing oneself. What are my inclinations? What are my talents? What kind of person I am? What would I want to do in life? All of that is related to this personality, which is rooted in the mind. And it's good to know that. It's very good to know that. But that is not the project in yoga or Vedanta. In yoga and Vedanta, the ultimate purpose is not to discover whether you're going to be an artist or a musician or a CEO. So many artists and musicians of the 60s generation are CEOs now. But it just goes to show the limits of discovering oneself, you know. Steve Jobs was in India doing the ashram trail, you know, going from temple to temple and ashram to, and then Apple and everything else happened afterwards. So that's one aspect, but that's not the project. The project, the goal in yoga and Vedanta is to discover something which we are beyond the mind, beyond the personality, beyond the artist or the CEO. Having said that, it also follows the strict dualism between mind and body, which started with Descartes in Western thought. When you come to yoga or Vedanta, the apparent dualism will now be between the self, which is identified with consciousness, as we shall see, the self and mind-body. So mind-body are taken as one system, and the self which we are trying to discover, the real self, is something else. So it's not a dualism between body and mind, rather body and mind are taken to be gross and subtle, physical and subtle aspects of the same system. In fact, in yoga and Vedanta they speak of a gross body, meaning not thereby that your body is gross. It could be, but in most cases it's not. In California, where I've come from just now, people will be offended if you speak about the gross body. You say, am I that gross? Yeah. I do gym 3 times a week. I do, what do they call it? CrossFit. So I'm sure I'm not that gross. Here, gross just means physical. It's physical, something tangible which you can see. That's the gross body, the physical body. And the subtle body, which we feel when we look inside. These two are one aspect of our being. So the dualism which we speak about, mind and body, it's valid in its own place, it has an academic purpose. But in yoga and Vedanta, the real thing is to see yourself, know yourself as being not the body-mind. Not body and mind, body-mind. The body is the physical dimension and the mind is the subtler inner dimension of the same system. It's strange how that agrees so well with modern medicine. Modern medicine, which is very reductive and materialistic, they would say that the mind is a product of the brain. Yoga and Vedanta do not agree, but they agree insofar as Yoga and Vedanta understand how taking a medicine or even a cup of coffee can influence the mind, and stress and strain and anxiety in the mind can give rise to psychosomatic diseases in the body. That's true because they're part of the same system. They influence each other all the time. But the purpose here is to discover what lies beyond our true nature. Now the remaining part of the presentation, before we go into question answers, I will show you the distinct, unique features of yoga and Vedanta, how they are similar and, more interestingly, how they are different. You will find two distinct approaches which are not contradictory. You can combine them, but it's good to know how they are different. It's very interesting to know the two different approaches. The yoga approach. The classic book manual of yoga, the oldest, is the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. And sutras are aphorisms. In the second sutra of the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, you find a definition of yoga. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. What does it mean? Yoga is the cessation of the modifications of the mind. Yoga is the cessation of the modifications of the mind. Whatever does that mean? It simply means calming the mind down to an extraordinary level. An extraordinary quietude, calmness of the mind. Father Keating, whom we were speaking about, who was a Catholic monk, I saw an interview with him on the internet. It's a tiny little clip, an old clip, where this old monk is sitting in his habit and a television interviewer, hyperactive, is bouncing up and down in his chair and saying, "Suppose there's a God. Well, Father, suppose there is a God, and if I admit there is a God, how do I see God? How do I know that there is a God? Where do I even start?" And he's so intense, and he's bouncing up and down in the seat and asking, "Tell me, so where does one even begin?" And Father Keating smiles and he says, "So where does one begin?" And he says, "First, you shut up and sit quietly." You can see a shock in the face of the interviewer. But I think the TV audience bursts into laughter. Yoga, that's what yoga is telling us. You need to shut up and sit down quietly. Yoga's chitta vritti nirodha is to calm the mind down. Mataji just told us this meditation, calming the lake of the mind. The second sutra, third aphorism of the Yoga Sutras. Why should we calm the mind down? Remember, the project is to know ourselves as we truly are. And knowing ourselves as we truly are, we will go beyond suffering and anxiety and fear and attain to peace. If we calm the mind down, how does that help? The third aphorism says, Tada drashtu swarupe avasthanam. At that point, when the mind is completely calm, the self, the Atman, the word here used is interesting, the witness. The witness remains in its true nature. The witness remains in its true nature. Swami Vivekananda gives us that classic analogy of the lake of the mind at that point. He explains, imagine your mind is a lake, a vast lake. Now it's only when the lake, the water is absolutely crystal clear, one. And two, when there are no waves. Two conditions. The water has to be clear, it won't do the water is muddy. And second, the water has to be still. It won't do if it's moving. If the water is still and the water is absolutely clear, you can see straight through to the bottom of the lake. You can see straight through to the bottom of the lake. When the mind is completely calmed down, and calmed down to an extraordinary level, we do not know what kind of calmness and concentration and focus we are actually capable of. So, then you see who we are. When the mind is seen as separate from the self, then you see yourself as the witness of the mind. The witness of the mind is not the mind thinking about the mind. It is the consciousness illumining the mind. In yoga, in Sankhya, and Vedanta, the self, the Atman, is said to be of the nature of pure consciousness. What do you mean by pure consciousness? We understand what we mean by consciousness, or we do not, because that's another subject later on. What is consciousness? It's a huge subject in itself. But we know in day-to-day life what is meant by consciousness. It's like Saint Augustine, you know. When you ask these fundamental questions, we find ourselves at a loss to talk about it. He says, when you ask me about time, he's speaking about time, he says, if you do not ask me, I know what it is. If you ask me, I know not. These are fundamental concepts. Time, space, mind, matter, consciousness. We know what they are. We know. But if somebody asks us, tell me, define it in 2 sentences, or write an article about time or space or matter or consciousness, I do not know, in the words of St. Augustine. And why should that be so? It's interesting. The great philosopher Wittgenstein, he's pointed out why we find it so difficult to speak about the most known of things. Space, here is space. Time. But if you try to define time and space, try to define mind and consciousness, very difficult. Why? Why is it difficult? Something that we know and yet very difficult to define. He says, the answer is very simple. We explain things in the world in terms of more fundamental things. So all explanations in this world, all definitions are built on the building blocks of the fundamental aspects of our existence, which are precisely time and space and matter and energy and mind and consciousness and life. So these are the terms in which we define the world. Now if you want to ask us to define those terms, we have nothing more fundamental than to define them by. That's why we find ourselves at a loss to talk about it. Anyway, that apart. So when the mind is extraordinarily calm, we know ourselves as we are. We see through to the lake of the mind. The intention is not to see the lake of the mind. The intention is to see the bed of the lake, the self as it is apart from the mind, the witness of the mind. If the mind is not calm, as it is not in other times, what happens? The 4th sutra says it, of the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Vritti Sarupya Mitaratra. Vritti means modification of the mind, waves in the lake of the mind. When the mind is active, when the mind is thinking, then the witness gets mixed up with the mind. Witness gets mixed up with the mind. So when I look at myself, I'm feeling angry. Who am I? I'm angry. Anger is something in the mind. You are the witness of that. That's the way it should be according to yoga. And it's interesting. If you see yourself as that way, the witness of the mind in which there is a wave of anger, the first thing which happens is the wave of anger subsides. You see, it's so interesting that when we identify, mix ourselves up with the mind misbehaves. When you let go of the mind and step back, the mind calms down. Anyway, so the 4th sutra says, at all other times apart from the deep concentration of yoga, deep calmness of yoga, we are mixed up with the mind. So anger, hatred, desire, frustration, pleasure, pain, that's what we identify ourselves with. And all of these are waves in the lake of the mind. How do we calm ourselves? For that, Patanjali, the Yoga Sutras, has given this entire system of Ashtanga Yoga, the 8-limbed yoga. There's another Ashtanga Yoga which you find in the yoga studios, which is a kind of physical exercise, asanas and breathing. But here, Ashtanga Yoga of Patanjali is a system of attaining this calmness of mind. Many of us, we know, we have studied it or you've heard about it. The 8 limbs are yama, moral restraints, so-called do's and don'ts in religion. So the don'ts, the moral restraints. Niyama, moral practices, the do's. And then asana, sitting. Did you notice how when we were led through the guided meditation, we were first asked to sit up straight and put your feet firmly on the ground, your hands on top of each other, on your lap. So posture. Why is posture important? The mind is extraordinarily unstable and delicate. Imagine a bowl of water. The bowl being the body and the water being the mind. The littlest bit of movement of the bowl immediately disturbs the water there. So the steadiness of posture is important. So asana. That's the third step, third limb of the 8-limbed yoga. Then pranayama, breathing. Did you notice how we were led through a little bit of deep breathing before the meditation? So breathing. What's there to learn about breathing? One of the first yoga teachers here, I think it was B.K. Iyengar, he writes, who wrote the book Lights on Yoga, the very famous book? Iyengar. So he writes, I was surprised in this country when he first came to the West. People used to walk in with all sorts of problems. The first thing I noticed about them, they were hardly breathing. They were breathing a little bit, otherwise they would be dead. But they were hardly breathing. So breathing, there is something to learn about breathing because we get into so many bad habits of hardly breathing. So breathing, pranayama, very different sophisticated techniques of breathing are there. Breathing has an effect on the mind. It's the link between the physical body and the subtle body, between this body, the gross body, and the subtle body, between the body and the mind. Breath is the link. And then starts real meditation. Pratyahara, withdrawing from the world outside. We're continuously pouring ourselves into the world outside. So withdrawing, stepping back into ourselves. Then dharana, focus. Dhyana, that focus deepens into meditation, and then dhyana, the last stage, 8th limb is samadhi, the deepest concentration where the witness becomes evident, that I am not this body and mind. It becomes evident, I am this immortal consciousness. Now, that is the method of yoga. Calm the lake of the mind, and who you are becomes evident. It becomes clear, or it should become clear. Not straight away. Some of you are like, okay, let's go, let's do it. That's one approach. The same thing can be achieved in quite a different way. So that's the last thing I'll speak about before I conclude. The Vedanta approach. And the Vedanta approach here, if there are students of Indian philosophy, you will have this feeling of tearing your hair because I am oversimplifying. There's a vast spectrum of thought. In yoga, in Sankhya, different schools of Vedanta. So, just for your information, I'm taking up Advaita Vedanta approach, the approach of non-dual Vedanta. What non-dual Vedanta says is a bit different. To know yourself as you truly are is also the project here, is the goal here. That's what we are supposed to do. But non-dual Vedanta says, is it true that when the mind is active, the self becomes mixed up with the mind? If the self is pure consciousness, unchanging, an unchanging reality, as yoga claims, why should it get mixed up with anything? Is it true that there's a screen on which you are watching a movie? The only way of noticing the screen is to switch off the movie? Does the screen disappear when the movie is being played? It may disappear from, we don't notice it because we are watching the movie, but the screen is there. The proof that the screen is there is that you are watching the movie. Without the screen, you cannot watch the movie. The self does not disappear when you are experiencing the world, when you are thinking. In fact, even when the thoughts, anger or frustration or hatred or desire or frustration or whatever, even when all sorts of thoughts are coming, storms of thinking, at that point also, your immortal self, the Atman, pure consciousness, is exactly what it always was. Can we not understand, realize the Atman, the self, right now, without actually going through the 8-limbed yoga, without calming down? Can we not understand the screen on which the movie of life is playing without switching off the movie? And Vedanta claims we can. The approach here is called the way of knowledge. The way of knowledge right now, let me tell you, is not to read books. Yes, Vedantins do read a lot of books, but that's not the way. The way is to point it out. If I am the unchanging consciousness, the Atman, I am that right now. Not just in Samadhi. One Vedanta teacher was saying, the yogi shuts up his God, the self, the real self, in the prison of Samadhi. The self is available, the real self is available, the Atma is available only in the deepest concentration of yogic samadhi. The Vedanta says, no, it's available right now. Even from the yoga, philosophy of yoga, it should be available right now. What does Vedanta try to do? It tries to give you a series of pointing out instructions. Pointing out instructions. It takes you step by step in understanding. All you have to do is follow the teacher, the instructions, the pointing out instructions, and notice. To notice first one must understand. To understand one must first hear. So these 3 steps, Shravana literally means hearing. More technically it means a systematic study. Shravana, literally hearing. Second step, Mananam, which means understanding, thinking, clearing our doubts, questions and answers. And finally, Nididhyasana. It might mean meditation, but it's a different kind of meditation from the yogic meditation. The yogic meditation is to calm the mind. The Vedantic meditation is what you have heard, what you have understood, now notice it for real. Notice it for real. Let's try it right now. I can see many of you sitting up straight. It's helpful, and that's interesting, you know. I'm going to talk about Vedanta, but you can see how you automatically go into the yoga mode. Yoga mode is sit up straight. Yes, so they are not contradictory. Yoga is very helpful to Vedanta. But Vedanta would say yoga is helpful, but Vedanta is a distinct way in itself. Let's see, look at this approach. I'm putting it out before you. Buddha would say, Ehi pashyam imam dharmam, come and see this truth. It starts very simply, 4 steps. First step is, look, here is the word. How do you see the word? The world of forms which you are seeing just now. You're seeing it with the eyes. Right? At each step you say, yeah, that's true. You're just pointing out what is. You're seeing the eyes. In Vedanta, don't close the eyes. You see. In Vedanta, don't stop thinking. Think. You're seeing the word. And the word is something different from the eyes. Because without it being different, the eyes cannot see it. In fact, the only thing that the eyes cannot see are eyes themselves. Yes, that's true. You have to put something at a distance from the eyes for the eyes to see them. So the eyes themselves, they cannot see themselves. I can see my eyes in the mirror in the morning. You can see a reflection of your eyes. You can see a picture of your eyes. The eyes cannot directly see themselves as you are seeing things in the world right now. So what you see with the eyes are different from the eyes. You can see many things in this room with the same pair of eyes. Second point. First point, everything here which you see is different from your eyes. 1. You can see many things in this room with the same pair of eyes. 2. And 3, things which you see are changing. The eyes are relatively unchanging. The 3 points, and the point of making these points will become evident at the end. So, that which sees is different from that which is seen. That which sees is one, and that which you see are many. That which sees is relatively unchanging, and that which you see are relatively changing. One's first stage. Second stage, let's go a little deeper. We are aware of our eyes. Eyes are open. I can't keep my eyes open. I'm feeling so sleepy. This guy's boring me. That's a normal reaction to a Vedanta talk. I mean, a lot of people go into samadhi while listening to a Vedanta talk. So I'm aware of my eyes. I need glasses, or I can see fine without glasses. I'm aware of my eyes. What is aware of the eyes? The mind. When I look inside, yes, the mind is aware of the eyes. So mind becomes the seer. Here seeing is within quotes. So mind becomes the seer or the knower, and the eyes become the seen or the known. And see the 3 points. The mind is different from the eyes. True. Not only the eyes. the nose, the skin, all the 5 sense organs, the entire body. The mind is something that watches them or experiences them. So the mind is different from the eyes. Second, the mind being one in itself is aware of all the sense organs in different parts of the body, different inputs, taste, sound, smell, all of these inputs the mind is aware. So it's one, and the inputs which are coming, what it knows are many. And the mind is unchanging, whereas all these are different, are changing. You'll immediately see the mind is changing, and pretty fast. Yes, but the mind changes into itself. Thought into thought into thought. Whereas we have got different kinds of inputs which are changing from the different sense organs. Again, the same thing. The seer is different from the seen. The seer is one, the seen are many. The seer is relatively unchanging, and the seen keep changing. Deeper. Are we aware of the mind? Or can we be aware of the mind? Yeah, sure. I'm happy. Do you know that you are happy? Well, if you do not know, who else knows? I'm unhappy. I know. I feel it. If I feel it, then I'm aware of it. And this is a condition of the mind. I understand what you are saying. I am aware of the understanding. I do not understand what you are saying. I am aware of not understanding. Understanding, not understanding, wanting something, hating something, loving something. All of these are in the mind, and we are most certainly aware of these states of the mind. If I am aware of the mind, now comes the magic. If I am aware of the mind is something seen. And there is something within me which sees the mind. And the seer and the seen are different. Very good. Seeing is many thoughts, ideas, emotions, memories in the mind. The seer is the same seer. The seen keeps changing. The mind keeps changing. So many ideas, so many memories, so many goals, projects, so many things come and go in the mind. The seer of all of them, they are coming and going, is the same. Okay, notice this. And then the last stage. If such a seer is there, such a witness is there, witness of the mind apart from the mind, can I know it? And Vedanta tells you that no, you cannot know it as an object, because then what will know the knower? But knowing it would mean becoming it, or knowing that you always wear it. I am the witness of the mind apart from the mind. The mind changes, I am the unchanging observer. There are many thoughts and feelings and emotions in the mind, ideas. I am the same witness to all of them. As we notice this, we realize we are that. And that separation, it's not theoretical. If you really notice it, answer me this. What you are seeing here is different from your eyes. Theory or fact? Right now?
Fact.
Fact. It's a fact. See that it's a fact. Notice that it's a fact. Whatever the eyes see are different from the eyes. Fact. Mind is observing the eyes. Eyes are open, closed, eyes are itching, I need glasses. All these facts about the eyes, the mind is noticing it. Is it a theory that the mind notices the eyes, or is it a fact? Fact. The mind is different from the eyes. Mind is definitely some kind of entity, whatever it is, but it's different from the eyes. So it's a fact. Now I am the witness of the mind right now, right here, all the time. Theory or fact? At this point many will say, well, it's a theory now, but I'll do a lot of practice and make it a fact. Vedanta says it's a fact right now. You don't have to practice to make it a fact. You have to practice to make the mind calm. Notice the difference between yoga and Vedanta. You have to meditate 8-limbed yoga. 20 years of practice. Make the mind a little bit calm. There's this meditation student, the student who went to the yoga teacher, and he said, how long will it take me to attain samadhi and know myself as the witness of the mind? He says, if you practice very seriously, sincerely, every day, the 8-limbed yoga, 10 years. And the student, 10 years, you've got to be kidding. If I do double practice, even more hard work, more intensely, then how long? 20 years. 20 20 years. So Vedanta says it's a fact right now, all you have to do is notice it. Vedanta says Brahma Veda Brahmaiva Bhavati. The knower of Brahman, the pure consciousness, becomes Brahman is a way of speaking. Notices that I always was Brahman. I always was pure consciousness. So this separation, it takes place because actually they were not joined. You notice the difference immediately. It's a fact. As long as it's a theory, I haven't got it. When it says, when I say it's a fact, then I've got it. When a person becomes enlightened, will the experience be, I was body and mind earlier, now I am the pure consciousness. Thank you, Guru, thank you, teacher. No, that will not be the experience. The experience will be, I always was pure consciousness, witness of the body and mind. Even in my worst moments, I was not the suffering body and mind. I just know it now. I just realize it now. Alright. So this is Vedanta. This is the approach of Vedanta. Here you got to keep your eyes open, you got to keep your mind thinking, not shut down the body, the mind and the sense organs. Especially the mind has to think. It's a way of knowledge, a way of noticing what we are right now. Right now. Not becoming something else later on. So these are two approaches. We are now going into the question answer time. Okay. Before we go into the question answer time, let me okay, I think I'll take a question because there are other ways of showing the difference dramatically between the Vedantic approach and the yoga approach. Okay, let me give you one more example, more dramatic. The difference is very clear here. The first step of yoga, the first limb of yoga is moral restraint. If I'm being naughty, I can't be a yogi. Okay, so a disturbed mind, a guilty mind, a turbulent mind, an impure mind in yogic terms, cannot be a meditative mind. I need to calm down the mind extraordinarily. That calmness won't come if there is a layer of guilt just below the level of my conscious awareness. So, 5 practices. To begin with, the very first thing they say, you must not be violent, ahimsa, in thought, word and deed. Notice, it's a negative practice. Negative means you must not actually commit acts of violence, speak violently, or even think violently. Thoughts may come, but reject those thoughts. So ahimsa, that's the first practice, non-violent. Second, truth. One must hold on to be a yogi, one must hold on to the truth. Here again, the practice is negative. Negative in the sense, they are telling us one must not go around telling lies. One must not go around being dishonest. You're not supposed to go around telling all the truths you know to all the people you know. That's not the practice. The practice is not to be untruthful. Practice is not to be dishonest. These are all restraints, don'ts. Third is brahmacharya. Literally it means celibacy, but it means control or decency in sensual enjoyments. Too much indulgence in the senses, you cannot calm the mind. It's shaking the bowl, the water will spill over. So, indulgence in the senses, sense pleasures of all kinds. So, brahmacharya is don't. Draw a line around that. Then, fourth is asteya and fifth is aparigraha. Both of them are somewhat similar. Do not take what does not belong to you, one. And do not accumulate unnecessarily, non-acceptance of gifts. One does not realize how much stuff people have. In this country, for the first time I didn't know about the concept of self-storage. It is huge buildings and where people just go and put their stuff. First it overflows the house, then it overflows the garage, and then it goes to the self-storage. So stuff. But what's wrong with stuff? One big problem with stuff when you come to be a yogi is we do not know. When I say something is mine, a part of my mind goes out there. Sit in a bare room, the bare simple, maybe Om is written in a quiet room, sit and meditate, easier to meditate. Sit in a room packed with your stuff, especially when the mobile phone is open and you're receiving emails and tweets and whatnot. Sit and meditate, you cannot meditate. Your mind has gone out there. So do not accumulate. 5 practices. Ahimsa, Satya, Brahmacharya, Asteya, Aparigraha. Now, in a very interesting text, I'll give you the Vedanta take on this, the moral practices, the moral restraints. Shankaracharya in the book Aparoksha Anubhuti. Some of you may be following it on YouTube. But what I'm going to say now is something that it's advanced. I have not yet come to that in the YouTube, in the lectures which have been put up on YouTube. It comes much later. There Shankaracharya gives 15 practices, but they are all Vedantic practices. And mischievously, he uses yogic names. Names from yoga, the same name, Yama, which is the yogic name for the 5 moral restraints. He uses the same name, but gives a completely different meaning. He says, what is moral restraint? Realizing the world to be one with oneself. What is there left to desire? The story goes like this. The story is called The Princess of Kashi. The Princess of Kashi story is like this. There was a kingdom in ancient India, and a play was staged in the court of the king. A play. And one of the characters in the play was the Princess of Kashi. It was a little girl, supposed to be a little girl in the play. Kashi is another place in India, Benares, the holy city of the Hindus. Now who will play the role of the little girl, the Princess of Kashi? And the prince of that kingdom was a 5-year-old boy at that time. And the queen said, you can dress him up as a little girl and he'll play the role of the Princess of Kashi. And they dressed him up and he looked so cute. After the play, the queen said, make a painting, draw a painting of the boy in that dress of Princess of Kashi. And the court painter came up. Those days before iPhone 7, they could have just taken a selfie or something like that. So they went through the process of painting and everything, and they signed it, Princess of Kashi, dated so and so. Years passed, 15 years passed. The prince was now grown up and doing very well. One day he was wandering around in the palace, and he went down into the old storerooms. He was just looking over old stuff. He came across this painting, and he removed the dust from the painting, and he saw this girl's picture, painting, and it's written The Princess of Kashi, dated 15 years ago, and he fell in love with her. He said, this is the one I want to marry, she is going to be my princess. But he was a little shy, he couldn't tell his mother or his father, and they noticed something was wrong with the prince. He was not interested in his studies or his princely duties or hunting or whatever princes do, and he would just sit and mope in a corner. They asked him, he was too shy to say. Then the old minister went up to him and asked, what ails you, O prince? You can tell me. And the prince mumbled, well, I'm in love. That's okay, that's really good. Who is she? I'm in love with the Princess of Kashi. The Princess of Kashi, that's wonderful. Where did you meet her? I haven't met her exactly, but I've seen her picture. Oh, where did you see her picture? In our storeroom. But it's a picture of her taken drawn 15 years ago. She was a little girl at that time, but she must be grown up. She's my age. Then the minister, something went in his memory, he said, really? Take me to that picture, show me the picture. And the prince took him down, and he showed the minister the picture, and the minister looked at the picture and said, oh my, prince, you need to sit down. There was this play staged 15 years ago in our court, and they wanted a little girl to play the Princess of Kashi, but there was nobody available, so this little boy who was dressed up as the Princess of Kashi, and the painting is of that little boy who was dressed up as the Princess of Kashi, and O Prince, that thou art. You are that. That Princess of Kashi is you. Now what happened to the desire of the prince? It disappeared. Why did it disappear? Does it disappear out of frustration? Or I cannot marry the Princess of Kashi? No. Did it disappear because he married the Princess of Kashi finally? They say desire disappears when you get married finally. So did it disappear because of that? No. Why did his craving disappear? Because of knowing that there is no princess of Kashi apart from me. The world is our princess of Kashi. All this, according to Advaita, are names and forms in the consciousness which we are. Our bodies and minds and this world. In the field of consciousness, all these appear, float and disappear. We say, I am this, that's different from me, that's my friend, that's my enemy, I'm indifferent to those, that's what I want, that's what I don't want. Whereas all of that is me. Ultimately, it is I, the consciousness, shining forth in all these ways. Now, what happens to immoral activities? Shankaracharya says, why would anybody lie? When you are that one infinite consciousness, to whom would you lie? What enjoyment are you seeking out there? It's you already. Right? What stuff are you trying to accumulate? It's you already. Everything is yours or everything is not. You get the idea. So you can see the difference between the yogic approach and the Vedantic approach. It's a very dramatic way of showing the difference. Alright, I'm all open to questions. We have time.
I would like to say shame on you, Swami.
Yes, why?
I sold my house in June and we're still looking for another house, so you have me thinking of my stuff that's in storage. You have a question?
Yes. So is it, first of all, possible, and second of all, desirable, to experience the self without objects of perception?
All right. Is it possible or desirable to experience the self without objects of perception? Now, to experience the self as it is. We are always experiencing the self. After all, we are that. In one sense, we are experiencing. In one sense, you cannot know the self because it cannot be known as an object. Also, when it needs to be said, you still need the mind. The mind is also an object of perception, but it's an interesting object of perception because it helps us to appreciate who we truly are. Now, what yoga tries to do is cut yourself off from objects of perception. Shut the eyes, shut the sense organs, withdraw into your sense of awareness and see the awareness in itself. See is again within quotes because language breaks down there. Language is based on subject and object. But Vedanta says you can experience the self or be the self with your eyes open or closed, with the presence of objects of perception and the absence of objects of perception. What Vedanta does is it asks you who is perceiving the presence of the objects of perception. Who is perceiving the absence of the objects of perception? So in Vedanta, the attention is turned inwards, away from the objects of perception to the one which is perceiving the objects of perception. Perceiving is as such, not, you don't have to stop it. So this is the difference between the yogic approach and the Vedantic approach. Yeah. But in both cases, you need to come back again into this world. Right? After understanding who we are, pure consciousness. Then back again. Jack Cornfield, the Buddhist writer, he says, after the ecstasy, the laundry. In his book, he says that. So you need to come back again with your understanding, intuition, enlightenment into this life of this person again. So the objects of perception are back again. So how do you deal with that? Is it, Vedanta says, it's my princess of Kashi, the entire world. Or yoga says, I am completely unattached to all of that. That comes and goes in the field of my awareness. Questions from the... Yeah, there's a question there.
Thanks for the difference between yoga and... Thanks for the difference between yoga and Vedanta. You mentioned about Buddhism also.
Yes.
So, I guess in Buddhism they have this concept of anatman, which means, I guess, literally would mean no self. So,
No self.
at least yoga and Vedanta seem to agree that there is something constant, right, which is the self, whether Atman or Brahman or whatever. But how do you kind of put this in perspective with anatman, which is in Buddhism?
How are we doing for time? 1 minute. Now, after covered Hinduism and Buddhism, the history of there's a debate of nearly 1,000 years, which I have to cover in 1 minute. But it's this, it goes like this. If you take it at face value, Buddhism and Hinduism seem to be polar opposites. Hinduism speaks about an unchanging Atman, a self, and an unchanging Brahman, God. Whereas Buddhism seems to deny both. Literally, Anatman means no self. But when we investigate a little deeply, if you take Advaita Vedanta, one school of Hinduism, and the Madhyamaka school of Buddhism, that's the philosophy which the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan Buddhists follow, the school of the void. If you take those texts, Nagarjuna's Mula Madhyamaka Karika, Gaudapala Acharya's Mandukya Karika, if you take them together, they seem remarkably similar. What Advaita Vedanta does, we just saw. I am not this body and mind. So the apparent self, I am not. Both Yoga and Vedanta will say, I am not the apparent self. Apparent self, body and mind. I am something which is beyond body and mind, and that cannot be an object of perception. You are that. But what that is, they will not characterize as this or that. That's Yoga and Vedanta. And what does Buddhism do? The apparent self, it dissolves. They give an example, a fist, for example. Here is a fist. But is it really a fist? If you open the fingers, where is the fist? You see the 5 fingers, they were rearranged and you called it a fist. But what more is there other than the 5 fingers? There is no second thing called a fist here. So the self is a conglomeration of 5, they call it 5 skandhas, 5 supports, like feelings, thoughts, emotions, ideas, all of them taken together, we get a sense of the self. This sense of the self, I'll call it self with small s, Buddhism dissolves by the doctrine of Anatman, not self. What about the self of the Upanishads or Atman of the Yoga or Vedanta? Buddhism prefers to remain quiet there. That's my understanding. Because when the Buddha was asked, does that self exist? He said, did I say it exists? Oh, the self does not exist. The ultimate self. Did I say it does not exist? They say the two extremes are reducing the self to a thing. There is something called the self which I must realize. I'll take it up in my next talk again. How we reduce the self, the Atman, to a thing. It's not a thing. Or the problem of reducing the self to nothing. They call it Uchchedavada. It's not nothing. The Atman is not a thing, it's not nothing. It's no thing. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roger Laborde, and he will speak on the heart of healing, a shaman's path.
Would you all help me out? Stand up and stretch. Just stretch to the ceiling. Just move around a little bit. Good, thank you. Maybe that helps get the blood moving and waking up a little bit more. So one of the things Brahma Prana knows about me, which she told me when this was coming together, she said, Roger, you're going to have to be still. I know you like to move around. I guess I'm going to have to be still to be in front of the microphone. There are several things that I guess I want to say before I get into the heart art of healing a shaman's path. The first thing is I'm not here representing Native American Indians. I'm not speaking for them. I was adopted into the Rides of Whitehorse Clan and Fort Peck Indian Reservation in Montana by Gerald Red Elk, who became my uncle. And the way that happened was that my mother was being adopted by his sister. And that's a long story to even tell. But I want to make it clear that I'm not here representing Native American traditions or religion or spirituality. The other thing that I want to say is that the North American Indians do not use the term shaman. Shaman came from a Siberian tribe, and it was basically spread by anthropologists who use that term to explain or to label a particular role a person plays within a tribe. So when you ask Native American Indians of North America, because there are Native Americans of South America as well, where they do use the term or refer to people as shamans. But that doesn't happen in the North American Indian tribal situation. There are a number of things where I could go with trying to explain shamanism, because I have difficulty with it. First of all, shamanism isn't an ism. It's an observation that anthropologists have made about a particular role an individual plays within a tribal society. And in North American Indian view, it would be a medicine man or a medicine woman. But a shaman is a person who has something that happens to them that breaks through limited consciousness. And it's usually something that can be a near-death experience. It can be something that's very traumatic. And there are three, according to what I've read, and I'm not here as an expert. I'm here to share with you my own journey. And I have been acknowledged as a shaman. And it's only several years ago that I even started using that label for myself, because I was a part of an interreligious council that was started by Father Thomas Keating. And they tried for 20 years to put a label on me, and finally after 20 years I said, okay, I will accept the label that Gerald had given me. But a shaman there are three ways that it happens that a person comes to be known as a shaman. One, they're either born into a family, a lineage of shamans, or they become an apprentice to a shaman, or as I like to say, they're grabbed by the shorts. And it just happens to you, and that's what happened to me. So, now Brahma Prana knows that when I talk about or give a presentation, I share stories. And those stories are it's my personal journey. So I gave her the title, The Art of Healing, the Shaman's Path, because the path is a path of healing. It's about personal healing. But at the same time, it's not separate from everything else as far as your relatives, as the Native Americans would say. Because we're all connected. We're all in this together. And so, in you seeking, or I should say, moving to your own personal healing, you're also involved in the healing of something much larger than yourself. And I guess in this respect, as far as Swami is saying, is referring to the self as the true nature of ourselves, and that we're all connected. So healing ourselves or focusing on ourselves is also being very compassionate and helping with the healing of others. So how did I become recognized as a shaman? Well, I was working in the oil industry in the 1970s. I was working for Exxon Research and a number of other oil companies during that time. And I went through a divorce I didn't want. It was very traumatic for me, it was very difficult for me, and everything that I had strived for was falling apart. I had gone back to college at night and gotten my degree. I was working full-time during the day. I was married and had a young son. And I was trying to make a career and have the quote-unquote American dream, which was to have a new car, a new house, and have a career. And 1 year after being in a new home and after having a new car, everything fell apart. And when that happened, I was in a position of trying to deal with that, and I didn't know how to deal with it. Now, my degree is in psychology, and I had a lot of classes that one was paranormal psychology, but it was also in many other areas. So I had an idea of what was going on with me, which I was dealing with depression. And I felt that the only way that I could deal with this depression was to face it, to face this monster. It was either going to consume me or I was going to slay this monster. So the only thing that I could think to do was to come home, now this is in Houston, to come home and close the drapes, light candles, sit in a big overstuffed chair and think of everything that made me depressed. Well, I did this for about a month and a half. And at first I couldn't go very long in doing that. And then I got to the point where I could go for about an hour, and sometimes a little more than an hour. But when I finished, I was just drained, I was exhausted. And I would just go to bed and get ready for the next day. But one night, I hit rock bottom, what people would say would be rock bottom. And I acknowledged myself that I had hit rock bottom. And at that moment of recognizing that I had hit the bottom, suddenly the bottom dropped out and I had an experience of infinite depression. And at that time I realized this is a choice and I'm not going there. but I didn't know what else to do. So what my decision was that night is that I put everything in a psychological bag, as I later decided how to describe it. I put everything I believed in a psychological bag, and I threw it out of the window. I wiped the slate clean. And then I went to bed and cried so hard that I ached. How many of you experienced crying so hard that you couldn't take a breath? That it hit you in the solar plexus so deep that you expelled all the air out of your lungs and you were having trouble getting your muscles to work to even suck in another bit of air. That's where I was. And I fell asleep that night. And silently I let out a primordial scream for help. And this scream for help was not to a deity, it was just a generic scream of help. And I fell asleep. And the next day when I woke up, things were just different. Swami, you spoke of the eyes and what the eyes see. What I've described is that either I was a different person looking through these eyes, or maybe I was the same person, but now was seeing things very differently. And what began happening is I began having experiences that were labeled telepathic, psychokinetic, clairvoyant. There were things that I knew by having a class in parapsychology, that I knew what these things were. But what had happened that night too is when I threw everything out of the window, the only way I can describe it is like when Bill Moyers was interviewing Joseph Campbell, and Joseph Campbell talked about going to see a very well-known guru in India, and he finally got an audience with him, and when he was in front of him, he said, his first question was, if everything is of the divine, how can you say no to anything? And the guru smiled and said, for you and me, that's true. So I would say that what happened that night when I threw everything out of the window, I had said yes to everything. I had removed the barriers, I had removed the boundaries, I had removed the obstacles. And so what happened was that I came to a realization, and now what I'm telling you right now, that this is something that I suddenly knew without a doubt in my being. I knew this, but I had no words for it. And it took a long time before I was able to put words to it to even describe what I had experienced that night. And the other thing I experienced that night was the realization that I'm not separate from anything in the world. I'm not separate from you. I'm not separate from the clouds. I'm not separate from the grass. I'm not separate from the animals. I'm not separate from anything in existence. But I am totally enmeshed and one with it. Now, as you probably know, the Native American Indians and other native tribes of the world also have that view that everyone is a relative. In fact, in the Native Americans, when they finish their ceremonies, they say it in all my relatives, to acknowledge the ceremony is for all my relatives or all my relations. The other thing that I realized that happened that night, that I had given myself complete permission to follow my heart, no matter where it led me, as long as it brought no intentional harm to another living being. And that's the key, no intentional harm. I realized that I could step on an ant and not realize that I'm rubbing my skin and I'm killing bacteria. And so it's being consciously aware that I'm not doing any harm, or doing my best not to do any harm in my movement through the world. So what dramatically changed in my life after that night was that I immediately challenged people to acknowledge that we're related. So in walking down in a big corporation, walking down the hall, I might pass Brahmaprana and she's coming by and she goes, hi Roger, hi Brahmaprana, how are you doing? I'm fine, and just keep walking. I would no longer let that happen. If somebody said, hi Roger, how are you doing? And if they were still walking, I would stop them, I'd grab them by the arm, I'd look them in the eyes, and I would ask them, do you really want to know? And some people would, no, I don't want to know. And some people would, well, yes. And I said, okay, well then let's have coffee later, let's have lunch later, and I'll tell you how I'm doing. So I began challenging people to be mindful of the relationship. And what began happening was with these deep conversations that began occurring with people of all levels. Now, I was recruiting scientists and engineers, so I was in a position where I could walk into the CEO's office, I could walk into the president's office. I was looking for talented people to go to work for our corporation. So I had the ear of upper-level management. And those people, especially when you're at the CEO level and the presidential level, they really don't share themselves with people that work for them, and especially with their competitors. They will not reveal that inner part of themselves, but they would with me. We'd have lunch and they'd be talking about the things they love to do and what they'd rather be doing other than be there at work that day. And this is the CEO or the president, and he's talking about wanting to be out hunting or fishing or doing something else or walking with his dog. So my relationships began deepening, and I broke every rule in the book when it came to interviewing. I had a young East Indian man in his middle 20s that came, who was an electrical engineer, came in for an interview. And he was in his 3-piece suit, had his tie. And after about 10 minutes, his shoes were off, his tie was loosened, and we were talking about his religion. And we were having a great conversation. What came out of his mouth was that he really didn't want to be an electrical engineer. His father wanted him to be an electrical engineer, and this is not what he wanted to do. That he was interested in music and things of that nature. And by the end of that interview, it was obvious to him that he was just looking for a job to make some money, because then the money would afford him the ability to go do what he really wanted to do. And when he left that day, he realized that he didn't want to be an electrical engineer. So 6 months later, I got a postcard from him, and he was a sound engineer in a recording studio and recording music, and he had met the love of his life, and his life had changed dramatically. And he said, "Thank you, I never expected that from a recruiter, in a major corporation." So as this went along, and what happened, what I was going to say is, what really happened that night is I realized I became the more responsible in my life. After that night, I threw everything out of the window and cleared everything out of my view and out of my belief system. That what I was able to do was to embrace everything that was going on and say, yes, murder happens. Yes, love happens. Yes, people are starving. Yes, earthquakes happen. Yes, there are horrible things in the world, and yes, magical things happen or miraculous things happen. All those things exist, and it was just yes. And another part of that was, I had a question for me. After all of that, I had a question for me, and that was, what do I have that's mine, that's truly mine, that I can give freely and ask nothing in return? Because whatever that is, that's me. Well, I realized the only thing I have to give is me, my time, if we want to call it that. That's all I have. So I left a career, I remarried, left a career, moved to an island near Seattle. You could only get to it by ferry. And I was carrying concrete mud, as they call it, for bricklayers and stone layers. I was doing all kinds of things that was away from the corporate scene and being very close to the earth. Well, what happened during that time was that my father, who was a chemical engineer and was working for Northern Natural Gas out of Omaha, Nebraska, he was sent to the Fort Peck Indian Reservation in Montana to be a liaison between the contractor and the tribe to make sure that the contractor hired Native American Indians to work on the pipeline. So while he was there for 3 years, when he got up there, he inherited a secretary that turned out to be Gerald Red Elk's sister, and her name was Imogene Gibbs. And they're both full-blooded Sioux Indians. So my mother and Imogene were very close in age, and my mother was very interested in the Native American tradition, so she started asking Imogene a lot of questions, and that's not unusual for my mother. And the questions she was asking, Imogene didn't have the answers. So to get the answers, she went to her brother, Gerald Red Elk. And Gerald got excited that Imogene was taking an interest in her culture. And Gerald never went to a white man's school, as he said. He was sickly as a child, so he was raised in the traditional way by his grandparents and his aunts and his uncles. So there were a lot of songs that later on that I heard him sing that people older than him had never heard. So what began to happen was that this bond between my mother and Imogene grew deeper and deeper. And so when there was time for them to leave the reservation, Imogene wanted to formally adopt my mother as her sister. And so that occurred, and when it happened, I flew into the reservation with my wife and my infant daughter, and my sisters flew to the reservation. And we were there during a major powwow that was going on for 4 days. And there was a family reunion, and the teepees were erected, and there were Native Americans all over in their regalia because they were dancing and they were competing. What we didn't know at that time was that we were basically being adopted into Indian royalty, I guess you could say. A highly respected family. And Gerald was widely known within the Indian world, which I later discovered in my travels after he passed away. But the key moment was that while we were there, I met Gerald one night and Lenora, his wife, my aunt. And then we left. We went back to this island. You could only get to this island by ferry. And I thought I would never see Gerald again. There's no reason for me to go back to the reservation. Even though we were adopted and named, and I was given an eagle feather and a chief stick, or a choosing stick. And there was a recognition of something there that I didn't know at the time. So after I'm back, it was about a day after I was back, I had this really powerful feeling that was compelling me to communicate to Gerald that I knew he had less than 5 years to live. And I didn't know how to do that, because the only way I could get to him would be to call my mother, because he didn't have a phone at the time. And I didn't want my mother to know what I was going to be communicating to him. So then I decided, okay, I'll write a short poem using a Native American symbology, and hopefully he will understand what I'm trying to tell him. So I wrote it down, called my mother, read it to her, she wrote it down, delivered it to Gerald that evening, and then I called her back the next day and I said, so how did it go? And she said, well, he started crying and said he had a lot of praying to do. So now a week passes by, and we're living on Vashon Island. It's dark, it's about 9 o'clock at night, and I get no formal address, we're living in the woods, there's only a P.O. box number, and I open the door and there's Gerald. And I was stunned. So naturally I invited him in. And when he came in, he immediately gave me a bag of tobacco, and he said, I'm coming to ask you for a healing. And I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. And he said again, he handed me the tobacco and said, I'm asking you for a healing. This man at the time was 63 or 64, looked like he was 103. His body had been abused in his younger years with alcohol and smoking and hatred, and he was a code talker in the South Pacific during World War II. So I didn't know what I was going to do. So after 2 days, I came to the realization, this man's not going to leave unless I do something. So I said, okay. I said, hey, Gerald, sit in this chair. It was a straight back wooden chair. And I decided I'm going to stand behind him, close my eyes, put my hands on his head, and wait a few minutes, and then walk around and say, see, nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about. So we did that. He sat down, I stood behind him, I put my hands on his head, I closed my eyes, and within a flash, almost in 45 minutes to an hour went by. And it was in an instant. And I walked around in front of him, and I sat down on the floor looking up at him, and I said, Gerald, I saw an old eagle feather war bonnet, and it's missing a feather. Then I saw a horse, and I described the horse to him. Then I saw a young woman appear on the horse, and I described the young woman to him. And I said, just as I was lifting my hands off your head, I saw 2 dogs appear under the horse with lights shining out of their eyes. And I said, now, of course, this means nothing to me. And he said, well, where is the feather missing in the war bonnet? So I told him, and he said, well, you're right. I have that war bonnet, it's in the trunk of my car, and I carry it with me everywhere. The horse was my favorite horse. The young girl was my first love. And I know for a fact, you didn't know that when I get back to the reservation, I will be doing a ceremony that involves dogs, and I didn't know whether to use 1 or 2, and you answered that for me. It wasn't until later after he died that I realized he was a Heyoka. And a Heyoka is a contrarian. It's a person, people who are Heyokas do things to remind people, to shock them into realizing what you think the world is a certain way, but it's not. So they may be dancing clockwise during a powwow, and a Heyoka may start dancing counterclockwise. Or they may do something unexpected. It's to rattle the mind in the sense of you think things are a certain way, but they aren't. So what happened was that from that moment, and Gerald died 3.5 years later. And from that moment, what happened is he became super glued to me. And they changed the family reunion to once a year. And we went back to the reservation. He tricked me into my first sweat lodge, which is a funny story. Started at noon one day and ended at midnight that day. So there were a lot of things that he shared with me. And it was just hanging out, and I was not his apprentice. He was my uncle, and I was going back. There was an affinity with and an attraction to him. And we just sat and talked and did things together. And during our times that we were visiting or hanging out together, at one point he said, you know, Roger, you need to be in a proper positive state of mind before you do a sweat, meaning a sweat lodge. You need to be in a proper positive state of mind before you do a pipe, meaning a pipe ceremony. You need to be in a proper positive state of mind before you do a vision quest. So naturally that led me to the point of saying, well, it seems to me, Gerald, that a positive, proper state of mind is more important than the ceremony. And he smiled at me. And I said, well, that indicates to me then that a ceremony is a celebration of something that's already happened. And he got a bigger smile. And then he said, then you realize when you're in the proper positive state of mind, you can never do a ceremony wrong. That was important. That was very important. Because in native cultures and native tribes, there are proper ways to do ceremony. And some of them are real sticklers for it. And I'm sure in other traditions that's true as well. That this is the way you do it, this is the way you always do it. And what really brings, if we want to call the power to it, is the state of mind, the state of being that you bring to the ceremony. It's not the ceremony itself. So that was the first time that when Gerald came to me and offered me a package of tobacco and asked for a healing, that ever heard anybody say, oh, well, you're a healer. Well, what is a healer? What is a healer? My experience and my view is that there are no healers. People heal themselves. But there are people who can facilitate and help facilitate the healing process. They can help move that energy. But it's not healing someone else. And that was really key because later on I became involved in working with people in coma and people who were dying and people with terminal illnesses such as cancer. And people refer to me as a healer, and I always inject that, no, I'm not a healer. I can help you in the healing process, but it's important to understand that healing is different from a cure. A cure is getting rid of a symptom. A healing is something much deeper. You can actually die from cancer and still go through a healing, because the healing is much, much deeper than that. So we could say the healing is in a psychological, emotional, spiritual, and physical sense sometimes. But you see, physically is the last manifestation, if we want to say this, I would say this, that what we see physically is the last manifestation of the healing process. So a healing, the heart or art of healing is very simple. It's about listening. That's the key. The heart of healing is listening. Listening to the other person who's coming to you for help. Listening to yourself when you're in a position of trying to find that place of healing for yourself. It's listening at these deeper levels. It's listening without thought. My experience that night when I threw everything out of the window is I got rid of thinking. I got rid of trying to figure everything out. I said, I don't know what the hell my life is about. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know where it's going, and I really don't care anymore. Because it's nothing but painful. So I decided to wipe the slate clean, and when I did, I don't think about it anymore. Why am I here? I don't know. What difference does it make? I am here. But the main thing about it that shifted for me was I was able to put words to as well, was that I wish to serve. That's my daily mantra. I wish to serve. How can I best do that? And I later added, and the form doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But in service to others, I'm in service to myself, because we're not separate. So the path of a shaman is one, if we want to call it, if we want to use that label shaman, I mean that's a nebulous term in my opinion. The path of a healer, the path of a shaman is open to everyone. It's an individual thing. It's not an ism, it's not a tradition. It's something that's been recognized by, if we want to call it this way, recognized by anthropologists of a role that a person plays within society. A person who becomes, in my opinion, in my experience, who becomes what's needed. So it really doesn't matter about the form. So if a person comes to me for help, it doesn't. And I've worked with Muslims, Jews, Hindus, atheists, all kinds of people, Shintoists, Taoists, all walks of life. Because when it comes down to a situation where you have a loved one in a hospital bed in ICU, and they're dying, or they're being told that they're going to die, and all of medical science has tried everything and nothing else has worked, there sometimes comes to a point where they're willing to try something different and drop the whole idea that the Western medicine has the answer. And so then they find out about me in one way or another, and I get invited in, and I tell them, I do my best to tell them, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do, and I'm really not coming to heal your person, to bring them out of a coma. I'm coming to sit and listen and help, hopefully understand which way it's going and help in that journey. So if it's going on out of this physical life, to help in that journey, if it's to stay and help in that journey. And I've been doing that now since 1992. So the hard part of healing is being able to sit and listen in a deep level. So at that level, then you know what to do. You know how to help the individual. And I'll give you one example of that, which is my first coma case. It was a helicopter pilot in Denver who was very well known. He was doing, they were doing satellite uplinks, and so Islands in the Caribbean was picking up this story as well. And he was from Australia. And he had a massive engine failure and auto-rotated down on some ice in a major reservoir north of Denver. And the weight of the helicopter broke through the ice, and he had two of his best friends with him. And they were in the water for 40 minutes, and he watched his two best friends die in front of him. And when they pulled him out of the water, he had no vital signs. So he was in the hospital. He had been cut open all the way down his chest. His heart had been massaged. They had warmed his blood. They had him hooked up to every device that you can imagine, and the prognosis was there's no hope, pull life support, and let him go, let him die. Well, there was a friend of the family, a friend of the pilot, who was a cameraman who a year and a half before had been doing a documentary with the BBC, and I was part of that documentary where they came in and did filming 3 days with me, filming these weird brainwaves that I had that were discovered that could change the brainwaves of other people. So he told the wife of the pilot about me, and she called me and asked me to come and take a look at her husband. So when I went in there at 10 o'clock at night, I drove 5 hours through a blizzard to get there. I got there at 10 o'clock at night, and I sat in a chair in the ICU room for 4 hours from 10 at night till 2 in the morning, just sitting, just sitting, just sitting. Not thinking, just sitting. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I got up and walked over to him, and I knelt down on the floor, and my mouth was close to his right ear, and I started talking to him, and I said, "Peter, my name is Roger, and I've come to help you. And what I need to know is that if you're on an extended vacation and not coming back, we need to sell the house. But if you're coming back, we need to make repairs." So then I started talking to him about walking through a field of flowers and describing the flowers, describing the smell, describing the feeling of the sunshine on his skin. And at one point I said, "Peter, you know, when you're walking through a field of flowers, you have to move your feet." And he started moving his feet under the sheets. And there's a lot more to that particular story, but up until that point, they had seen nothing from him. 8 days later, he was at Craig Rehab, and in his process of coming completely out of the coma. But what did I do? I just sat and listened. I let go of all any perceived ideas and any thoughts of what to do. I was just listening, and at some point I knew what to do. And when I say I knew what to do, it didn't formulate in thoughts in my mind, and then I went over and said what was in my mind. It was actually formulating as it came out of my mouth as to what to say to him. So the basis of the heart of healing and the art of healing is that of deep listening in any way that it can be done. So I think it's time now to, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Roger. It struck me very interesting all throughout, especially when you spoke about listening. I just mentioned earlier the process in Vedanta starts with listening and thinking and meditating. And it's interesting that the masters say that the listening is the important part. Enlightenment can come through listening. Thinking and meditating are supposed to be supports. I found that very interesting. That the listening is the key to enlightenment.
I would agree with that.
I mean, in Vedanta there are these big schools, 700-year debate whether meditation is more important or is listening more important, and the major school says that listening is more important. Meditation is only if you don't get it through listening, then you can think and meditate and do all sorts of practices. But the idea is to get it straight through listening.
What I found was very helpful to me to stay in that place of listening is to go out in nature and listen, just to sit and not think, but listen to the wind through the leaves and listen to the birds and listen to the sounds of nature and be in a place of no thought. And the other thing too about awakening, I tell people it's important to do something on a daily basis to remind you to stay awake. And I found very interesting in Vedanta that it's available to you right now.
All the time.
All the time, and that's my view too, and that was my experience. And it's to be awake, but it's a decision to be awake. And I talk about it being awake or being asleep. And when I fall asleep, and then 6 months later I realize I've been asleep for 6 months, is not to beat myself up over being asleep for 6 months, but to be happy I'm awake again. So it's riding that roller coaster of asleep and awake, and when you're awake is recognizing when you're awake. And what I do for myself is that, how many times, I'm curious, how many times do you encounter a day someone says, "How are you?" "Hi, how are you doing?" How many people get that every day? All right? So I use that as a reminder for me. I know I'm going to be asked at least once a day, and probably multiple times a day. And when I'm asked, "How are you doing?" my response is, "Awake. I'm awake." So I'm reminding myself to stay awake. So I use something in the environment to remind me to stay awake. And I picked that particular thing. My password in my bank account is "I'm awake."
Oh dear.
You got it. You have to know my number. And that doesn't scare
Heard
me.
that out of the deep end.
It's interesting that the word Buddha means the one who's awake. Yeah, I just wanted to make an observation that the word Buddha itself means the one who's awake. Very meaning of the word Buddha is the one who's awake.
Any questions? Yes.
So we have this word prana. You may have heard about the word prana, which is the life force, which is universal. So when you are doing the heart, the healing, is that something that you are working with, or is it something that's spontaneous happening as you do it? Can you just expand on that?
The only thing I can say is it's spontaneous. It's not something, if I get into the thinking of working with something, it doesn't happen. The other thing is that, I guess what I could add to this is when Gerald said to be in the proper positive state of mind, it's intention. It's setting an intention. And that intention can be nonverbal. So it emanates from yourself in a field of, a non-sensory field. There are no words for it. So the listening is not with your ears. You had a question back there?
Yeah, it was very similar to what was asked. My question basically was relating to the example that you had given where Gerald came to asked to help for healing, and you kind of touched him, and then those thoughts came. So my question was, with listening, how did those thoughts come in? Was it just compassion, or was it just how things, how the thoughts flew for you?
Did you hear that?
No.
Because it was breaking up.
I can just, yeah. Basically, just wanted to know how did when you said listening, was it by words, and how by listening, how did those thoughts, which the horse, the dogs, and all those things, but in the example of Gerald that you gave, how did those come to your mind?
I didn't experience it as coming from anything or anywhere. It just was. The best way I can describe it is that as I'm speaking it, it's happening. So it's not like I perceive it and I know what to say. It's just it's happening in the moment. So it's letting go of all ideas and trying to make sense of it. It's just an experience that occurs. I don't have any words for it. It just happens. I don't have a recipe. I don't have a formula. And one of the things I'll share with you I was part of an interreligious council called the Snowmass Interreligious Council that you mentioned Father Thomas Keating earlier, which I've known him for about 32 years now. The very first discussion was about meditation. And I was there as an observer. Gerald was the one that was invited, and he wouldn't go unless I went with him. So Father Thomas begrudgingly allowed me to sit in the circle with these 15 people that were from all these different traditions, and some were very well known. And so one of the things that he wanted each representative to come from had to have a contemplative aspect of their tradition. So they were discussing meditation, and they came to the decision that daily discipline meditation practices they're essential for spiritual awakening. Well, this is on the third day there, and I had been sitting and listening and talking with all of them during lunch and during coffee breaks and things like that. And for 2.5 days, I've been sitting there biting my tongue because there were things I wanted to say, but I'm an observer, I'm not a participant. So finally, when they reached the point they all had agreed to that daily discipline meditative practice is essential for spiritual awakening, I raised my hand. And Father Tom looked at me and he did acknowledge me and then went on and still didn't acknowledge me. And finally, the rabbi that was there said, well, I want to hear what Roger has to say. And Father Tom said, well, no, he's an observer, he's not a participant. Then Douglas Steer, a very prominent Quaker, said, no, I want to hear what Roger has to say. So what I said was, you know, it seems to me, I remember this story out of, in the Christian tradition, and this is exactly the way that I said it, about this guy by the name of Paul riding his ass down the road. He gets struck by lightning, basically, and changes his name to Paul, becomes a disciple of Jesus Christ. And I said, so, I mean, he had a spontaneous awakening, I guess. I said, are there stories about, in all your traditions, about spontaneous awakening? And they all said, yeah. So they went around telling all the stories about spontaneous awakening. And I said, well, it seems to me then, from my view, that meditation is this way. You have a person that's out in the hallway, out in the alleyway, beating up on people and throwing bricks through windows. Somebody goes out and grabs them and brings them in, puts boxing gloves on them and puts them in a ring. So now they're beating on each other with another guy, and finally somebody says, I don't want to do this anymore. And I said, it kind of seems to me that meditation keeps you busy till you decide to wake up. Because the awakening is spontaneous. It happens. You know, it can happen anytime. It can happen with a butterfly landing on your nose. It can happen in the middle of making love. You can have it in looking at a sunset. That the actual awakening happens and it's instantaneous, it's spontaneous. It's not by sitting and trying to make it happen. So they all agreed, and they changed it to daily discipline meditative practice is helpful yet not essential for spiritual awakening, and then named off a number of things like dancing and music and other things like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we are going to break. For our break, there are tea snacks out. They're all vegan. And we have black organic tea and water. So just a reminder for those of you who are unfamiliar with our tradition, we do not drink or eat in our chapel or hall, but you're welcome to eat and drink out there and out on the grounds. So please come back in a half an hour and I will give you a 10-minute warning gong to remind you to get your shoes off in the back of the hall. So at this this time, I'd like to remind you to please turn off all your cell phones. Even the vibration can be a little noticeable to your neighbors, so please completely turn it off. And we will begin with a guided meditation on amness. And again, these guided meditations sort of give us an idea, an inkling of what is the Swami, the shaman, and Jen are going to be talking about. So we sit straight, spine straight, feet on the floor, hands just loosely held in the lap. And we begin by taking in 3 deep breaths. I am. The first perception before we experience anything else. The first perception when we wake up in the morning and then start defining ourselves is I am. But like a fish in water, which doesn't know what water is, it has nothing to contrast with water. Like wearing glasses for a very long time, we forget we are wearing them. Seeing everything else after we first see through our glasses. We also are not aware of our amness. It is the primary fact of our experience. Everything else is secondary. Try to feel the pure sense of I am. Focus on I am, not repeating it like a mantra, but try to feel the bare fact that I am. Not a man or a woman, not young or old, smart or stupid, good or bad. Just I am. It's hard to keep the mind steady, so try to focus on the presence of the body. Not as I am, but as an anchor to keep the mind in the here and now. Along with that, try to feel the presence of I am pervading the body and everything around it. The simple sense of our own existence is the background behind everything we perceive. Focus on the simple felt presence of your own self-existence. Not to define it, not to look for a thing, but to feel simply I am. everything we perceive is within the sense, within the experience of I am. Our own self-existence is the background of everything we perceive. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. And so now we are going to have another talk by Swami Sarvapriyananda, Who Am I? Accessing the Source of Our Consciousness.
We're back, how about that? I'm going to speak about consciousness. I'm reminded of a friend of mine who is a monk and a mathematician. He's in fact one of India's leading mathematicians. He was given India's leading award for scientists. The prize for mathematics went to him. The first time a monk has been given this kind of an award, a couple of years back. Now, among his many qualities is one that he is a sharp tongue. He does not mince his words when something, So once we are speaking about consciousness, this whole field of consciousness studies which is booming now. It's a very vibrant field of scientific inquiry, especially in the last 20-25 years. And he doesn't have much respect for the field. I asked him, why not? I mean, it's the most important thing after all, so what's wrong with it? He said, in any field of scientific inquiry, what you are inquiring into must be first determined. You must define what it is that you are inquiring into. And one thing that they always fail to do is define consciousness. In all the consciousness studies, no adequate definition of consciousness is available. It's just like what I quoted from St. Augustine, if you do not ask me, I know what time is. If you ask me, I know not. And it applies so much to consciousness. If you do not ask me, we know what consciousness is. After all, it's the first fact of our lives. That's what Mataji was guiding us through. The first fact of our lives is, I am. This I am is consciousness. But if you want to define it, it's very difficult. You suddenly start fumbling because, as Wittgenstein said, it's the fundamental building block of our experience of the entire universe. First consciousness, then experience, then the word. So he said, consciousness, you're unable to define consciousness. What is it that the field of consciousness studies is studying? And another thing is, have you noticed how interdisciplinary the field of consciousness studies is? There's of course brain science and neuroscience, and there is psychology, there is philosophy, there is linguistics, there is all sorts of things. It's almost like at one time, no field of science or philosophy wanted to own up to the fact that consciousness is part of our field. They push it. Brain science says it's something to do with psychology. Psychology says it's something to do with philosophy, and so on. They push it because it's very difficult to deal with. And now the picture has luckily changed. Everybody wants a piece of the action, so they are all part of it. Consciousness studies is extraordinarily interdisciplinary. Now, in consciousness studies, if you look it up, they speak about the hard problem and the so-called easy problems. What they're doing now is, with sophisticated techniques which are available, sophisticated instruments, especially fMRI, functional MRI scans, they can now scan our brain with some degree of precision. And the doctors, they can tell us when we are having particular conscious experiences, you're seeing, speaking, thinking, remembering, certain parts of the brain light up. Light up, not actually shining, but electrical impulses neurological activity in the brain. And these fMRI scans, they can map it. So when you are tasting coffee, what's happening in the brain? They can scan it and they can map it. And they now know there's a correlation between tasting coffee and this part of the brain becoming active. They call it a science of correlations. Now it doesn't really explain anything, but you're learning a lot, more detail and more information. And this is the so-called easy problems. You can do this now, and they are doing it in lots of studies, and especially some of the interesting studies are encouraged, inspired by the Dalai Lama, the Mind and Life Institute and all, where they have hooked up lamas who are meditating. They put electrodes or something on their head, and they can measure the activities of the neurons in the brain, and it makes for great pictures, of llamas sitting with all wires being hooked up to the head and everything. So that's one area, and they're calling it the easy problem of consciousness. But the hard problem, what they call the hard problem, you can Google it, it's a lot of literature on it now. The hard problem of consciousness is, it's fine that the brain acts and there are neurons firing in my brain, but how does it all translate into the first person experience we are having? You're looking at me and you see the color orange or the Geruva color of my cloth. Now there's no doubt something happening in your brain, and the scientists can scan your brain and tell you, when you look at this color, this part of the brain lights up and these neurons fire, something like that. Fine. But how does the firing of the neurons translate into you actually experiencing, as a first person, the color, the taste of coffee, the feeling of love, all these things, sensations, feelings, ideas, the first person experience, direct experience. How does that happen? If you think about it, our lives are nothing other than these first person experiences. Tasting coffee is tasting coffee. You smell the coffee, you taste the coffee, you see the coffee, you feel the warmth of the cup. All these are perceptions. That's our experience. Our experience is never neurons firing in the brain. That could be happening, and that is happening. But what do we experience? All our lives. That's all we experience. Not only is that what we experience, that's all that we experience. We don't experience saliva coming out and enzymes digesting the food. We experience taste and hunger and satiety. That's what we experience. So first person experiences are enormously important. In fact, they are the only things we have. That's our life. It's like a movie which we are continuously seeing. And consciousness studies, they call it a hard problem. They have absolutely no idea how it happens. The central problem of consciousness, we have not only, in consciousness studies, we have not only no idea how it happens. There are theories. Unsatisfactory. No idea. We have no way of even beginning to approach the problem. And hence that monk said it's an immature field. I mean, I'm not interested in the field as it is now. Alright. Go back thousands of years, and you have a question being asked in the Upanishads, specifically the Kena Upanishad, which I'm going to take up now. The hard problem of what we call the hard problem of consciousness. How do we get first-person experiences? Imagine, thousands of years back, here is the question. I'll chant it out in the original Sanskrit and then translate for you, and you will be startled, thrilled, and you feel incredulous to think that this question, which we are just beginning to formulate at the cusp of the 21st century, precisely this question, in a better form, it was asked thousands of years ago. The question goes like this. In the original Sanskrit, the disciple asks the teacher. No name of the teacher is found, no name of the disciple is found. Just the question and the answer. Kene shitam padati preshitam mana Kena prana prathama preti yukta Kene shitam vacham imam vadanti Chakshu shrotram gaudeva yunakti. Is asking a question. What brightness, the word deva means God, also means light or brightness. what brightness or what light within me makes my mind think? Lit up by what light do thoughts come in my mind? By what light do I see? Do I get the first person experience of seeing, the first person experience of hearing? Just now you're listening to sound. What light is it within me? How do words come up in my consciousness and how do I express them? This is the question. Kaudeva, which light, what inner light shines through all of my experiences? It's precisely the hard problem of consciousness, the problem of first person experience. What a stunning question to ask. You see, in California now we have a strange thing called the Google car, where they have no driver, and it's all computers. There's a person sitting there, the person is a passenger, you can see and it's on the roads. I haven't seen it, but people have seen it. And you can see the car driving up, and there are passengers in there, except there's no driver. And you look at them in horror and they wave at you. Now you are driving, and there's this car next to you, and the light changes from red to green, and you do certain things, and you move forward, you take a left turn or whatever, and the other car is doing exactly the same thing, and they claim it's doing it better than you are. But what is the difference between you driving your car and that car? Externally, it's exactly the same. That car is mimicking every action of your car. But there's a difference. In your car, there is this person in whom that person, somehow we know not how, there is a feeling, there is a first person experience of what it is to drive a car. The sights, the smells, the decisions, the actions, they're all experienced in consciousness. There, all those actions are taking place, but the computers running that car, there are many of those computers, in none of those computers is there any kind of first person experience. You will say, Swami, how do you know that? Is it something like HAL in the, HAL 9000 in, what was that? Arthur C. Clarke? 2001, Space Odyssey, yes. But even there, did HAL have a first person experience? None of the programmers in Google will ever claim that. First of all, they don't want to scare us. And second, there is no evidence of that. They can explain it completely to the last detail how the computer is doing what it is doing. And there is no place there for a first person experience inside. So that's the difference between you driving a car and the Google car, the hard problem of consciousness. Thousands of years ago, this question is asked. And I don't see what's religion or faith or belief about this. It is the purest form of philosophy and psychology. The highest question which we have been able to come up till now. Now somebody, Marvin Minsky, passed away recently, I heard, he's a famous mathematician. He did not believe in the hard problem of consciousness. He said, there is no problem of consciousness. There is just multiple problems which you are just lumping in one basket and calling it the mystery of consciousness. There's only how, there's a process of seeing, there's a process of hearing, process of tasting, process of speaking, and they're all different processes, and that's it. That is not the problem. That is not the question at all. You see, it's amazing. I've seen discussions, a discussion between Marvin Minsky and Rebecca Goldstein, the author of a book about Gödel, and also a very nice novel about, I think, 36 arguments for the existence of God or something like that. And they are not arguments for the existence of God, it's a novel. But they're sitting and talking about the hard problem of consciousness, and here's Marvin Minsky denying that there is such a thing. If you ask him, what about our first person experience? Seeing, hearing, smelling, talking. He says, what experience? You think, is he a zombie or is he for real? It's obvious to some and it's not obvious to others. That's the amazing part of it. I have spoken to people, very intelligent scientists. They don't even get the question. They're asking, are you asking for an explanation of how the eye works? I said, no! I'm not asking for the explanation of how the eye works. I'm asking for the explanation of how the vertical eye works. I am that eye. And they don't get it. What's the difference between me feeling hungry and a doctor taking samples from my intestine and saying this person is hungry? You see the difference? One is an objective way of looking at it, one is the inner way of looking at it. In philosophy, they make this distinction. It's only consciousness which does that. Nothing else in the universe does that. This microphone has only one existence. It's an objective existence. Everything about it can be known objectively. There is no second parallel, ghostly, inner microphone. It's a machine. Just like that, everything, including our bodies, including a lot of our bodies, is mechanical. Very sophisticated, a very wet machine. They call it wetware. Hardware and wetware. Very wet machine, lots of fluids and stuff, but still very mechanical, very sophisticated and subtle. But consciousness is entirely different in what it's doing. Now you say, get on to the answer. We're coming to the answer. Look at one more thing about the question. This is vis-a-vis what Marvin Minsky was saying. The question is not about how the eyes work or the ears work or the sense of smell or taste works or how the mind works. A doctor can tell you. A doctor can tell you how the eyes work and how the sense of touch or taste works. Or a psychologist can tell you many things about the mind. That's not the question. The question is about consciousness. How do you know? Notice the language of the question. He is not asking for separate explanations of different biological systems. Give me lessons in biology on seeing, hearing, smelling, taste. No. He's asking, what is the one thing which makes the eyes see and the mind think and the speech speak? So one thing, not different systems, not biology. And the answer is perhaps more remarkable than the question. The answer comes like this. What is that one thing? And the answer is, again the original Sanskrit, Shrotrasya shrotram manaso mano yad vachoha vacham sau pranasya prana chakshushas chakshur atimuchya dhira pretyasmad lokadamrita bhavanti. The teacher gives this answer, and the answer is perhaps more mystifying than the question. You want to know how the ears hear? How do you get the first person experience of hearing? Yes, it is the ear of the ear. What? And even before you can understand that, you want to know how the mind thinks? It's the mind of the mind. You want to know how the eyes see? Don't tell me, it's the eye of the eye. Say, yes, it's the eye of the eye. But what does that mean? And why such strange language? An illustration would help. Here are lights, here's a microphone, there are a fan there. All of these things, when they were in the shop, they were not doing anything. The light was not shining, the microphone was not amplifying sound, the fan was not going round and round and generating a breeze. But here, when Mataji brings them here and puts them here, they start doing amazing things, all different things. This is amplifying sound, that's shining and giving you light, the fan goes round and round. Now we are justified in asking, this thing, which didn't do anything special, how is it suddenly amplifying sound? That thing, which didn't do anything special, how is it suddenly shining? How is the fan going round and round? What got into all of them? Making them do different things, but there is something that came into them which is making them do all these different things. Now we all know, we'll say, oh, they have been hooked up to power, they've got electricity now. Electricity, being something different from them, pervades each of these mechanisms and makes them do what they're designed to do. They do different things. Electricity does not amplify sound, but electricity in the microphone enables the microphone to amplify sound. Electricity in that bulb makes it shine. Electricity in that fan makes it go round and round. Now there is something which gets into our nervous system, brain, and this body-mind complex, which makes the eyes see, give us the first person experience of seeing. Remember, there is a very great difference between your eyes and a sensor. Even a sensor can see. Go to any airport, when you walk near the door, what does the door do? It slides open. It detects your presence. So what's the difference between the door seeing you, or even the presence when you put your hand under a tap in the airport? What does it do? It gives, if it's working. Often it doesn't. So it gives you water. It senses the presence of your hand. How is that different from your eyes or your ears? The difference is this. The door has no inner first-person experience. Here is another passenger. Let me open. No. It's purely mechanical. You can explain it completely through engineering. But this first-person experience is different. So there is something which gets into us, which is generating this first-person experience, which we call seeing, hearing, smelling, talking, remembering, feeling, which we call life. And that one thing, what is that? It's not electricity, but it's consciousness. We know that. Now the interesting thing is, why use such language? Why use such language? You could have just said, it's consciousness. What is that which makes me think, hear, smell, talk? It's consciousness. He does not say that because the moment you say it's consciousness, what will the disciple start doing? The disciple will start looking for something called consciousness. An object out there or in here. Objects are not only out there, this body is also an object. You experience it. One of the most beautiful definitions of consciousness is given in Vedanta. I don't know, consciousness science has not come upon it yet, but a fantastic definition. You see, you would think that it's impossible to define consciousness or locate consciousness or demarcate consciousness, but they do it. A remarkable definition, working definition. What is the definition of consciousness? What do you mean by consciousness in Vedanta? It's this. The Sanskrit original is Anidam Chaitanyam. Consciousness, it's called not this consciousness. Not this. Anything that you can designate by this is not consciousness. Applied, immediately applied. World out there, not consciousness. This world. We know. Okay, the body, this body. Sights, these sights, sounds, these sounds, not consciousness. Even the experience of seeing, experience of hearing, this experience, that experience, not consciousness. That which lights up these experiences, that which is having these experiences right now, which you cannot designate by that or this, yet it indubitably is. That's why I said earlier, it's not a thing, but it's not nothing either. And yet, it's the greatest possible fact of our existence. All other facts of our existence, the universe, our lives, our greatest problems, our greatest achievements and failures, everything, even Vedanta and spirituality and religion, all of it depends on that one thing, that consciousness which is not a thing. Without it, nothing exists. The whole universe disappears into a blank. So that thing, instead of saying it's consciousness, he uses this term. You want to know what gives you the first person experience of hearing? Yes. It is the hearing of the hearing. It's like saying, you want to know what makes the microphone work this way and the light shine and the fan go round and round? It is the microphone of the microphone. It's the light of the light. It's the fan of the fan. By which I mean, microphone of microphone would mean something other than microphone, which is in the microphone, which pervades it, which makes it do what it is doing. It makes it do microphone-like things. But it in itself has nothing to do with the microphone or microphone activities. In another place, it makes the other thing do something entirely different. And when the microphone is not there, when the light is not there, when the fan is switched off, it's still there. Exactly the same way when you shut down the body, when you shut down the mind, go into deep sleep, or a person dies, the physical organism no longer works, that consciousness is still there. One more big fact about it. That consciousness, if you know that consciousness, he says, the person who realizes that becomes immortal. Mortality is of the body. Suffering is of the mind and the prana. All of that one transcends right here, in this life, in this body, if you realize that consciousness. That's the claim. One more step forward. So the student says, okay, I would like to realize that. That sounds great, I'd like to realize that. And the teacher says, Na vidmo na vijani mo yatedad anushishyat. He says, I don't know how to teach you that. The student goes, what? We signed up for this conference, yoga psychology conference, and now in the second session, after all that you said, you don't know. You don't know how to teach us that? Well, at least you know it yourself, right? The student sort of hopefully says, Guru, oh, Master, you know it yourself. He says, I don't know it. I neither know it myself, nor do I know how to teach it to others. And you can imagine the students getting up and going, thank you. Thank you for wasting half a day. And the teacher says, wait. He's doing this on purpose. He's doing this on purpose. By saying that we do not know how to teach it, and I do not know it myself, he's saying it's not a thing. It's not what you think, it's something to be learned. It's an object which you can learn about. It's a thing which you can learn about. It's a subject you can learn about. It's some new information which you can gather. None of these. Sounds very vague. It's not vague. All of this, all of our lives are vague in comparison to that. One great non-dualist master was asked, so an enlightened person is supposed to be aware of that reality all the time. So how are you aware? When you're watching this world, you're experiencing this world, are you aware of the Atman, of pure consciousness? Is it some kind of an idea, a memory, or some background experience, some kind of light or something? And the master replied, that sometimes you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. At daytime, in daytime, sometimes you see the sun is there and the moon on the other horizon. At that time, he said it was like that, and he said, look at the sun and look at the moon. For me, the Atman, pure consciousness, is as bright and clear and constant as the sun. And the world, what you call the world of experience, is like the faint moon shining in the sun. As clear as that. Not theory, not philosophy, not some vague idea, not some experience which I had, which I'm recollecting now. No, 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 all the time. If I choose to look at it, it's bright. It's always there. Now, this teacher says, there is a way. I've tried, let's see if you get it. I want to realize that consciousness which you claim, so let's see if you can realize it. And what the teacher said, I will put it out here before the whole group. Let's see if it works. You can walk out enlightened. The teacher said, listen carefully. He says, you want to realize that consciousness? It's this. Anya devatad viditad atho aviditad adhi. Says, it is not something that you know. Everything that you know, what you learned in school, what you see, what you hear, what you smell, all that you know, all that you ever have known, it's not that. It's something different from that. The student, you can imagine, he goes, yeah, I can work with that. Obviously, it's unknown. It's unknown. It's not known. That's why I've come to you. So I would like to know that which is unknown. And the teacher says, it's different from the unknown too. It's not something that you know, and it's not something that you do not know. Speaking in riddles. What is it? Right now, we all know it. What is the one thing that is not a known object? What is the one thing that is not unknown either for all of us? Absolutely, the self, the pure subject. I, myself. It's not known because it's not an object of knowledge. It is that which knows everything else. So it's not an object out there. It's not like a microphone here, not like the body, not like the mind. It's something that knows the mind and the body, and through the mind and body knows the universe. So it's not an object of knowledge. And yet it is not unknown either. After all, what is most known? What is the meditation we just did? The first thing we are ever aware of, and all the time, we lose sight of it, but it's there all the time. I am. So it's not unknown either. It's something other than the known, something other than the unknown. That one thing is the consciousness we are speaking about. You are that consciousness. Shining out through the eyes and the mind, you get the first person experience of seeing. Shining out through the mind and the ears, you get the first person experience of hearing. Shining in the mind, you get the first person experience of being this person, thoughts, feelings, emotions, memories, desires, understanding, not understanding, remembering, forgetting. All of that is in the mind, shining in your light. You are that. Don't say my consciousness, say I the consciousness. The purpose is to shift you from the idea of a body with consciousness to a consciousness shining in a body. You are not a microphone with electricity. You are electricity shining through the microphone and the light and the fan, doing different things, different places. That is what you are. It is not something that you can see. Yat chakshushana pashyati yena chakshumshi pashyati. It's not something that you see, but it's that which enables you to see. It's not something that you hear, but it's that which is enabling you to hear these words right now. It's not something you can think about, but it's that which enables you to think all the time. All thoughts shine in that light, right now. That consciousness we are. Knowing that consciousness to be ourselves, again here knowing and everything is within quotes. Once you get it, you realize you are that. You don't become that. You were that earlier. You are that now. You will always be that. When the mind and body function, you think, you feel, you hear, you smell, you touch. Life. We call it waking life. When the body goes to sleep, the mind keeps on functioning, a dream world comes up. You illumine the dream also. That's dreams. When the mind shuts down, the body is sleeping, deep sleep, the blankness. You, the consciousness, illumine that blankness. You get later on when you wake up, the mind says, I was in deep sleep. So it's a constant, unchanging. Light is a good word to use, but it's not a physical light, of course. So that's what we are. That is the source. The subject was, who am I? The answer is, that's what we are. Not an object out there, not something to be known, not something unknown either. That which shines upon both the known and the unknown. The purpose of Vedanta, the purpose of yoga, and according to Vedanta and yoga, the purpose of all of religion and spirituality is to come to this, not just knowledge, this intuitive grasp of that. What happens? Atimujya. You transcend suffering. You suddenly realize what we thought was suffering, my death, my sickness, my old age, my problems, they are all of the body or the mind. And you can deal with the problems. As consciousness working through the body and mind, you can deal with the problems. Your own problems, problems of others, problems of society. You can deal much better with them when you are at complete peace. You are not threatened anymore. You are not threatened by the disease of the body, you are not threatened by the depression of the mind. You can watch. And once you do that, in fact, the mind and body are much better off. Once you step back from them and let them do what they are designed to do. Okay, I can go on. And the Upanishad goes on in this way, driving the lesson deeper and deeper. But thoughts, what thoughts are shining in your consciousness? Or in you, the consciousness? Reactions, thoughts. We can go straight into the question and answer session. I'd like to hear more from you. Yes. There's a question.
Sorry, you are going to ask.
Please sit.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You know, it is confusing, very difficult because first time we are listening all these things. But in a simple language, I want to ask you some question. Is it the soul? Is it a supernatural power or mystic entity? Or soul and consciousness is the same thing? Or a consciousness or soul can survive without body and mind?
All right. Yes to all of those questions, but you see, consciousness and self in Vedanta are the same thing. The self means I myself, the I, the subject. Now, we have identified the subject with the body. If you say, who is the self? I will say, here. And Vedanta says you are wrong. You are that which is aware of the here. That which shines upon the here. You are not the here, not this. That's what Vedanta is trying to do. Shift the reference of the self from the body to consciousness. So according to Vedanta, the real self is consciousness. To shift the reference in our understanding, in our lived experience. Now, that's a theoretical answer. But let me point it out more directly. When you said, it's rather confusing. Where is that confusion? Is it in the body? That confusion. Is it in the body? No, clearly not. Is it in the mind? The confusion, lack of understanding? You said, yes, it's in the mind. I'm not very clear about this. Now here's the question. What is watching the confusion? What is illumining the confusion in the mind? Right now. Don't think about it. Don't give this question to the mind. Mind will generate one more answer. It will say, oh, it is pure consciousness. No. Answer is correct. But don't give the answer to the question to the mind. Mind will give you a nice answer which you can put in your examination answer books and get marks in philosophy. But what Advaita wants you to do is ask this question in feeling. Feel it. Here's the body. Here is the mind which is confused. To whom is this appearing? This confused mind and this body. What is experiencing it? That was the question of the student in the Kena Upanishad. Do you get what I'm saying? Can you make that shift? What Vedanta is doing is asking us to make the shift and then helping us to stay there after making the shift. So I've given you two answers. One answer, because when we ask a philosophical question, a theoretical question, a philosophical answer and a theoretical answer are necessary, otherwise you will not feel satisfied. So here I've given the answer for the mind. The mind asks, so is consciousness the self in Vedanta? Yes. Is it something that transcends this physical body and mind? Yes. You ask, is it immortal? Yes. The body dies, consciousness goes on. Is it unchanging? Yes. Body and mind change, consciousness in itself is not changing. All the answers are yes. But the real answer to your question is another question. What was shining upon that confusion in the mind? A question comes in the mind. What is this? Who is watching the mind? Are you aware of the question in your mind? Are you aware of the confusion? You're saying it's some confusion. Are you aware of the confusion? Obviously, you must be aware of it. What is aware of it? Yeah. There's a question there.
So the whole discussion of
Please, let it come.
So whole discussion of self
Yes.
drives you to selfishness, right? And all of the teaching which Swami Vivekananda is following is being selfless, right?
Yes.
That's first part of it. Second thing is, where is the concept of God? So we are talking about Atman, right? Soul, consciousness, right? Then we call about Paramatman, right? The idea of God comes into picture, right? Which is maybe not self, right? I mean, that's a delusion I have. I would like to understand.
Two very good questions. One is, isn't it selfishness? After all, you're talking about the self all the time. So it's selfishness. One. Two, in all of this, where is God? It's supposed to be a religious organization of some sort, spiritual organization. So don't spiritual people speak about God here? You are wearing these orange bed sheets or something. Everywhere in the country, they now, of course, nowadays it's more multicultural. People see that this person is something like a monk or probably a monk or something, or some sort. But the only place I found where people are completely cool with this is on Hollywood Boulevard. I walked down there to the library to borrow books, and people, all sorts of people, and lots of them are tourists there because it's a real tourist hotspot. And lots of people who are from that place. And they are completely okay with this dress. And I've had comments like, that's cool, I like that color, where did you get that? And tourists, and there are people who are dressed like Superman, Spider-Man walking there, and you can take the picture, and the tourists take the picture, and I've seen some of them taking the picture thinking, I know what they're thinking, they're saying, what movie was he in? And they're missing. Yes, so what about God? You're wearing this dress, why aren't you talking about God? So two very good questions. Does it make you selfish? First of all, the answer is absolutely not, just the opposite. Have you noticed both the Buddhist approach and the Vedanta approach, what they are doing is dissolving our ordinary sense of the self. Our ordinary sense of the self is, I am this person. And what did we just learn? This person is the word, look at the word, this. Whatever you can designate as this is not the self. That pure self, the subject, pure consciousness, cannot be selfish in any small term. All selfishness, selfish behavior, is when I attract the resources of the world, I use things and even people and relationships for the benefit of this little person. I accumulate stuff for the benefit of this little person. That consciousness transcends this little person. It's in this little person also, but it transcends, just like electricity transcends the microphone and the bulb. The once you realize that I am the electricity in this, then I'm not limited to the microphone. I'm also in the bulb, I'm also in the fan, I am in all beings. So this self, that's why in Advaita they use the capital S, not the small s. The difference in Sanskrit would be between the Atman and the Ahankara, the ego. The ego is the small self. The ego is what is connected with the body-mind. Have you noticed even the ego you can experience just now as this? Just think within your mind, I am sitting here or standing here. Did I not just say I? And did I experience that I? I said it. If I experienced it, it's this I in the mind. It's this. What experienced the I? Not this I, the particular I. What experienced the I in the mind just now? Sometimes we sing Shankaracharya's famous hymn, Chidananda Rupa Shiva, many people have heard that. But the very first line has a tremendous contradiction in it, apparently. It goes like this, Mano Buddhi Ahankara Chittani Naham. I am not the mind, I am not the memory, I am not the intellect, I am not the I. Ahankara, ego, I am not the ego. The ego means the I. Here you are saying, I am not the I. How can I be not the I? So there is a small s self and there is a capital S self. The small s self can be distinguished from the capital S self and must be distinguished by seeing it for what it is. It's an object. The self, small s, I, ego, is as much an object as this thing. It's a gross object, that's a subtle object. So it's not making you selfish, it makes you much more unselfish and completely, free and peaceful and secure. One answer. Second question is, it's good that you asked it together. It's related to this question. What about God? What about God? So the Buddha preferred to remain silent. And many of the Buddhists say that there is no God. In the Gita, you find this question being answered. Excellent question, And this question is answered in that consciousness which is within all of us. Krishna says in the 13th chapter of the Gita to Arjuna. Arjuna had the same question. What about God in all of this? And Krishna says, Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetreshu bharata. In Gita, Krishna is supposed to be the incarnation of God. So he says, O Arjuna, know me, God, to be the knower in all these bodies, the consciousness in all these bodies. That consciousness in all of these bodies is not a separate consciousness. You are not a separate consciousness, I am not a separate consciousness. It's one consciousness. The difference, how come then they are different? What is different? Again, note that. Bodies are different. Vedanta does not deny an obvious fact. Bodies are different. Minds are different. We have different thoughts, memories, abilities, desires. Persons, the little person is different, personalities are different. The consciousness apart from all of them and in and through all of them, shining through all of them right now, that consciousness is one. And that one consciousness shining through all these bodies and minds is what Vedanta understands as God. But then you will say, but that's me. Yes. Vedanta says, Tat Tvam Asi, that thou art. That meaning God, thou meaning you. But the you can only be God only in that sense, not as Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so. I know that your boss feels that he is God. It comes with the chair. But not, Vedanta does not say you are God in that sense. You and everybody else is God in that one consciousness. Everybody else, every being, wherever there is consciousness, wherever everything exists, that one consciousness behind all of it is what is called God. There was one Swami, I forget his name, he taught in this country also, and his brother was mentally ill in an asylum in India. So one day he went to visit his brother, and his brother said, you know, you say that I am God, I am one with God, Aham Brahmasmi, I am one with God. And I say the same thing, I am God. They worship you and they lock me up. How is that fair? And then his brother said, the monk said, well, the difference is, when I say that I am God, I mean everybody else is God too. We are all one in that consciousness which is God. That's our real nature. And what you say is, I am God, worship me. All of you bow down to me, I am God. So that's the difference. Yes. How we have got time. Yes. There's a question there. Okay, maybe you could come forward a little bit. Yes, come here. Yeah, that's it.
Swamiji, I have seen a lot of YouTube lectures of you, so thank you so much. And every time I watch it, my mind believes that there is Atman and there is consciousness. And then the other side of mind, after some time, maybe after a few hours, they start telling that that we have probably just created fancier words because we do not know what consciousness is. So can you please, I want to stay in the first one that there is consciousness. So can you please take me away from this confusion that there is consciousness or there is not?
All right. First of all, I'll take you away from the confusion, that lack, the doubt, whether it is or it is not. I'll take you away right now. Stay there. And forever. Just hold on to this one little sentence. That which illumines the belief in the Atman or consciousness in the mind. Belief that I believe, yeah, it's in the YouTube, I believe that it's true. That which illumines, that which is aware of the belief in the mind, is the same thing which is aware of the subsequent doubt in the mind. That thing which is aware of both the belief and the doubt, that is pure consciousness, that is the Atman. That's always there. If you doubt it, what is doubting it? Doubt is a thought in the mind. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's a fancy word. What is watching it? In some light you are having that experience, in somehow you are having that experience. What is having that experience? Give any alternative explanation? No alternative explanation works. Shankaracharya in his commentary says, and I'm just translating from Shankaracharya, he says, Yaeva tasya nirakarta tasyaiva atmasa. Whoever denies this pure consciousness, it is the pure consciousness of that person itself. Is there consciousness? Foolish question. In what light are you asking this question? Are you aware? Are you aware of this question? Yeah. It's in my mind and I just spoke it. That's consciousness. If there's one thing that's undeniable in this world, everything else can be doubted. Everything else can be doubted. For everything else you can have different philosophies. Realism, idealism, so many philosophies may be there. The consciousness which illumines all of these, it can never be doubted.
So if I can have just a small follow-up question.
No, but hold on to this thing. Whenever, yeah, you can ask the question, but remember, what I've given you just now is something that you tell yourself whenever there's a doubt. In what light is this doubt? Right? Okay. Ask the question.
So, so I guess my mind is broken in two parts. Like, one is that believes in Vedanta, and second, sometimes it acts like Marvin Minsky.
Yeah.
So how do I convince the Marvin Minsky part of my mind?
Right. First of all, what you do is that part of the mind which believes in Vedanta and that part of the mind which raises all these doubts, you are that which experiences both minds. You are not one mind at one time. You see, the conflict comes up when I'm mixed up with the mind. I have a strong faith and conviction about Vedanta. Then the mind becomes shaky. Minsky comes into the mind. I have a very Minskyan mind now, I am unhappy. Sometimes I swing back and forth. You are not swinging back and forth. The mind swings back and forth. You must first, before convincing the mind of anything, you must first step back from the mind. Or note that the consciousness which watches the mind is already separate from the mind, is already illumining the mind. It's the electricity in the microphone. Right? So, that's first. The second part, even then, I know it's not satisfied. What is not satisfied is the mind. Right now, that consciousness watches the mind not satisfied. You must keep on noting that. That's where you will find real satisfaction finally. But temporarily, if you want, to convince the Minsky mind, there are plenty of very subtle reasoning processes. They call it mananam, thinking about it. You ask the mind, so what other alternatives are there? How am I experiencing something? You will find nothing else exists. All other alternatives are vitiated by very serious problems. And this is a direct explanation. You see, you yourself as a pure consciousness are blazing forth through your eyes right now, through your ears, through all your sense organs, and lighting up the mind. The mind has sometimes got conviction, sometimes got doubts. This pure consciousness is not a theory. What I'm telling you again and again, when you doubt it, you're doubting it in the light of the same pure consciousness.
So does your mind also sway?
I am absolutely not concerned with the mind. When you stop being concerned with the mind, and when you take your mind back again and again to that pure consciousness, it's called, the word used by Shankaracharya is majjanam, chiti majjanam. Drown your mind again and again in pure consciousness. That is, just note it, that my mind is suffused by consciousness. Then the mind has no leg to stand upon figuratively. The mind cannot doubt it. How can you doubt something that's even more clear than seeing you all here? I'm seeing you all, I really don't doubt that. But even here you could doubt it may be a dream. But both seeing you in reality and dreaming about all of this are happening in the same light. That light cannot be doubted. It cannot be doubted. It is the ground of the doubt itself. It's like the tree, Vidyaranya Swami. Oh, there are beautiful examples about this. This question is inevitable. This question is inevitable. Vidyaranya Swami in Panchadashi, he says that doubting the existence of consciousness, the Atman, pure consciousness, is like a person saying outright, speaking, I do not have a tongue. I wonder if I have a tongue. Actually saying it. The very saying it proves it straight away beyond any doubt that I have a tongue. The very thinking of that thought, was Minsky right, proves that Minsky is wrong. He's not wrong, he didn't get the question. Questions. Oh, thank you. Good questions. When you are thinking about the Atman, there are no bad questions. There are only really good questions. Was there a question there also? So yeah, we ask first and then we
So
go
the
there.
process from doubt to conviction is very natural. So why do we deny that? I mean, you could be in the state of doubt, you could be in the state of conviction, and you could still be at the level of consciousness that you need. So why are we? Because it's to be at the point of consciousness doesn't mean that one fine moment you've got it. It's also a process that you go through to kind of get deeper and deeper into it. So it's a process, right? So why doubt? Why deny doubt? Is my question.
Oh, nobody's denying doubt. But when doubt is there, is a need to settle the doubt. Right? What is doubt? Doubt is something that makes you uncomfortable. So you'd like to know, you'd like an answer. And then Vedanta gives you that answer. The answer, what I'm saying is the answer, you can give the answer to the mind, which will be a philosophical, scientific, logical answer, and which can again be doubted. Or what you can do, because that consciousness is always available to you, make the mind notice it. When the mind notices it a few times, then it finds it more and more difficult to doubt. We doubt it only because we do not notice it. We slip into philosophical thinking. Philosophical thinking can go on, no problem with it, but it will be on a much firmer foundation, surer footing, once you begin to notice what you really are. Right? No need to deny doubt, just settle it. Okay, I've got a warning, the time is up, so we'll take the questions later. Okay, could you just tell me the question? And then we can discuss it later maybe. Yes.
So Swamiji, thank you very much for coming to Dallas.
Thank you.
My question is, what is the purpose of our existence?
Wow. Thank you. Have you read The Hitchhiker's The Guide to the Galaxy? Then you would know the answer is 42. We'll discuss it later, some other time. Later. Thank you.
I just remind you at the end that I'm going to put out a basket with some blank pieces of paper and pens, and I'd like you to pop your questions in, and we will sift through and prepare for Sunday as well. So we will take written questions later. Thank you, Swami. And now we are going to be moving on to another dimension of consciousness by Dr. Janice Holden, an overview of near-death experiences.
Thank you, Brahma Prana. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you. So I have so many thoughts. One of them being that I'm going to be coming at this topic in what might seem like a very different way than our previous speakers, but I think you'll see a lot of similar themes that Brahma Prana had the wisdom to realize there's a lot of connection between our three perspectives. So a little bit about me. I started in this field of study back in the mid-1980s when I was working on my doctoral dissertation. Actually, it goes back a little earlier than that. In 1975, Raymond Moody, who's a psychiatrist and philosopher, wrote the book Life After Life. How many of you have read Life After Life? Okay, great. So actually you could leave now because all the research that's been going on for the past now more than 30 years, almost 40 years, essentially, except with one small exception, says what he said in that book is all been, almost all been substantiated by subsequent research. And so I read the book in 1979 and then in the mid-1980s working on my dissertation. Long story short, this was the dissertation that came to completion. And I was hooked. And so I've been studying these phenomena ever since. And as you'll see, near-death experiences include a lot of what I call other transpersonal experiences. Transpersonal means transcending the usual personal limits of space, time, and identity, and/or identity. And so they include things like out-of-body experience. The person experiences their consciousness functioning apart from their physical body. They include after-death communication. Near-death experiencers often encounter deceased loved ones. They include mystical experiences. Many near-death experiencers encounter a being of light that is all-knowing and all-loving, with whom they have some very important interactions that we'll talk about and relate to what we've been talking about. And people often see the future, so there's precognition. They sometimes have past life memories and also future life memories. So there's past life reincarnation, and a lot of near-death experiencers do tend to, they're open to the idea of reincarnation, if not believing in it as a result of their experience. So, the experience encompasses a lot that I've moved into researching a lot of those areas as well. So I'll begin by talking about how I conceptualize near-death experiences, and I see, and I also will say, between today and tomorrow I'll be talking 3 times. So this time I'm going to talk about the contents of the experience itself. Next time I'll talk about the after effects, and then following that will be the implications for death and life, including the question of the purpose of life, which near-death experiencers by and large have a consensus about what we're here for. And I'll leave you in suspense until we get to that. So what typically happens is the person, an individual, survives a close brush with death. And it could be through any of a number of circumstances. And the person doesn't have to have lost consciousness, and I don't mean the consciousness that Swami was talking about. I mean, this physical consciousness. So, for example, a young woman named Leslie was in a car accident. She was driving one day, being not very attentive. A dog ran across the road. She swerved, and her car went off the road and rolled over 3 times, and then landed on her head. And she said from the moment that the tires left the ground the first time, she was out of her body, watching from above, and she saw the car go boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. She saw her body fly out of the car, and then the car land on her head. And the moment it landed on her head, she was back in her body. But she said in those seconds that she was out of her body, she was up in the trees, and she could both see the trees and see through the leaves down to what was happening below. She knew that that was her body in the car. She did not care. It's not like she didn't care. It was just okay. Everything was okay. She was in a state of absolute peace and well-being. She could see people starting to run toward the accident scene. And so she had this very big perspective. And as is very typical, she was completely free of fear or concern. And that was it. It was very brief. That's what we actually call a shallow near-death experience, because it consisted of relatively few features. It still had profound after effects on her life, but the experience itself was shallow, and I don't mean that in a judgmental way, it's just descriptive of few features. And then people sometimes have very deep experiences that consist of numerous elements and very detailed. And I'll be telling you about 1 or 2 of those as well. So the way that I've come to conceptualize near-death experience is in 3 what I call aspects. These tend to occur in sequential order, but not necessarily. Sometimes they can be in reversed order, and they don't necessarily happen discretely. Sometimes they intersect with each other. So what usually is the first aspect is a peaceful floating sensation that is completely absent of any content. And so the person is aware, But if you ask them, were you in your body or out of your body, they go, I don't know. And what were you perceiving? Nothing except this sense of being in peace. And then the next thing, that usually is pretty short-lived, and then the next thing that happens is that the person finds themselves, their consciousness, outside of their physical body, and my hand is up here because usually it's above the physical body, looking down and watching what's happening as the person is going through this close brush with death. And in this, out of what I actually call it the material aspect, because the person is perceiving the material world. Some people call this the out-of-body aspect, but I find that confusing because the next aspect that I'll be talking about, the transmaterial aspect, the person is also out of their body, but it's not what we typically refer to as usually when we talk about an out-of-body experience, it's the person viewing the physical world, the material world. So in the material aspect, the person is seeing what's happening, usually around their physical body, but sometimes they can travel to very distant locations instantaneously. And one of the features of this state of being is that when the person thinks of something, they're there. So one near-death experiencer was watching as her body was in surgery, and she wasn't flatlined, although that often does happen. But she's watching as a nurse is taking glass shards out of her skin because she was in a car accident and glass shattered and was all over her. And she thought, gosh, I wonder what that looks like up close. Boom, she's right up close watching as this little shard is being pulled out. And then she starts thinking, I wonder what the bones look like underneath, and boom, she sees herself as if through an X-ray. And she can be distant or close or in just the speed of thought. And things move at the speed of thought in this material aspect. Now, people, when they're perceiving, things look like they look from physical life. So like, your yellow shirt would look like a yellow shirt. But people also have extra kind of abilities. And so, for example, I might be able to see through this wall to the other side. I might be able to hear a conversation that's going on in the monastery. And so people have extra sensory perception. And people can often hear the thoughts of the people who are around, even the things that people are thinking silently. So for example, one man is in surgery one day, and he has a near-death experience, and discovers during those moments that his surgeon had been in a car accident on the way to the hospital that morning, and as he was doing the surgery, he was fretting about his insurance and whether everything was going to be okay with that. And so then the near-death experience ends. The man never gained consciousness during the surgery, physical consciousness during the surgery. So the surgery finishes, he's in the recovery room, he regains consciousness, his surgeon comes to check on him, and he says, I'm fine, and he said, by the way, I just want you to know everything's going to be okay about that accident. And the surgeon's like, what? How did you know about that? And he said, well, when my heart stopped during surgery, I was out of my body and I could hear you worrying about but I had this sense that everything's going to be okay. And it was. So the people have these unusual abilities. Let's see if there's very much more to say about the material aspect. I guess I want to pause and see if you have questions about just the material aspect of the experience when the person their consciousness is outside their body, observing the material world. What have you heard that you want to check out now? Yes? Sorry, I'm not going with the program.
is this happens only for patients who are in critical condition, or it can happen to a normal person? Because these are good anecdotes, but looks like these are all for people who are about to die or in a critical surgery or something.
Thank you,
So just curious.
thank you for that question. So I actually kind of skipped some basic information, and I'll drop back and I think answer your question in the process. These experiences can happen to people who are just even fearing that they're going to die when nothing actually happens to them physically. I guess I want to answer even more broadly that what we really know now from the field of near-death studies is that there is a class of these kinds of experiences that occur in a variety of circumstances, not even just coming close to death. And so when Roger talked about the experience that he had, that was a quote-unquote near-death experience, even though he wasn't physically near death. And we know that people have experiences that are indistinguishable from quote-unquote near-death experiences. So what I've come to in my formulation of thinking about this is that usually these experiences occur under some kind of extreme circumstances. So obviously coming close to death is pretty extreme, especially in the most extreme case when one's heart stops beating and isn't beating for some period of time. Research tells us that within 20 seconds, all blood flow to the brain has stopped, and the brain, there's no measurable activity after about 20 seconds. Yet people report things happening that are like a minute or a minute and a half into the cardiac arrest before their heart is restarted. But other extreme kind of circumstances in which indistinguishable experiences might occur include extreme emotional states like extreme despair, depression, as in Roger's case. I heard a man talk about being in he was livid with jealous rage in an argument with his girlfriend. And in the middle of this argument, he was out of his body and having a quote-unquote near-death experience. When it was over, he was back in his body and he finished the sentence that he had started. And his girlfriend didn't even know anything had happened. And people have sometimes reported these kinds of experiences in the extremes of physical exertion. So physical, emotional, any kind of extreme, even the extreme of extreme peace and relaxation of meditation. People have these experiences spontaneously, and I see a couple of nodding heads in the audience. And so it seems to be extremes, and my thinking about this is that we do have a consciousness that is, while we're alive, it's intimately associated with our body and mind. And it actually, because the way people function during near-death experiences still includes mind, but certainly is intimately associated with our body. Extreme circumstances are things that kind of seem to sort of loosen that connection and open the person to an experience that really is, well, I think researchers would agree, everyone's birthright, but doesn't necessarily happen to everybody, because not everybody encounters extreme circumstances like that. And obviously extreme circumstances don't always spawn this experience. It's just I think they facilitate people to have this kind of experience. So did I answer your question? Yes. Thank you. Okay, so in the next thing that tends to happen in the next sequence is the transmaterial aspect of the experience. And here the person often, if they have a transition experience between the material and the transmaterial, it's often a sensation of moving rapidly through a tunnel or void or something like that. the person might actually in the material phase suddenly be aware that over their shoulder there is a light. And as soon as they're aware of that light, and by the way, vision is 360 degrees. So unlike now where I can't see my fingers wiggling back here, in the out-of-body state, the person can perceive in any direction at wherever they point their attention. And so the person might become aware of something and then move and feel attracted to it and move toward it and then find themselves moving very rapidly. And it's somewhere in this process they might encounter deceased loved ones. A lot of near-death experiencers have reported really joyful reunions with deceased loved ones. They may encounter spiritual entities, like spirit guides, and these are entities that the near-death experiencer might or might not say seemed like they were human or had lived a human existence. But always they say these entities are like so familiar, like they know this entity and the entity knows them, and there again is the sense of joyful reunion. And sometimes people encounter a being of light, and this being of light is all-knowing and all-loving, and in the presence of this light, the person feels absolutely, completely known, no secrets, and absolutely and completely loved. And it's also in this encounter with the being of light that people often have. Now, this can happen at other points, but most often it happens with the being of light, is that the person has a life review. And they review and re-experience every moment, typically every moment of their life. And not only review it, as in seeing it again, but re-experience it. Experience it all over again, exactly how it felt. And in addition, experience being everyone who was involved in that situation. And particularly people who the individual either hurt or helped in some way. The individual, it isn't an understanding of how that person felt. I am you. And so near-death experiencers often come back with the conviction that Swami was talking about. There is no difference between us. I am you. And people in the Christian tradition, when Jesus said, if you do it to your brethren, you do it to me, that people really get that. Because in this experience, they were everyone who was on the receiving end of their actions. So it has, as you can imagine, some profound effects on people afterwards. Sometimes people find themselves in preternatural environments they're sort of like natural environments here, but they're different. Every blade of grass has consciousness. People see colors, hear sounds that they say they've never heard on earth. And it's because of these and many other features that people often describe the experience as ineffable, meaning they can't describe it in human words, because human words were created to navigate this reality. That reality is so much bigger and so much richer, and there just aren't words. And by the way, that's another hallmark of near-death experiences, that by and large, people say that the experience was absolutely real. Often they'll say it was more real, hyper-real. It was more real than this reality. And more than one near-death experiencer who never talked to other NDEers will use the phrase realer than real. And I remember for my doctoral dissertation research, I was asking, it was in a questionnaire, and asking whether the person would be open to someone coming and talking with them about how real the experience felt. And instead of answering my question, I'll never forget the person answered, that experience was realer than sitting here writing this answer to you. Wow. It's pretty real. So, and one of the things that differentiates near-death experiences from other altered states of consciousness like dreams and hallucinations is that after dreams and hallucinations, when they're over and we're back to, this normal consciousness that we're at right now, we look back and say that wasn't real. That was a hallucination, that was a dream. When people come back from near-death experiences, they look back and they're adamant that the experience was as real or more real than this reality. So it's a very clear difference. So just to illustrate how these aspects can overlap, I'll tell you about Trisha's near-death experience and a couple features of it. How am I doing time-wise? Okay. Trisha was a college student in Austin, Texas. This was maybe 15 years ago now. And she described herself as a very self-centered young woman. And she didn't know much about what she was going to do with her life. She knew she was good at English, and so she thought maybe she would become a copywriter, but that was about as much as she thought about it. And so one morning she got up early to run a 10K, and she remembers being very sleepy behind the wheel of her car on the way to the race. And that's all she remembers. And until she regained consciousness in the hospital. And she had been in a very serious car accident. She'd broken her back in 3 places. The physicians were telling her and her family that she should be prepared, that she would not be walking again. And so she later that evening went into surgery. And in the operating room there were 2 surgeons, and she remembers prior to the surgery being given the anesthetic and counting backwards and then nothing. And then suddenly she's outside of her body, and she's in the operating room, and she knows that that's her body on the table even though it's almost entirely covered. She sees the 2 surgeons. Her first subjective reaction was like, and then she immediately saw these 2 beings. She said they were taller than humans, humanoid but taller, and she said an intelligence beyond anything she'd ever experienced in a human being. They communicated with her telepathically through light, through their eyes. And she said the moment they looked at her, they just infused her with a sense of absolute peace and well-being and understanding of what was happening. And she said it was like the fear just drained out of her. And she was perfectly fine. She said that happened in a matter of a few seconds, and then the machine started beeping, saying that her heart had stopped beating. And it always intrigued her that she was out of her body a few seconds before her heart stopped. And so she said as she was there, these beings were communicating with her. And so here they are in the operating room, the material aspect, but these are transmaterial entities. They are not of the material world. And so that's just to show you how these things can interact, and you'll see in a minute how they interact even more. So they're communicating all this information to her. And she said the information was coming at a very rapid rate, but she felt as if it could come even faster if she was ready for it. And she's getting just all this information. And then at one point, they said, now watch this. She said it's not that they said it because there were no words, but she said it was like that's what they were conveying. Now watch this. And they sent light into her spiritual body and she said she had the sense of her spiritual body being filled with this light that she knew was healing light. And then they turned, and each of them stood behind a surgeon, and they sent light into the surgeons' bodies, and the surgeons' bodies filled with light. And the light traveled eventually down their arms, their hands, their fingertips, and then started to fill her physical, the light of her physical body. And she, as the light filled her physical body, she knew that she would walk again. And when I interviewed her about 7 years later, she walked into that interview, you would never know that she had. And after the surgery, she spent 6 months in complete traction, that whole body traction, for her back to heal. You would never know that she had undergone that physical trauma. So the element of healing is a very big theme in near-death experiences, not only people being healed during their NDEs, but having healing abilities afterwards, like Raja. And so that's a very a common theme. So now I've told you about what is the most commonly described type of near-death experience, and that's a pleasurable near-death experience. It's an experience that was dominated by pleasurable feelings like peace, joy, love, and so forth. There are also, as far as we can tell, maybe 10% of people report distressing experiences. And these are experiences dominated by distressing feelings like terror, horror, guilt, and so forth. And those seem to come in 3 varieties. The most commonly reported is, has all the same features as a pleasurable NDE, but the person is resisting somehow. They're moving rapidly through a tunnel toward a light, but they don't want to be moving rapidly through a tunnel toward a light. They're like digging in their heels, so to speak. And there's some indication that if the person at some point just decides to relax and go with the program, it turns into a pleasurable experience. So what's distressing seems to be coming out of resistance, which we know is the case in physical existence as well. Next most frequently reported is a person having an experience of being out in a void, absolutely alone forever. So it's an experience of absolute, eternal isolation. The person is hyper-aware that they are in nothingness and they will continue to be alone in this nothingness, hyper-aware forever. So it's a particular kind of hell. And that experience also sometimes ends, or sometimes the experience shifts before the experience ends. And sometimes it doesn't. And I'll come back to that in a minute to talk about after effects. And then least frequently reported is an experience involving some kind of torment. And I don't think I've ever heard an NDEer describe hellfire and brimstone the way, it's sometimes discussed in conservative Christianity, for example. But an example is a man, Matthew Davell, he's spoken about his NDE publicly, so I'm not violating confidentiality. And he had his actually second NDE when he was in his early 20s. His first one happened when he was a preteen. He was swimming across a swimming pool trying to impress the girls by diving in at one end and then swimming the long length of the pool and then coming up at the other end. Well, a couple of his friends were at the other end. They thought it would be fun to not let him come up for air. And so he'd try to come up and they'd push him down. And he sank to the bottom of the pool and was drowning. And eventually somebody figured out something was wrong and they dove in and got him, and obviously he survived. But in that NDE, he met Jesus, and Jesus essentially told him that he had work to do, and so he was going to go back to existence. And by the way, people don't tend to want to come back. It feels really good over there. And so that was a pleasurable NDE. What happened was that he had all the after effects that I'll be talking about next time. And they were overwhelming, and it was a time before this stuff was even known or discussed, so we didn't have any resources to deal with it. And the way he figured out to deal with it was to use drugs to damp down his experiences. But then he developed a drug habit. So by the time he was in his early 20s, he was married with an infant daughter and had what he said was like $1,000 a week drug habit, which is pretty hard to sustain, with all those other life responsibilities. He thought he was of no earthly good to anyone and got some pills and a bottle of alcohol and went off, parked by a reserve, and took the pills and drank the alcohol and tried to kill himself. Had another near-death experience. I won't tell you all of it. It's quite elaborate. But at one point, he felt himself free-falling, which was a very distressing feeling in itself. He said he landed on what seemed like a tennis court surface, and at which point he shattered into 7 hymns. So there was one hymn over here, and then there were 2, 2, and 2. And these two were experiencing life review kind of things from people he'd encountered in the past who he had hurt. They would come up one at a time and come and bump up against his chest, which is kind of symbolic of like the heart chakra. And he would relive the encounter with this person and experience being them. And he said, you'd think it would be important people, but then it turned out there was a woman who was a checker at a grocery store. He had like a 40-second interaction with her, but he was really nasty to her, and he felt not only what she experienced, but how that affected her and how she then turned around and treated some other people less than well. And he experienced that too, so he experienced the ripple effect of his actions. This happened one after another. He said that he went through this process for 3 days and 3 nights without relief in his subjective experience. We're not sure how long it actually happened in physical time. So then 2 of him experienced knowing what people in his current life were going to experience when they learned that he had died. He experienced his mother getting the phone call saying that he had died and all that she would be feeling. And then the last 2 of him were experiencing things from the future that had yet happened that would transpire. For example, his now infant daughter on high school graduation day sitting in her room crying because here yet again is another important event and her father isn't there to share it. And while all this is happening, this one over here is just crying inconsolably. Eventually, after all this happens, he over here remembers that earlier near-death experience and the encounter with Jesus. And he calls out to Jesus with absolute sincerity to save him from this. And he said it was like the sky opened and a hand came down and picked him up, at which point all 7 of them went into one, and he got drawn up, and he had a conversation with Jesus again. And Jesus again told him, you have work to do, so you're going back. And this time, as a 20-something-year-old, he had a better concept of what that might mean. And ever since his near-death experience, he's never done drugs again. And he's a president of a suicide prevention organization, a nonprofit. So he got the message. So that's an example of a torment kind of NDE, a distressing NDE. And so let's step back now and give you some statistics about all of this. What we know from research now is that out of all the people who survive a close brush with death, under any circumstances, surgery, operation, accident, illness, whatever, 1 in 5 will report a near-death experience. Now, the near-death experience might range from being very shallow, just having one feature, to being very elaborate, like Trisha's or oh, and I have to remember to tell you something more about Trisha's near-death experience. Out of those 1 out of 5 survivors of a close brush with death reporting an NDE, about 90% report a pleasurable experience, about 10% report a distressing one. And in terms of what we know about, so 1 out of 5 people reports one, 4 out of 5 don't. And we think that most of those 4 out of 5 really don't remember anything unusual happening. So what's the difference between those? And all of these years of research, our answer is, we don't know. We can't tell. There's no demographic that can help us predict who will or won't have an NDE. Out of those who have an NDE, the 90% who have pleasurable, the 10% who have distressing, what's the difference between them? And again, the answer is, we don't know. You might be tempted to think that bad people have bad experiences, and that is not true. Bruce Grayson, one of the leading researchers in the field, talks about a guy who was a hitman for the mafia, had a pleasurable NDE, and then couldn't obviously do what he had been doing, so he became a high school. He couldn't kill people, so he became a high school teacher. I know, right? I was a high school teacher. Sometimes I think it would be handy to know, but anyway. Yeah. And conversely, one of the leading researchers of distressing NDEs, Nancy Bush, is a minister. And I don't think she's like bread in your mouth, one of those kind of people. And what did she do to deserve a distressing NDE? But when we get to talking about after effects, I'll hopefully remember to come back to this. So there's one other thing I want to say before I go back to questions again, and that is the phenomenon of veridical perception. So the fact is that we live in a culture that is very philosophically materialistic. The idea that everything arises from the material world. And so coming from that philosophy, a lot of people question, well, are near-death experiences anything more than, the kind of workings of the mind or the brain when we're either in the last moments of life or that sort of thing. And so that veridical perception is perception that is later verified to be accurate. And there are cases where people saw things that were not even in their worldview, and so I guess you could say contradicted everything they knew, that turned out to be accurate. But some of the cases I'll tell you about, Trisha, after the beings did this thing with the light and the healing, then she eventually left the operating room. She thought about her mother, and boom, she was in the waiting room. She saw her mother praying on her knees, literally in the waiting room. Her biological father was standing next to her. And Trisha thought, I wonder where my stepfather is. Her mother had remarried. And boom, she's at the way other side of the hospital. And she's watching her stepfather put quarters into a candy machine and bend out a candy bar. And she thinks, that's weird, because as far as she knew, her mother and stepfather did not eat refined sugar. They were like health food nuts. And so she's like, whoa, he's bending out this candy bar. Then other stuff happened. She had a transmaterial aspect to her experience that was very rich and so forth. Anyway, eventually she's back. She's coming back to consciousness in the recovery room. Just her mother is there. And so, Trisha has her wits about her, such that she's within a minute or so, she says, I saw you in the waiting room. And her mother's like, what? And she said, yeah, you were on your knees and I could hear your prayers. Here's what you were praying. And her mother's like, what? I was praying that silently. And Trisha said, I could hear. And then Trisha said, instead of volunteering what she knew, she said to her mother, where's stepdad? And her mother said, well, it was awkward for him because you are your father's and my daughter. And so he felt kind of like a fifth wheel, so he took a long walk through the hospital. And she said, and Tricia, you'll never believe this, when he came back, he was eating a candy bar. And Tricia's like, yeah, I believe it, because I saw him bending the candy bar myself. Another case is a woman, a woman who was in surgery again, flatlined, and then later regains consciousness. Her surgeon comes to check on her. She says, well, my heart stopped beating during the surgery. And her surgeon's like, what? How do you know that? And she's like, I was out of my body. And she described everything they did to resuscitate her accurately, which is in the field of near-death studies kind of. So she said, I was up above the ceiling, and I could see not only through the ceiling to what you were doing, but I could see the operating room next door. They were amputating a man's leg, and when they finished, they put the leg in a bright yellow plastic bag to dispose of it. So the surgeon is reporting this episode and says to the audience, I don't know what's going on in the other operating rooms. I don't pay attention. And he said, I went back to the hospital records, and indeed, while I was operating on her earlier that day, they were amputating a man's leg in the adjacent operating room. And he said, so I went and poked my head in the room, and there were the yellow disposal bags. So she saw something while she was dead. That's veridical perception, where it's kind of like, how could she have known that unless she actually saw it? So, as you can see, these experiences have a lot of implications for not only questions about the survival of consciousness after death, but the nature of consciousness. And some of the experiences where people have deep mystical experiences speak to the question of identity and what our consciousness is essentially. And we'll get to that a little bit later. So, are we finished now, or do we have time for questions?
This is lunch.
It's lunchtime, okay. I'm hungry, I don't know about you. But if you have questions, we're going to be eating in amongst everybody or by ourselves? We'll be eating by ourselves. Yeah, okay, write your questions down. I'll try to answer them. Thank you.
So we are going to put the basket out on the buffet with pencils and pens and paper. And there's a lot to be thinking about. We've had a very rich discussion here. So please pop your questions in there and we'll sift through for tomorrow's. We'll adjourn now for lunch. We have an hour's time, so please enjoy and we'll come back in an hour. Welcome back. Just another quick reminder, please switch off your cell phones. So this is going into the home stretch, and our guided meditation will be on isness. Again, it's hard after a full meal, but if you can sit forward in your chair a little bit with your spine straight, your feet flat on the ground, and your hands resting the right palm in your left, upturned, close your eyes and begin 3 deep breaths, breathing in completely, holding and exhaling completely. Everything is. Everything has a presence, and that presence is experienced. What does it mean to be? How do we experience our body? The ceiling above our head, the floor beneath our feet, the room, the people in the room. Meditate on the presence of everything. With eyes closed, feel the body is. The ceiling is. The room is. Beyond the room, feel the garden is. The road is. The city is. The earth is. Feel the isness that is common to everything. That is the ocean of existence. Now feel your body, the ceiling, the floor, the room, the people in the room, as waves in the ocean of existence. Feel everything as a manifestation of that ocean. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. So our next speaker will be Swami Sarvapriyananda. He will be exploring what happens at death, exploring reincarnation and moksha.
Sri Ramakrishna used to say that you can't have religion you can't have religion on an empty stomach. So that's so true. But then on the other hand, after lunch you see that you can't have much religion on full stomachs either. So one of the tasks of the post-lunch speaker is to keep the audience awake. Well, I won't take too long in this session because I really would like to get back to Jan. This is really her field and she has an enormous amount to tell us. But I'll just share with you, as Mataji said, the Vedanta perspective on life and death, the whole idea of reincarnation and moksha, freedom from reincarnation. The story starts with the law of karma. Karma, luckily for me, has become a word which is recognized all over the world. Even in USA people use the word karma. Mostly in the sense of, it's my karma, my fate, or my destiny in that sense. Karma also in Sanskrit it means work. In most Indian languages it means work. It also means, and most importantly for us, the result of work. The result of work. The results of what we do. The karma, the law of karma states, put it very simply, it's whatever we do has an effect. And whatever we see here in our lives right now has its cause in the past. You see, one day somebody asked me in our monastery in Calcutta, on the Ganges across from Calcutta, a novice asked me, where does the law of karma come from? At first I misunderstood the question. I thought he was asking for references from the scriptures, so I started telling him where it is in the Gita, where it is in the Upanishads. He said, no, I don't want to know that. I want to know, where does the idea come from? What is the concept? Where does it all come from, the law of karma? And I thought about it. I never thought about it that way. And then it struck me, the law of karma is nothing more than causality. Causality, that what we see around, everything that we see around ourselves, everything in our own lives are effects. If they are effects, they must have a cause. And everything that we do now, everything that's happening now is also a cause in its own turn. And causes will give rise to effects in future. So there is a chain of causation. Causality is something, nobody will ask, causality, where does that come from? Except philosophers, Hume especially. But most people take causality for granted. Yes, there's cause and effect. Science entirely operates on causality, though when science brings mathematics and physics to bear upon causality, they find there's no such thing as causality. But still, it operates on the basis of cause and effect. And our common sense day-to-day life works on the basis of cause and effect. I feel hungry, this peculiar sensation in my stomach, and I know if I go and have lunch, I'll be satisfied. Cause and effect, I know that. It would still be very strange if I ate all I wanted and then it had no effect on my hunger, then causality would have broken down. So we know, even the birds and beasts have a rudimentary understanding of causality. If I do that, this will happen. So extending this law of causality, something fundamental to our life which we do not question, extend it to the moral dimension, extend it to our personal lives. Why should things which happen to us in life, why should they be uncaused? Why should they be random? Why should they be accidental? You see, even the word accidental is actually when we do not know the cause. We are not very sure about the cause and we say it's an accident or it's random or it's arbitrary. So our lives also are based on causality. Our lives also are based on causality, and it does not take much of a stretch of imagination to accommodate that. Yeah, possibly so. So whatever we experience in our lives, these are effects and they have causes. And what we do now, consciously, will have effects. So the law of causation, or the law of karma states this, put it briefly, do good, you will be, the results will be good. Be naughty, and the results are going to be bad. So, Swami Vivekananda puts it in his poem, The Song of the Sannyasin. Good, good, bad, bad, and none escape the law. Good, good, bad, bad, and none escape the law. So that's the law of karma. Put in a more formal way in Sanskrit, if you do dharma, dharma is a wide term. It includes religion, includes morality, includes a lot of other things. So you do what is dharma, the result will be something called punya. And these are terms which are so common in every Indian language, but they need to be translated carefully into English. So do what is good, what you know to be good, dharma. The result will be punya. What does punya mean? It means merit. The closest translation in English is merit. And the result of punya is sukha, happiness. So dharma, punya, sukha. Doing the good, we see it. We know what is good and we do what is good. We recognize good in the world. And happiness, we see it, we experience it, we recognize happiness. In between the merit is something that is postulated. We don't see the merit. See, what they say is, whenever we do any action in the world, consciously, deliberately we do an action with conscious intention, there are three effects. Three effects. One is a physical effect. Directly you can see it. So you feed a homeless person. So the immediate effect is the homeless person gets fed and the person is happy, or his immediate misery is removed. So you have fed a homeless person, that's a direct physical effect which everybody can see, and we see it also. The second effect is on your own mind. Do it long enough, do it often enough, and it becomes a habit, a part of our character. Sharing, caring for others. You build a character that way. So karma has a psychic effect on the mind. It builds character. Repeated, intensified karma builds character. It works both ways, it cuts both ways, good and bad. That's how bad habits are formed, and good habits also. So it has an effect on our mind. Second effect. These two are beyond doubt. Nobody doubts that doing something has an effect on the world and on our own minds. The third one is a matter of belief, of postulation or philosophy or theology. That is the cosmic effect, what we call punya, a cosmic effect. You have done something good. So according to the cosmos, you deserve something good. And that is stored up as punya, merit, in your cosmic bank balance. And you will get it back someday. You don't know when. And you may not even be able to trace, why did this nice thing happen to me? I don't deserve this nice. Normally we do not say I don't deserve this when nice things happen. We say I don't deserve this when bad things happen. But it cuts equally both ways. Sometimes unfair things happen in life and we say, what did I do to deserve this? But many times many good things also happen and we don't ask that question, but it's equally true. What did I do to deserve this? It's you deserve it. Your past karma has brought it upon you. So what we get in life is a result of the punya, the good things we get, that gives happiness. The opposite happens when I consciously, knowingly do what is wrong. Now, one must be careful here. One might say that, I don't want to do it, but, the addiction made me do it, or the other person made me so angry that I had to do it. The classic justification of every murderer. So, that's a different issue. But when I'm doing it, whatever made me do it, when I'm doing it, I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong at that point. That's called adharma. So if I do adharma, the result is what is called papa. In Sanskrit, again, every Indian language has this word, papa. It means sin, a demerit. A demerit. And the result of papa is dukkham, suffering. Something unpleasant, not nice happens to us in life. That's also stored up in the credit and debit cosmic balance. How it's stored up, that is a matter of belief or theology, whatever you can say. It's something that balances these two out. I did something and I got a result, but the result is not immediate. You feed a homeless person, the person gets food, that's an immediate result. You get some kind of, some scar or some effect on your mind, that's also an immediate effect, or over time. But something good happens to you many years down the line, you can't connect the two unless there's some connecting link. So that's why they say they have this punya and papa, a merit and a demerit. And we all have such stores of merits and demerits. Who gives this to, who manages this, the bank? And that's interesting in Vedanta. In Hinduism, God manages the bank. That's one of the roles of God. He's a cosmic banker of our sins and the merits and demerits. Hinduism is vast, so there are any number of concepts. There are philosophies in Hinduism which are openly non-theistic. I won't say atheistic, non-theistic. But the theistic parts of Hinduism, one role they will inevitably assign to God, whatever their conception of God, is karmadhyaksha, is the ruler of karma, who gives us what we deserve. It's ours, but the bank manager does have a little bit of leeway, can give you a run on your credit line a little more than, if he likes you, might give a little more than what we can draw on normally. And the bank manager is generally reliable. The cosmic bank manager, I don't mean Wells Fargo. So this is one way of looking at it. But what I'm driving at here is, notice one thing. If what we get is what we deserve, good and bad both, in that case, how would you explain a baby born in, say, Somalia, in the worst possible conditions, maybe dying of starvation, and another baby born here, and don't say dying of starvation, but in most cases would have a really good, would be taken care of, wonderful services here, child care and everything. I know there are cases where children are abused or they suffer a lot, but in most cases, what did the child do to deserve that awful end or this good life here? Because the child has just begun its life. Where is the karma which is giving good results or bad results? What karma did the child do? The answer is obvious, nothing. It's just born there. Then how did this child get so much, other child did not get anything? This child gets loving and caring and well-to-do parents, the other child is abandoned. Why? So, if the being which inhabits the body of the child, remember here once again the idea of the three aspects of the human personality. The physical body which is born and which dies. And the subtle body. According to Hinduism, it is the subtle body which goes from birth to birth to birth. And the ultimate self, Atman or Brahman, which does not go from birth to birth to birth. It's pure consciousness in itself. But it's our subtle body which is constituted of the mind and the ego and the intellect and the character of a person, even memories and life forces, prana. This transmigrates. I'll repeat that. In the worldview of not only Hinduism, all the Indic religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism and Sikhism, there are many lives. So if you ask what goes from life to life, obviously not the physical body. Not the physical body. Physical body dies. It goes back to the elements. What goes from life to life is the subtle body, called Sukshma Sharira. And the subtle body is our mind, memories, intellect, and tendencies. Though they say memories are transmitted, usually we do not remember anything. We do not remember much in this life. And not many of us remember learning to walk. It would have been one of the major achievements of our life. We hardly have any memory of that. From crawling on all fours to walking. When we were a baby, when we were born, enormous world-shaking events in our lives, we don't remember. So what happens in past lives, we don't remember. But what is transmitted according to them, and what we can make out, are different tendencies. So every mother knows every child, brothers and sisters, same family, same parents, same circumstances, yet every child has something unique. Maybe they share almost the same DNA, but they have something unique beyond the physical, the body. So they have different natures. So according to this is transmitted from past lives. It comes. It's like accumulated tendencies, not specific memories. Accumulated tendencies, likes and dislikes, talents, abilities, or lack of abilities. So this comes from past lives. So you can see how the law of karma forces you to accept past lives. You were not created ab initio, right now. No existence past, suddenly created now. No. Not only that, we have to accept future lives. Many people say, that guy, Hitler was so evil and he got off easy. One death is too easy for Hitler. Well, the law of karma says he did not get off easy. If you could see him now, you'd be suffering a lot. So I'm just joking, or not. But the idea is what we do in this life, we do not get the results of either the good or the evil in this life. That's accumulated, stored up in our cosmic bank, which means there must be future lives. Now do you see how past lives and future lives are outcomes of the law of karma? Do you see how reincarnation, in the sense of many lives, it goes with the law of karma? If you accept the law of karma, there's no easy way out from accepting reincarnation, many lives. So we have had many lives. Many lives means many bodies, but the same subtle body, experiencing life and growing. Memories, though there are supposed to be cases where memories, people recall memories from past lives. So this is basically the idea of reincarnation coming from the law of karma. Now in this context, and it's interesting that Hinduism, all the different schools of Hinduism, so different, they all accept the law of karma and reincarnation. That's one thing that's common to all of them. Buddhism You can't think of a religion so contrary to Hinduism, in the sense of they do not accept, at least apparently as we discussed, a permanent self. They do not accept God. They accept the law of karma and reincarnation. Even without a permanent self. Some of you must be thinking, what reincarnates if there is no permanent self? We won't go into that, but it's a very sophisticated philosophy there. But they accept the law of karma and reincarnation. All the Indic religions, what we call the dharma traditions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, they all accept, in spite of their internal differences, law of karma and reincarnation. So it's very serious in Indian philosophy, law of karma and reincarnation. Reincarnation is not accepted as such in the Abrahamic faiths, but the law of karma in a different form is accepted in the Abrahamic faiths. As you sow, so shall you reap. So in a different form, but not so very different after all. So reincarnation, law of karma are connected. In this worldview, what role does religion have? What role does religion play in this worldview? So one way of understanding the purpose of life, one way of understanding the purpose of Vedanta and religion is how do you get out of the law of karma? How do you get out of the law of karma and get out of the cycle of birth and death? Why would you want to get out of the cycle of birth and death? Because it's a limited existence full of suffering. How many times would you want to repeat the same existence? Not literally same, variations on the same theme. The soul, the Sukshma Sharira, the subtle body, it matures. It gets wise and old and tired of it. You don't remember. You don't remember. But in this life, somehow religion seems true to you. Spirituality seems true to you and attractive to you. It pulls you. Why? Because whatever attractions the world has for you, it sours very quickly. It seems, okay, I've seen that. Been there, done that. There's a phrase in America. Been there, done that? Yeah. So it's literally true. Been there, done that. And much more than one would imagine. Many, many lifetimes. How many times we have been fathers and mothers, and so you're not stuck in a male body or a female body. You're not even stuck in a human body. So the idea is it's a wonderful, very rich kind of theory that we undergo enormous variety of experiences over lifetimes. We are very ancient creatures. I don't mean that you're old. Even the youngest baby is a very, very ancient creature. Sometimes mothers say, yeah, you know that when you look into the eyes of the baby, you see some kind of unworldly intelligence there, staring back at you. So, the goal of life and the goal of spirituality is understood as freedom from the cycle of birth and death. And that is the goal in all the schools of Hinduism, in all the schools of Buddhism and Jainism and Sikhism. That's how it's understood. We are undergoing these experiences, we have to come out of it. Swami Vivekananda, now you can appreciate, when he came first more than 100 years ago, that's it there, when he came here, a very predominantly and staunchly Protestant ethic, a Christian country at that time, and there was only one worldview. There were a few sprinkling of atheists and free thinkers, but mostly one worldview, and that is, how can I be a good Christian and go to heaven? And that's what he expected a man of religion to teach. And you can imagine the reaction when he came and he said from the pulpit that I have not come here to teach you how to go to heaven. I have come here to teach you how to stop going to heaven. Because the law of karma tells us that you have gone to heaven and maybe even to hell many, many times. Hinduism has heaven and hell, but no permanent heaven and hell. Nothing produced by limited karma, finite karma, can give infinite results. So if I have been good, it still has to be a finite amount of good. So the good life I've got here and the heaven I will enjoy after death, even that has to be limited. I'll again come back here. If I've been naughty, even very naughty, the demerit I get will result in suffering, but even that suffering will be limited suffering. Even if I go to hell, it will be limited hell. I'll come back here again. And so it goes on until one attains spiritual enlightenment and liberation. that is called moksha. Moksha literally means freedom. In Vedanta it's called moksha, in Jainism Kaivalya, Kevalin they call it. In Buddhism it's called nirvana. Enlightenment, salvation, freedom, whatever. And it's understood in different ways. In non-dual Vedanta, which we spoke about this morning, in Advaita Vedanta, moksha is simply realizing who we are. We are the Atman, not the body which is born, which dies, not even the subtle body which is undergoing birth and death. Once we realize that, the cycle stops for us. The whole purpose of the cycle is to teach us that, bring us back to who we are. That's the purpose. That is moksha. Now, in the little time I will take, I've run out of time. I've got this book. It's a letters of Swami Premeshananda, who was a very senior monk of our order, who passed away in the 1960s. One letter I found where somebody must have asked him about death, what happens at death in Hinduism, what's the idea in Hinduism. And so he writes to that person. And the person's name is Rishi. So he writes to Rishi, "Dear Rishi." So he has saved me a lot of trouble by collecting material from different Upanishads. I can recognize material from the Chandogya Upanishad. So I just read out certain portions and throw it open for questions if you have any. When a man dies, I'm reading this letter, it's written in 1945. When a man dies, his gross body drops off, body dies, and his mind and intellect become transformed into a subtle seed form, like a very minute atomic particle, not even visible through a microscope, which roams about in space. After roaming about in this manner for some time, it comes down to earth, it enters into plants and animals and into human beings through food, and then it gets into the womb of the mother, and then about 6 or 7 months on, the soul gets the feeling I am, just like waking up from sleep. When the soul is in the unconscious state, it can quickly obtain a body if the funeral rites, offerings and acts of charity are performed on its behalf. Those who die with an intense thought in their minds get a new body immediately after leaving the old body. For example, one who commits suicide or kills another person will take the body of a ghost for some time. Those who think of God throughout their lives, remember Him even at the time of death, they go to Him after death. Ordinary people of the world who do not think about anything intensely, they roam about in space for a long time without support in a state of unconsciousness. Those who think of something intensely can see at the time of their death their chosen destination and their chosen future body as if in a dream. They die while thinking about that body and later receive such a body in such a place at the proper time. The example in the Upanishads is of a caterpillar which goes from one leaf to the other. It takes hold of the other leaf, then lets go of the earlier leaf and then crawls over. So going from one existence to another. Human beings, with the exception of yogis and of great sinners, so from both sides, do not take birth within a year of their death. After 1 year, they get a new body. That is why we, meaning Hindus, perform the Shraddha ceremony, funeral rites, for our parents at the end of 1 year. Too much lamentation after the death of a relative is harmful to him, to the one who has departed. That's why one should perform rituals, charity, meditation, singing the names and praises of the Lord for His well-being. Praying to God for His welfare brings the greatest benefit to him, the one who has departed. There are thousands of different paths the soul may take after death. One would have to compose a whole book to express them in writing. I've simply given a general introduction. Life after death, Life Beyond Death by Swami Abhedananda, he mentions it, there's a lot of ideas there. And the gist of the matter is, the human being will be born and will die repeatedly in this creation if they do not think of God. There is no limit or end to the number of bodies of different types they may receive. Alright, I think I'm done. If there are any questions, can take them. We can go on to chat. No. There was a question? No. Oh, there's a question here.
So I have a question, the moksha that you mentioned, is it, can it be achieved when that particular person is alive or that person gets it? I mean, assuming he is at that level, after that person dies.
Right. Very good question. And there are long discussions on this, depending on the school of Vedanta you come from. So the school which we represent, non-dual Vedanta, the goal is to be enlightened here and now. Ihaiva, Krishna says in the Gita, here and now, in this life. In this life, you realize that you are Brahman, the infinite consciousness, not body, not mind. Though the body and mind appear in consciousness, you are not limited to this. You are much more beyond this. And this we have to realize now itself. That is the goal. So once you realize what happens, you die, that would not be a very good incentive to practice Vedanta. No? Otherwise the Vedanta center would have a lot of 911 calls, one more enlightened. No, one does not die. Remember, our life, this body is because of my past karma. So as long as the karma which is giving results in this life is not exhausted, it's called prarabdha karma. So that has given rise to this body, and this body will die when that particular set of karma is exhausted. There's still a lot in my cosmic store. But when that particular set of karma is exhausted, the body will die. Not before that. And so even if a person attains enlightenment, this body will continue till its natural death. Only thing is that person will not take up new bodies any further, because the whole purpose of that cycle is exhausted. Continuing in the body after enlightenment is called Jivan Mukti. And the term itself is evocative. Enlightened while living in the body. There are other philosophies, Vedanta philosophy, Vishishtadvaita for example, the dualistic devotional types of philosophy, which believe in mukti or moksha after death. They have a reason why they believe that, because their approach is devotional. So after death, they have a conception of a heaven-like existence where you live eternally in the presence of God. And that you cannot do while in this body or in this world. So body dies, and this very pious, saintly soul goes to God. So there it has to be a post-mortem liberation, not while living. Whereas the liberation generated by knowledge, enlightenment, it could be right here, and it has to be right here. Okay, thank you very much. A question? One more question. Wait, she's asking a question, then we'll get to you.
So Swamiji, you mentioned about prarabdha karma. So the body will not die till the prarabdha karma is exhausted?
Until that time, the body will not die.
Then how can you explain Santa Dnyaneshwar taking samadhi at an earlier age when he was enlightened? Was it like a suicide? So taking samadhi is something similar to suicide?
The enlightened person, you can say that was the end of, that was the prarabdha karma coming to an end, or enlightened persons are no longer subject to the law of karma. That's also another point. Why don't you come forward so that he doesn't have to take the mic all that way.
So,
Come forward and ask the question there. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just curious in one thing. I mean, in Buddhism, as you said, in Buddhism, Jainism, and Hinduism, we believe in reincarnations.
Yes.
And in Buddhism, we have read articles, and then we have seen they identify as he is reincarnated. Let's say for Dalai Lama, he's 14th Dalai Lama. So do you have such things in Hinduism as well to identify he is reincarnated or not?
Right.
Someone has that. I'm just interested in all that. But
Yes.
thank you.
I'll just answer in brief. In fact, if you want to know more in detail about dying and moving moving from different states, they call them bardos in Tibetan Buddhism, and being reincarnated. What happens? What is it like? The best detailed descriptions you find are in Tibetan Buddhism. So where, for example, the Dalai Lama, the present Dalai Lama, is actually supposed to be the 14th incarnation of the same saintly soul, the same bodhisattva, which has been coming through different lives. So yes, it's there in Hinduism, but not to the extent that it's there in Buddhism, especially Tibetan Buddhism, Vajrayana Buddhism of Tibet. Are you Tibetan?
I'm not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Swami. And now Sherry Thompson is going to lead us in a 15-minute yoga therapy session. So,
good to be here. So we've all been using our minds. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear her? Yes. So we've been all using our minds and our bellies are full, so we don't want to do anything too rambunctious, but it is helpful to let our minds take a little break and be in the body for a little bit. That's very relaxing for the intellect, for the mind. So let's just start just a moment with the eyes closed. Sit forward a little bit in your chair, kind of like you were going into meditation. You sit up nice and tall. In Yoga Asana, we call this sitting in mountain pose. So making yourself like a mountain, tall and dignified. Feeling yourself really grounded through your feet. Tuning in to the sensations of the feet connected to the ground. Tuning in and feeling the connection of your legs to your chair. Feeling your hands connected to your legs. And then allowing your consciousness to move up through your trunk, all the way up into your shoulders. And just notice the shoulders feel tight or lifted. And if so, just soften your shoulders, let your neck relax. Bring your consciousness up into your face and observe the facial features, maybe relaxing the tongue and the mouth and the jaw. The backs of the eyes can let go, letting those little muscles soften. And the forehead, let it soften. Just feel now your whole body sitting in your chair upright. And while the body is active, it's actively in a relaxed position, letting the mind relax. It's still focused. Tune inward to your breath now. So the breath, as was mentioned earlier, is a bridge between the different parts of ourselves. So just feeling your breath from the inside. Feeling how it touches the insides of your ribs. Feeling the depth, how far down your breath goes into your body. And then intentionally deepen your breath. Just make it a little fuller so that you feel the ribs lungs expand in a 360-degree circumference. And as you relax with the exhale, let go of whatever you don't need for the moment. And as we go through the movements, try to keep this more space. Keep the consciousness connected to the sensations. And we're going to start with some just very easy neck rolls. So as you let your head just drop to one ear, then allow it to rotate around towards the center of your chest, all the way around to the other side. Do that several times from shoulder to shoulder, rotating the head. Feel the sensations of the neck and the shoulders that respond to this movement. And if you like, and you feel safe, you can even take your head back a little bit and let the head and neck rotate in a little fuller circle. As you do this, just observe any tendency to lift your shoulders up or to tense in any way, and do the best you can. The awareness of breathing, to just be very relaxed and be curious and interested in how your body responds to this movement that you're making. And then reverse directions when you're ready. And then find your way back to a mountain pose. Sitting up nice and tall. Just roll your shoulders. As you roll your shoulders, really lift the shoulders up towards the ears and feel your shoulder blades draw towards one another on the back. And then bring them forward and back and round several times. Opening the chest. When we sit for long periods of time, we tend to round forward in the upper back. Now reverse the direction. Feeling those muscles come online. Mind connected to the body. Continuing to deepen that connection. And then come back. And let's just bend at the elbows and just turn your wrists. So anytime you're really needing to shift from one space to another mentally, just move your joints. Move your shoulders, move your neck, move your wrists, move your fingers, your knees, just your joints. Go the other way. Deep breath. Never forgetting to breathe deeply. Good. And then just drop your arms. And we'll take the arms just forward and up. Just reach up tall through your side waist. And exhale and bring them down. Be mindful of going all the way up and see if you can feel the lift from all the way from the waist through fingers, not just from the shoulders. The arms are an extension out of your trunk. And bringing them up. And this time we'll bring them up and keep them up for just a moment. And bend your left elbow. So bend your left elbow and grab hold of it with your right hand. Keep breathing. Deep breath all the way up into the tops of the lungs. Side bend just slightly to your right. Excuse me. Feel that stretch. Keep your bottom in your chair, both sides evenly. And then coming up, stretch your arms up. Bend the other arm, grab hold. to the left. And stretch on the side, holding it as you breathe. Big breath through the top of the lungs. And then coming back. Stretch the arms up. Now interlace your fingers and stretch the palms up. Again, push down through your feet. Lift your lowest belly up. Take a deep breath. Feel the whole length, and as you exhale, release and let your arms come to the sides. Now with your hands on your thighs, exhale fully. We'll take a very common and popular pose that we do in yoga, virtually any class you do. It's called cat-cow. So as you inhale, just try to arch your back, stretch the front of your body really long, and as you exhale, just round your back. So you inhale, lift the chest, feel the arch in the spine, and exhale, feel yourself round over, and you can round over as far as you like. Just keep going back and forth with your breath. And feel the movement in whatever part of the body you'd like to focus your mind. So maybe you feel the shoulders come together and then pull apart. Or the hips as they change position and kind of rock back and forth as you create more arch in your low back. Do that 2 more times. And when you've done 2 more times, just come back to mountain pose, sitting tall in your chair, slightly forward. Lift your chest, drop your chin just slightly so that there's no strain in the neck. And then we'll just turn in our chairs to the right. A little bit of a twist, and as you turn, you can grab hold of your arm of your chair if you have an arm of your chair. Lift again the chest and press your shoulder blades forward. Really feel that opening in the upper part of your chest. So that's where we want to get as much breath as possible. So come back to the center. Loosen all of that musculature, go to the other side. Blocks our free breath. And then come back to the center. And once again, roll your shoulders. So we can know that in general, anytime we back bend, so when you're taking this part of your cat-cow, you're stimulating your system. Anytime you're rounding forward, you're calming your system. Body and nervous system just responds that way. So you can use that anytime you like. Now hold on to your chair arms or back behind you. However, get your arms behind your body. And sit way forward on your chair. And keep your chin down. And just let your spine and your trunk kind of fall forward. Again, a back bend. Just don't strain your neck. So make sure you keep it in your trunk, not in your neck. But just keep letting the spine move into your body and lift your heart. And breathe fully. Relax the base of the skull. And then once again, release and sit up tall. And I know we don't have a lot of room, but if you could just take one leg straight, just circle your ankle. Again, anytime you move a joint, you're releasing tension in your body. So just circle in one direction, and then go in the other direction. and do the other side. Notice how the mind wants to wander, and just bring it back to your experience when you notice that. I know it's not terribly interesting maybe, but it's good training for the mind. Okay. And then coming back, and then return back inside. And it's a good practice anytime maybe you take a 15-minute break after sitting at your desk all day or driving in the car, whatever it is that you do. Give yourself just a moment or so to then go back into your body at the end. Notice if there's been a shift and in what direction that shift is. Maybe you feel more sleepy. Maybe you feel a little more alert. But you also want to just notice, is there anything else that would feel good in my body that would take me to a place in which I'm ready to move on in my day? Just with the hands together at the heart. Press the palms into one another, and again, let the tops of your shoulders relax. And namaste. Thank you so much for allowing me to share this journey with you. Our speaker
is going to be Dr. Janice Holden. She will be sharing transformative effects of near-death experiences.
Wow, that was, I don't know about you, but that was really refreshing and warmed me up. I was starting to feel a little bit cold and I'm warmed up now. It's good. So, now we pick up where we left off. We have a person who has had a near-death experience. And what happens? Well, there are immediate and long-term after effects, and I like to categorize them as psychological, spiritual, physical, and social. And I put them in that order for a reason that you'll, I think, understand. So immediately, we were talking at lunch about people who've had near-death experiences and how some people don't want to talk about it at all because, at least in part, the experience might be overwhelming. It might be very difficult to put into words. There might be fear that the person is going to be judged negatively, maybe pathologized, or maybe some listeners might consider the experience or the person to be evil or of the devil. And so for a variety of possible reasons, somebody might not want to talk about the experience right after they've had it. On the other hand, at the other extreme, there are people who cannot stop talking about it. And everybody who comes into the room, can I tell you my story? So, and then there are people in between. I have done research about near-death experiencers' experiences of disclosure to professionals. And to my surprise, I didn't know really what to expect because what we hear about in the literature are anecdotes, usually of negative experiences, where the individual told somebody about their NDE and the confidant responded in one of these negative ways, pathologizing, demonizing, dismissing, discounting the experience. And so what we found was, and we were asking, we actually were working with 188 experiences of disclosure to health professionals. And out of those, 1 out of 5 said that their experience was anywhere from mildly to extremely negative. because the confidant had responded in one of these unhelpful ways. So, and we also found that people who disclosed their experience close to the time they had had their NDE tended to have more negative experiences than people who disclosed them like a year or more later. And I think, I don't know, this is just a guess on my part because this wasn't explicit in the research, but that people probably become more discerning over time. They learn who they can and can't disclose to safely, and then exercise that knowledge and become a little wiser, a little more selective. So if a person has had a pleasurable experience, they're more likely to want to talk about it. If they had a distressing experience, less likely. And perhaps understandably that some of the reasons include that the person obviously is afraid that they're going to be judged, that someone's going to assume if I had a distressing NDE, then I must be a bad person or I must have deserved it somehow, even though we can't find any basis for that in research. But also, people actually sometimes don't want to talk about it because they don't want to re-traumatize themselves. That the process of telling their distressing NDE again, they relive it, and it wasn't fun to begin with, and it's not fun this time either. So, so that's one of those are some of the reasons that people are reluctant. Now, in the long run, sometimes people come back, I would say frequently, people come back from the experience feeling different, feeling immediately transformed. And sometimes they really have been. There are cases of people, Penny Sartori, who's a nurse in Wales, has a case of a person who was born with a congenital, their fist was like this. And the person was like in their 30s in the hospital for something unrelated to this, had a near-death experience, and when he came back, his hand was mostly opened, and he was able to use it. And physical therapists are saying, this is impossible. Somebody whose hand has been like this for 30 years, it usually, if anything, takes surgeries and physical therapy for years to get use like this, and yet the person had this after their near-death experience. So sometimes people are really physically transformed and also equivalently psychologically and spiritually transformed immediately. But a lot of times the results become, or the after effects become more noticeable over time. And so here's some of the changes that near-death experiencers tend to display. And I will say too that in general, remember I talked before about how an NDE can be relatively shallow or deep. The deeper the NDE, usually the more after effects. Not always, but there's a general tendency in that direction. So psychologically, the most pervasive finding is that people who've had near-death experiences absolutely lose their fear of death. And you can maybe understand why. They have experienced that their consciousness continues after, and in some cases, when their body was physically dead in cardiac arrest. But even if their body wasn't dead, this experience is proof positive that their consciousness will continue after physical death. And so their consciousness continues in what the Swami called their subtle body. And so they know that they're going to retain their personality and their memories and their mental functions. In NDEs, people talk about having questions that are answered for them. So there's still thinking and questioning and learning and all of those processes that are so familiar to us in physical existence. In addition, people tend to become less materialistic, so they don't tend to accumulate all those things that the Swami was talking about. They become more concerned about others, more empathic and more concerned, and wanting to, moving a little bit into the social changes, wanting to be of service. And there's a kind of an interesting paradoxical thing that happens. On the one hand, people have this experience, especially those who were in the presence of this light, in which they felt absolutely known, absolutely loved. Their sense of their self-worth increases. But at the same time, they have an awareness of the vastness of the cosmos, and they become more humble. So at the same time, they have a more positive self-concept and a much greater sense of humility. People become much more interested in spiritual phenomena and seek reading and community with other people who are spiritually oriented. And there's a tendency for people to become less religious but more spiritual. And the reason is, for those who do, that they find that religion is too small for what they now know to be the nature of the cosmos. And but at the same time, there are some people who become more religious. They're definitely the minority. But I have a very good friend in Chicago who had an NDE in his early 20s as a result of a allergic reaction. And he is, I just a couple years ago went up to Chicago to celebrate with him his becoming a deacon in the Catholic Church. So he has become more involved. Also, though, I will say, when I stayed over, the ceremony was on Saturday, and then he delivered his first sermon as a deacon on Sunday. It was about near-death experiences. So he was bringing, his spirituality into the religious context. So then in the spiritual domain, as I said, people become more spiritual, usually less religious, though maybe more religious, but also become more interested in spiritual literature, spiritual practices. And I also include in the spiritual domain the whole body of paranormal abilities that people develop. People become sometimes excruciatingly empathic, where they'll walk into a room like this, feel what everybody's feeling, and be overwhelmed by it. And remember when I talked about Matthew Davell, who had his NDE as an 11-year-old swimming across the swimming pool drowning? He came back and he had that extreme empathy. So if you remember what it was like in junior high school or middle school, with all those raging hormones and all those emotions and all the drama and everything, he would go to school every day and be in emotional, spiritual pain, which was part of why he got into using drugs to damp all that down. People develop precognition, knowing things that are going to happen in the future. They develop telepathy, knowing what other people are thinking or knowing things about their lives. They become clairvoyant, being able to see things at a distance that are outside of normal visual range. Clairaudient, hearing things from a distance. So all of those paranormal kinds of abilities. Healing abilities. People, especially NDEers, often talk about their hands, having a lot of healing energy in their hands. So let's see if there's anything else spiritual. I think that's mainly it. Then physically, people also feel transformed. A lot of NDEers need less sleep than they used to need. They have sometimes different food preferences. And I've known some NDEers who became vegetarian or vegan. And on the other hand, I have a very good friend, Linda, who's had 3 near-death experiences, and she has to have meat every day. So there isn't any, just one way that people go, but there's a tendency for people to move toward vegetarian or veganism, but again, there are exceptions. One of the really interesting physical, well, I'll say too, people's metabolisms change, The amount of food they need to eat changes. Usually they need to eat less. And probably the most interesting one is the electromagnetic after effects. And this is where people who've had NDEs, by and large, electronic things malfunction in their presence. And one of the ways you can tell, we have some knowing laughs over here. One of the ways you can almost always tell an NDEer is they're not wearing a watch. When I go to that Near-Death Association conference and I'm starting to talk with a stranger, I look down at their wrist, and if they're not wearing a watch, I say, "Oh, are you an experiencer?" And usually they'll say yes. The reason is that watches won't work for them anymore. They'll wear a watch for a week or two, the battery runs down, and then they'll get a new battery, and another week or two, and they just give up. My friend Linda, the one that eats meat, her boyfriend found for her a watch that's light. It runs on light, like the light ups the battery, which I think is just really perfect, right? She went to the light, and now she needs light to keep her watch going. This is one of my students did her dissertation on this, and what she found, a good group of people divided into, that represented 3 different groups. One was people who had never come close to death that they recalled. Another was people who came close to death but didn't recall a near-death experience. And then the third group was people who had come close to death with a near-death experience. She asked them all these questions about malfunctions of their computer, their television, their cell phone, things like that. And what she found was, if this is the baseline of the people who've never come close to death, and the frequency with which they report these kinds of problems, the people who'd come close to death without an NDE were a little bit higher than that. But the people who had come close to death with an NDE were significantly much more. And these are changes that have been verified by spouses. Along with and one of the things we know too about the electromagnetic effects is that they are increased with emotional arousal. And so if you think about emotion as energy, like an energizing kind of experience, no matter whether you're angry or elated, that is what seems to exacerbate these electromagnetic after effects. One NDEer told me a story about that she was in a 2-seater airplane with someone. She wasn't the pilot, she was the passenger. And they're on this flight, and the airplane starts to show some indications of a possible mechanical problem. She became like very frightened, and suddenly all the dials on the plane went to 0. And she realized that that was her doing that. So she quickly closed her eyes and calmed herself and reminded herself that, we don't die, really. And the things came back, and, they landed safely, and it all worked fine. But it can be, life-threatening. Otherwise, it can just be very inconvenient. There's a physician in Florida who had an NDE as a child, and at her hospital, she has there's a room that has a lot of electronic equipment in it, and she has to stand on an anti-static pad outside the lab for a minute or so to, I don't know whether it really takes static away or whether it's just the experience of standing there and, getting centered. But before they'll let her go in, because they found when she just walked in unprepared, all the equipment would go crazy. So that's a kind of an interesting after effect. And then, as you can maybe imagine, all of this results in social after effects. So the person is changed psychologically, they're changed spiritually, they're changed physically. They're not the person they were before. And so there's a higher divorce rate if a person had a near-death experience when they were married. And another of my doctoral students did her dissertation on this, and what she found was that one of the things we know about marriage is that couples tend to marry who have similar values. And so imagine their marriage going along and they've got their values, fairly closely related to each other. And then one of the people has a near-death experience. Well, if their values, of non-materialism and doing good and doing service and all of this diverge a lot from where the couple had been before, that couple is likely to divorce. If the values diverge, the couple tends to divorce. But she also, my doctoral student Roseanne, also found a couple of cases of couples where the couple said after the person's near-death experience, their marriage was better than ever. And what she found in the value assessment is that they've been going along like this too, but this person, the other spouse, already had more NDE-like values. So when this person had their NDE and became less materialistic and more service-oriented, it actually brought them closer together. Their values converged, so their marriage continued better than ever. So that's an example of the kind of social change. I mentioned to you the mafia hitman who became a teacher, and a lot of people go into service professions. A lot of NDEers become chaplains. In fact, my friend from Chicago, finally in his middle age, after trying many careers, and it was pretty funny to me because I'd been studying NDEs for a few years, and one day we were at a party, and he pulled me aside and he said, you've been studying NDEs, and he had his NDE many years before that, and he said, I have this plaguing sense that I'm supposed to be doing something with my life, but I don't know what it is. And he said, do you know? Now that I've been studying NDEs? I'm like, sorry, Michael, I don't know. But years later, after trying many things, he became a chaplain. And about a year after he'd been in that job, we were talking on the phone one day, and he lives in Chicago, and I said, you've been doing this job for a year now. Remember when you asked me, years ago about whether, I said, how about now? Do you feel like you're fulfilling your purpose? And he said, absolutely. This is it. And he said, it's just too bad it took me, 30 years longer than I needed. But he acknowledged that he's a little hard-headed, so it took him a while. People change their friend groups, again, because their values change. Change careers. I think those are some of the main social effects. So people are transformed in holistically in their lives as a result of NDEs. And interestingly, you might wonder about people who've had distressing NDEs and how that compares. And what research indicates is that in the short run, the short-term effects are different, as you can maybe imagine. Something I didn't mention is a lot of pleasurable NDEers, when they return to their bodies, they have a sense of having to squeeze like a big foot into a small shoe. Their consciousness has been so expanded, and now they have to squeeze it back into this physical existence. They have a definite sense that they lost a lot of the information that they got when they were over there. And they often, not always, but often feel a tremendous sense of homesickness. In fact, interestingly, many people who've described their NDEs without ever having heard of other people's NDEs, the single most common word they use to describe the feeling of being in their NDE is that they were home. They felt like they were in their most familiar, safe, positive place. And so coming back here to this world with its conditional love and all of its suffering and so forth can be very difficult. And I've heard many NDEers talk about a kind of homesickness. So interestingly though, as much as they might like, this is the one thing from Moody's book. I mentioned to you that there was one thing that research did not corroborate. In Life After Life, he said that people who have NDEs as a result of suicide attempts have distressing ones, and research does not support that. There is no relationship between distress and a distressing NDE and the form of the circumstances of the near-death episode. And so if someone attempts suicide, they're just as likely to have a pleasurable NDE as the person who, flatlined on the operating table. And Moody later, in one of his later books, confessed that the publisher of his book was afraid that if everybody heard about how good it is to die, that people would kill themselves and then they'd be liable. But as is the case in many things, the truth is better than the lie that they made up. And the truth is that as much as people even might long to return to the pleasure of their NDE, they come back with a sense that their life has purpose, that each of our lives have purpose. And so they wouldn't hasten their deaths. They know they're here to learn and to advance in their capacity to love, and that is what they perceive to be the purpose of life. And so they don't want to throw away this opportunity. They really see physical existence as a tremendous opportunity. And so that's not to say that NDEers never attempt suicide, but they actually are less. If you're a mental health professional, you know here's the general population's likelihood of attempting suicide. Then there are some people who do attempt, and their likelihood is to attempt again is actually higher. If someone has attempted before, they're at greater risk to attempt again. But if they attempted and had a near-death experience, the likelihood of them trying suicide is lower than the general population, even with the ache of that spiritual homesickness. So back to the distressing NDEers, in the immediate aftermath of the experience, they often express fear, understandably. If you've just been there and it's been really bad, you don't want to go back. And the prospect of death is frightening. But in the long run, they show the exact same after effects as pleasurable NDEers. Now you might wonder how that could happen. So here's one case, and how much time do I have?
I'm going to give you a little bit more.
Okay, just a little bit. And so I'll do this, and then maybe we'll have
15 more minutes altogether.
Okay, good. Then we'll have time for questions. Early on, when I was first starting to study NDEs, the first void experience that I heard about was from a man who was a stained glass artist. He was about 30, and he had had some kind of illness that had resulted in his close brush with death, and he had an NDE. His NDE consisted exclusively of being out in this absolute eternal void. And so when he found himself back in his body, he was tremendously relieved, but frightened at first. And then over time, he reflected on why he might have had this experience. And what he came to understand was he'd grown up in a home where he was physically and emotionally abused. And the way that he would try best to survive was to be as invisible as possible. Just try to be not on his parents' radar so he would be left alone. And he took that mode of operation into his later life and essentially went through life. He hadn't married, had very few friends, did stained glass art alone in his studio, and he essentially wanted to be left alone in life. He had done what in cognitive therapy we call overgeneralization, where because his parents were untrustworthy, he perceived everyone to be untrustworthy and threatening and dangerous. So he came to understand that he had had the NDE he had had because he was given exactly what he had always sought in life. He had sought to be left alone, and in his NDE, he was left absolutely and eternally alone. And he said that it was only that experience that could have shaken this existential goal that he developed in childhood. He realized that what he wanted really was not to be left alone. It was to be safely connected. So once he started having this insight, he changed his life, and he became much more discerning. Instead of packing everybody over on the untrustworthy end of the continuum, he started to be able to discern that some people are relatively more trustworthy than others. And with those that were, he learned how to do things to create intimacy, how to disclose things about himself, and how to listen. And by the time I knew him, he said that he was a very different person than he had been before his NDE. So a very distressing NDE ended up having the same after effects as a pleasurable one. So I think that's all I can think of to tell you. And so I'm interested to know if you have questions about the experience itself or its after effects. Yes, in the back.
My question is from your first part.
Okay.
Where you were talking about the boyfriend that went into a rage.
Yes,
What's the distinction between near-death experience and disassociation?
Well, we were talking about this at lunch. The term disassociation is a pathological term. That if a person has, for example, dissociative disorder, they might have multiple personality disorder or go into a fugue state, go into an amnesia episode and find themselves in another town or that sort of thing. Dissociation in general is something that everybody does, but the question is whether it is pathological. And so one of the things we know about near-death experiences is that they're equal opportunity experiences. So just like most of the population is mentally healthy, near-death experiencers are mentally healthy. And so they don't show any greater tendency towards certainly dissociative disorder than is found in the general population. So I just want to clarify that people who are suffering with mental disorder do have near-death experiences, but in no greater frequency than people who are mentally healthy. Does that work? Yeah. Good. Yes.
So there are a lot of religions and traditions that do not believe in reincarnation. So people from those traditions, how do they reconcile their faith with their near-death experience?
That's a great question. And not only about reincarnation, but the experience in general people from Western culture are not generally prepared for this kind of experience. It rocks their worlds. And so there can be a challenging period after the experience of integrating the entire experience, but especially something like reincarnation. I think, though, that if someone actually in their experience had a memory of a past life, it actually makes the integration process easier because they had the experience. They know that they have lived before, and they just, just like people leave their church, they leave their previous theology because their experience just contradicts it. So I wouldn't say that it's easy for everybody, but I think that the fact that people have the experience, it's undeniable. And it's led, I don't know how familiar you all are with the past life therapy literature, but in that literature there's wide reference made to, in Christianity, that reincarnation was actually part of Christianity up until something like the 11th century or something like that. There was some council and some political leader who, as I understand it, was wanted to have better control over people, and that people were behaving badly and saying, oh well, you know, I'll just fix that when I get to my next life. And so he made an edict that it's just, we don't believe in reincarnation anymore, so people would buckle down in this lifetime. So it might lead someone to do a little bit of research on the history of reincarnation if they're especially like Christian. Yes.
Do the NDEs observe any differences in their dream patterns after the NDE experience? Do they
Difference
see
in their dream lives?
Yeah, dream patterns.
Dream patterns. I don't know. I'm trying to remember if anyone has actually asked that question in research. And I just don't know. It's a good question. Yeah. But I will say too that that reminds me though that another thing is that NDEers tend to see dead people after their NDEs. They see deceased entities. And in fact, one study that I did just a couple of years ago was about a phenomenon that I termed spontaneous mediumship experience. And the research showed that after an NDE, people who had never seen dead people before did see them, and that these were often deceased people that the NDEer maybe didn't even know, who were appearing and wanted the NDEer to convey a message to a living person that in some cases the NDEer didn't know. And you can imagine that that would create some challenges for the NDEer to decide whether they're going to do this and how they're going to do it and that sort of thing. So I call these spontaneous mediumship experiences where a deceased entity shows up, wants the NDEer to convey a message to another living person. And the NDEer didn't ask for it. This just happened spontaneously. And so, yeah, so that's a little, it's not dreams, but you're reminding me of that. So thanks. And we have 5 minutes, so we have time for a few more questions. We've got one here and then one in back. Yeah.
Actually, I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
The first one is where you mentioned that the electromagnetic devices tend to malfunction. So have any people done research in terms of if there is more electromagnetic activity? Because if there is electromagnetic activity more emanating from those NDE people, that should be very easy to detect, because we have measurements in all frequency bands practically right now.
Well, let me answer, and then you can, because you'll probably remember your question. I won't. So the question is about whether there's been any actual physical measurement of people, and actually that's on my research list to do. Our plan is to get some near-death experiencers in a Faraday cage that keeps extraneous electromagnetic stuff from coming in, and then have them listen to an audio tape where I guide them to imagine a recent situation where they were very angry, and then be calm, and then very excited, and be calm, very fearful. Actually, I'm going to end in excitement, so it end on a positive note. But by them listening to this, we can actually tell at what point we should be seeing spikes in their electromagnetic output. And we think that might somehow be related to the healing energy that they talk about. So that's another whole thing. Yeah, but I actually am going to need multiple lives to do all the research. So there is reincarnation. And yeah, there was. Oh, and I'm sorry. Your second question.
Second question is, like we heard from Swamiji that like Indic systems have this mind, body, and then the self and all. So do you try to incorporate any of those concepts into your research to kind of explain why people have these experiences? Because you kind of told us what happens, but why it happens was not that much emphasized on. Yeah.
Right, right. And you know, for a researcher, the why is often more difficult to explain than the how, or the that it happens. But actually, it's just really, today, hearing Swami talk about, you know, the physical body, the subtle body, and then the self, that subtle body really seems to capture what happens, because it is the memories, the mental functioning, you know, emotions. People still say they feel emotions, although not anger and those sorts of things, but they feel elation and curiosity and things like that. So thank you. And then, yeah.
Yeah, this is really a question about your own sort of academic setting. I'm just curious. I'm curious.
Yeah.
I think materialism is not perhaps as pervasive as it was at one time in academia, but in your situation in a university setting, do you face opposition by materialists who would tend to discount your research and perhaps discount your field entirely?
That's a great question, and fortunately, I would say that I've been at UNT since 1988, and I've been by and large very supported, either passively or actively. And just as I often experience when I speak, I'll have one or two people come up from the audience and say, I had one of those experiences, and sometimes they say, and I haven't told anybody about it, or I've only told my spouse, and that sort of thing. That happens at the university as well. And the one time that I got a negative reaction was an impersonal situation. If I was applying for a grant internally in the university to do some NDE-related research. So when a faculty member submits a grant, the grant can go to anybody, any faculty member anywhere in the university to review it. So I'm guessing that this maybe went to an engineer or, you know, a biology, maybe a physics professor or something, and hasn't heard of quantum physics yet. And the feedback was, you know, gave it all these low marks and said if the National Science Foundation found out that we were doing this paranormal research, we would lose our funding. So there's a lot of paranoia about that. But that was really the only bad experience I've had. There may be people who think negatively, but they haven't said anything. I really loved, some of you may be familiar with Ian Stevenson. He was a professor at the University of Virginia who studied actually reincarnation. And if you're interested in that topic and you don't know his name, you absolutely should read his work. And his successor, Jim Tucker, has written a couple of books now too. And in one of his books, it's dedicated to his dean. And I'm sure I'll wreck this, but it was to the effect that, you know, I dedicate this book to my dean, who absolutely does not believe in the subject of this book and absolutely believes in my right to research it. And I thought, you go. That's right. So we have one more minute if anyone has another question. Oh, more questions. Okay, let's go ahead. Yeah.
Well, in the subtle body, in the subtle body, in a near-death experience, there seems to be yet a focus of consciousness, even though beyond time and space, they move about and focus, and yet have cosmic abilities.
Yeah, that's true. That's just accurate. That there seems to be a point of consciousness. Although, you know, this is one of those things where it's so hard. Things function differently there that we don't even have words or concepts for. But like one of the things that has been documented is that NDEers report that they all at the same time saw from every direction. Like they saw the room through like all aspects of it from every direction all at once. So that would indicate that they're not at a point of consciousness, but they have, I don't know even what to call that. So yeah, so but sometimes it is like they're perceiving from a point. This guy that I met at a conference a couple days ago, we went for coffee and he told me about his NDE. He was up at the ceiling and he said he was right next to the light bulb and the filament looked this big. But he was looking down on his body in the resuscitation process, and which looked normal size. So, I mean, you know, it just doesn't compute. And I know there was one, the one lady in the back that had the microphone for a minute, could we just do that one question? And then the others, maybe we can do it later, yeah.
Just curious, ma'am, what made you believe in this very topic and what brought you to research in this further, like in the first place?
I really don't know. I was interested in it, I read about it, and when I was doing my doctoral dissertation, I actually started 5 different projects, all of which aborted until the last one, which was about NDEs that went through. And now I think that the angels were up there going, okay, now she's on number 3, we'll wait for that one to abort. Number 4, number 5, okay, now we're going to support her through the end. And once I started, I was just very fascinated by it. So, I mean, it just has so many implications. And of course, my field is counseling. And there are a lot of counseling implications that I haven't even touched on here. So, yeah, so thank you. Okay.
So once again, those who have questions and did not have the chance to ask them, please fill out the little slip of paper and put it in the basket, and we'll sort through those for tomorrow. We're going to have just a very brief guided meditation on consciousness, and then we are going to, our last session will be with Roger speaking about his experience with comatose patients. So again, let's sit erect in our chairs and with our palms just loosely together and our feet flat on the floor, and begin by breathing in and breathing out 3 times completely. Everything I experience is within my consciousness. Nothing is experienced outside of consciousness. My body I see in my consciousness. The sun, the moon, I see in my consciousness. Consciousness is the container of the universe. Everything perceived is a manifestation of consciousness. Everything perceived is within my consciousness. Consciousness is the light that illumines all perception. Try to feel the presence of your body, its vibrational presence. Feel your body's presence from the bottom of your feet to the top of your head. Notice how your body floats inside of your awareness. Your awareness is not inside your body. Your body is inside your awareness. Feel the presence of the room around you. Feel that also is inside your awareness. Think of the sun, the moon. They are all illumined by your awareness. They are within your field of awareness. The whole universe of experience is inside your awareness. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. And now our last session of the day will be Roger talking and sharing about his accessing consciousness in comatose patients.
How's everybody doing? You still awake?
Hanging in there.
Yeah, me too. I know that the title is Accessing Consciousness in Comatose Patients, but there are a lot of other things that, well, I guess the way that I could put it is this way. Years and years ago in the 90s, I had Phantom Doubledale approach me and asked me if I'd write a book on coma and my work with people in coma. And my response was, I can't think of anything that I would write about that I would want to read, because that's just one of the things that's involved. Working with people in coma is just a different state of, it's an altered state of consciousness, we would say, or a different state of mind, a different state of consciousness. So, and as I said earlier, all I can share with you are my experiences, my journey. So I have a number of things. When there was a discussion about reincarnation, I would like to share with you a case that was, not a coma case, but it's something that is very much in the news today, and it's about autism. And this was, I was out in San Diego, and there was a dinner party that was being given for me and my family to meet families in the area that I had worked with so they could meet each other. So this was a physician I met on a case. And after the dinner, this other family came with their daughter who was in her early 20s. And at a very early age, she was diagnosed as severely autistic and unable to communicate and unable to do anything. And many of their friends were continually telling them they needed to put her in an institution or do something because there's just nobody home, and I mean, he was Commodore of the Yacht Club in San Diego. He was the vice president of Charthouse Restaurants, if any of you know anything about Charthouse Restaurants. So I mean, he had a very prominent position, and they were very active in the community. But what happened was they, I guess, stumbled onto or ran into the whole idea of facilitated communication. Are you any of you familiar with facilitated communication? For many, many years it was highly criticized and suspect. It's where the arm is steadied by a helper to where the individual who is considered autistic can get, so there's some control with the resistance so they can point at letters and be able to spell out words. And of course the criticism is that, well, the person that's putting the pressure is the one directing the hand. Well, I can understand how that can be a criticism, but when you actually experience it, it's quite amazing because you realize that's not what's going on. So it wasn't until, her name is Peyton, it wasn't until Peyton was around, I think 19 or 20, I think it was somewhere around there, that they discovered facilitated communication. And the first words that Peyton typed out were, "I am intelligent." And they were stunned. They didn't even know she could communicate, and she typed out, "I am intelligent." So here was a whole new world that opened up for this family. This daughter that was uncontrollable in their eyes, and she was on medications, and they didn't know how to help her, and it was really stressful, as you can imagine, to this family. And they had an older child, a son. Well, when I met them that night, she had been communicating for a couple of years. And in the short form of the story, one of the things that they discovered, they thought for a while that she was misspelling words. And she has her own way of weaving words in a very poetic fashion that is just stunning when you hear it and when you read it. But she was using some words they thought were misspelled, and it wasn't until a while later they discovered, running across an old English dictionary, that there were words she was using that hadn't been used in over 100 years. And that when you use the definition of that word in the context of the sentence, it just broadened the whole world and the meaning of what she was communicating. So this doctor felt that maybe I could help this family in some way. So they came over after dinner, and so we were visiting for a while, and Peyton was all over the place. She was just, I don't know if any of you have ever been around someone who's, I don't call them autistic, but this is the label they put on them. They can be quite distracted, they're overly sensitive, and she was bouncing around the room and touching things and picking things up off the floor that you couldn't even see what they were, and things out of the air, and brushing your hair and doing things like that. And she was very, very mobile, and they were having trouble getting her to sit down to communicate with me. And she did for a little bit. It's only a few words, and she's up and she's bouncing around again. So I convinced them to not to be concerned about it. Let Peyton do what she does. And I talked with the parents. And I was talking to them about some things that I felt about Peyton and what was going on with her, and they were very astonished that I was perceiving things that they had been observing for a number of years. So that evening we had a nice conversation, and then we left the next day and went back to Colorado, and they're in San Diego. But before I left, they said that this was in January of 2001. They said in March we're going to be in Denver for a conference on inclusivity of bringing autistic children into the regular classrooms and not isolate them and let them have the experience of being around other people. So the one afternoon while they were there in Denver, I drove to Denver and we spent the afternoon. So when I came into the room, there were 3 chairs lined up, and then 1 chair facing the 3 chairs in this large hotel room. And so, as it turned out, what it was is that the father sat on the edge of the bed, the mother sat in the next chair, Peyton was in the middle chair, and then there was a woman in the other chair who was writing notes and making notes. about what Peyton was typing out. And I was to sit in the chair facing Peyton. So as we're sitting there and they're trying to get Peyton to focus and to type, and she's typed a few words, and then she had some flip cards. They were binder rings, and they were very strong cardboard pictures about this size. And they were of Civil War characters, of people, both North and South, and people of different makeup of that era. And she would type out a few words, and then she would flip and hand me these flip cards showing me a picture of someone, and then she would type out a few more words, and then she'd show me one, then she'd get up and she'd be bounding all around the room, and they would have trouble getting her settled down, then she'd type out a few more words. And this went on for about 15 minutes. I had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. I was beside myself because I was listening with my ears. And so it was like, boy, Bay, you crazy. Stop listening with your ears and open your heart and just be present. So I stopped and I just opened my heart and I was present. And within a couple of minutes, it was obvious to me what she was telling me. And it was surprising. So I stopped them. I said, I got them to stop. And I looked at the parents and said, do you have any idea what she's talking about? They said, no, I don't have a clue. And this was a Christian family. And so I looked at Peyton and I asked her, what is your name? Now, of course, I'm sure the parents were like, you know what her name is. But I looked at her and I said, what is your name? And suddenly Peyton bolted from the chair, started jumping up and down and yelling, thank you, thank you, thank you, kissing me on the forehead, patting me on the forehead, running and getting anything and everything in the room that wasn't nailed down and putting it in my lap and kissing me again on the forehead and shouting, thank you, thank you, thank you. And they settled her down and she typed out, Freedom Heart Woman. Freedom Heart Woman. What she had been telling me for about 15 to 20 minutes was another lifetime as a Nez Perce Indian woman. Now, there's a lot to this story because it was stunning to the family because they didn't believe, number one, in reincarnation. And yet here was their daughter who didn't communicate for the vast majority of her life, who now is communicating and has been communicating for a couple of years, who types out that her name is Freedom Heart Woman and that that was another life of hers. As in Nez, it was later we discovered it was Nez Perce. So I continued this conversation with her for a little while, and one of the things that she said was that when she had always been aware of this other life, and she was afraid, once she got the ability to communicate, she was afraid of bringing it up because people would think she was crazy and would take this form of communication away from her. But she said, I trust you, I know that you know what I'm talking about. Well, I was there for about 3 or 3.5 hours, and it took a long time to get all of this out of Peyton, because again, it was only a few words. And the other part about it too is that when she was typing out, it was a basic piece of cardboard, like a QWERTY keyboard laid out, and it had yes and no and maybe, and then I can't remember, there were a couple other things. And when she was typing, she would be like this, all over the place. So it was this perfect example of expanded awareness, expanded consciousness. She knew where her finger was hitting and what it was. And what would happen is the mother would call out each letter as it was going, and then if it was obvious what the word was, the mother would say the word, and either Peyton would go yes or no, and if it was no, she'd continue typing, and yes, of course, if it was the right word. So in one of the breaks, I took a break to go down and put more money in the meter because I was parked and I didn't want to get a parking ticket. And so the father followed me down, and the whole way down and the way back, he said, I don't know what to think about this. I don't know what to do. How can I help my daughter? I've never considered it or even believed in past lives. Is there anything we can read? Is there anything that we can do? So I discussed that with him, and then I left and I went home several hours back to my house in the mountains, and this family went back to San Diego the next day. So about 2 months passes by, and I get a phone call, and it's Dr. Chris Hagen. And Dr. Chris Hagen is well known within rehabilitation circles He wrote the Rancho Los Amigos coma scale, which there's the Glasgow coma scale and there's a Rancho Los Amigos coma scale. And I met him on another coma case in San Diego, which I'll tell you about in a little bit because that's also a very dramatic case. So I get this call from Dr. Hagen, and it really surprised me because I hadn't heard from him in a while. And I said, well, Chris, it's great to hear your voice. What's the purpose of the call? He said, well, I'm calling to let you know that you and I have a mutual client. I said, who could that be? I can't imagine who this mutual client would be. And he said, well, it's Peyton. And he said her last name. And I go, Peyton? How in the world do you know Peyton? He said, well, I was one of the first ones that diagnosed her condition. And I'd been working with her over a number of years, and they didn't come see me for a few years, and then they've recently come back, and I've been working with her. And about 3 weeks ago, when they came, she asked me what I thought about shamans. And he said, you know, I didn't think anything about it, but I told her, I said, well, I know one on the East Coast that I've worked with, and talked to her a little bit about that. And she said, well, when I was out in Colorado, I saw a shaman. He said, are you talking about Roger Laborde? And he said, when I said your name, he said it wasn't figuratively, it was literally, the mother fell off her chair on the floor, sobbing. And when she composed herself, what she said was that ever since meeting Roger in Denver, Peyton has kept saying, I want to talk to Roger, I want to talk to Roger. And I've told her, well, when he's out here next, if he's ever out here in San Diego, we'll have him over for lunch, or if we're ever in Colorado again, we'll take him to dinner or something like that. So she said, for you to say his name out of the blue, it hit me like a Mack truck, that I understand there's something more significant going on here. So I'm just letting you know, I'm giving you a heads up, they're going to be calling you, because they were going to want you to come out to San Diego. Well, they called me, and I did, and I went out and I spent a week with them, and their house is on the beach at the San Diego Yacht Club with a beautiful view of the harbor. And for that week, what came out in that week with Peyton and with the rest of the family was the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say. And this is when it came out about the Nez Perce tribe, and she was with Chief Joseph, and they were on the march trying to get away from the cavalry. If any of you know this story, they were trying to make it to Canada, across the Canadian border to be safe. And the cavalry caught up with them at a particular mountain pass. And at that time, Peyton, as a Freedom Heart woman, was helping some of the tribe members over this pass. And while she was doing that with a number of other leaders, that the encampment was attacked, and her husband and her child was massacred. So, and now as this story is coming out, and then the mother is helping with the facilitated communication, there are huge tears streaming down the cheek of the mother, because she's hearing this absolutely for the first time, and it's hitting her in her heart, because this is resonating with her. So at one point, Peyton said that the reason why she didn't tell the story again was because she thought people would think she was crazy. But she said if it wasn't for her muscle madness, meaning not to really be able to control very well her movements, she said if it wasn't for her muscle madness, she would have killed herself. But she couldn't do it. She couldn't manipulate anything to be able to do that in a meaningful way. And she also said if it wasn't for the love of her mother and her grandmother, she would have gone insane. So she asked me at one point if I would do a ceremony, a healing ceremony, to release the spirit of her husband and her child. Now, one of the fascinating things here is that the grandmother lived with them, and she was from, I think, Virginia, and she was a devout Christian. And there was concern about what the grandmother might think of this, because when Peyton asked me to do this ceremony, and of course I said yes, I said, who do you want there? And she said, of course, my mother and my father and my brother and my sister-in-law, and he said, and my grandmother. And then that was like, well, how are we going to tell? Her name is, they call her Gams, and if you're old enough to know, Gams meant beautiful legs. back in the 40s and 50s and so forth. So they called her Dan. And so I said to Peyton, I said, well, I can help you with that because, do you want me to talk to your grandmother about this? And Peyton said, no, I want to tell her. So this beautiful story unfolded of being there with the mother, the father, the grandmother, the brother, and his wife. And Peyton telling them the story coming out and asking and telling them about, bringing up about, if it wasn't for the love of her mother and her grandmother, she would have gone insane, and if it wasn't for muscle madness, she would have killed herself because she couldn't communicate. And she's communicating this about Freedom Heart Woman. And of course, the grandmother was kind of lost in the very beginning, but then as we filled in the gaps for her, she was right on board. So we did a healing ceremony on the next to the last day that I was there, and that was 2001, and I have continued to work with this family over the years. And part of this story is that, yes, it came out that she was Freedom Heart Woman in another life, but Peyton didn't call it a past life. She called it a lease. It was one of her leases. And through the years and working with her, I know that if she had had a traditional psychiatrist, she would have been diagnosed as a multiple personality, because she had a number of things that were influencing her, or all these other leases that were going on that she was connected to. And we could say there were past lives and future lives that she was connected to. But if you can think of it in a way that all time is now, and not think of it as linear as past or future, but think of these different lives as bubbles, and these bubbles are connected energetically to each other, and they have influences on each other. This is the way that I worked with Peyton in helping her resolve these connections with these other leases, to where eventually she was off all of her medication, and when they came down on her medication, working with her psychiatrist, they discovered that she had a difficulty with her thyroid. And so they had to give her, they had to radiate her thyroid and gave her a synthetic hormone for that. And that's pretty much it. So there's a story of someone who, not comatose, but in a different state of consciousness, and is much more aware. And there's a book that's written, if you're interested in it, it was published 2 years ago, and the title is I Am Intelligent. And it's a story, it is the story of Peyton and this journey with her mother. Now, what has not been, I mentioned in the book, but what is not told in the book is this story that I just told you, and much more to this particular story. And I know the reason why that has not come out is because it's still highly controversial in some places about facilitated communication. But when you actually sit down in front of someone who is doing it, it's obvious that it is not being manipulated by the individual who's helping. Now, I mentioned Dr. Chris Hagen. It was a few years before, like 3 or 4 years before, I got a phone call from the wife of a person who was Dan Fouts' wife. If you know anything about the National Football League and Hall of Fame quarterbacks, he played for the San Diego Chargers. And it was his wife who called me and talked to me about a friend of theirs who had a daughter in a coma. And as it turned out, the parents called me, invited me to San Diego to see their daughter that was in the hospital. And this was the mother, who was a born-again Christian. When I got there, had told me that she had carried around my name and number for 4.5 months in her wallet, but she was afraid to call me because she considered that she'd be letting the devil through the door. And but after 4.5 months, and there was no hope according to the doctors, and really pushing to put her in a long-term care facility because she'd become healthy enough to where it wasn't about pulling life support. So when I got there, I was working with her name is Amy. I was working with Amy, and it was the second day that I was there, and I was in the room working with Amy, and a man walked in, and there was a young woman with him, and it turned out this was Dr. Chris Hagen. And I didn't know who he was when he came in the room. But he came in and he quietly sat down and watched me for about an hour. And then afterwards he said, may I take you for coffee? I want to talk to you because what you're doing is you work very much like I do. And that's when I found out who he was and what was going on. So during that first visit in working with Amy, Where it was at that time was because of insurance coverage and it had been going on for so long. He said, unless we can get some evidence that she is actually aware and that she can actually respond, we're probably going to be able, the family's probably going to lose the insurance coverage or paying for the treatment that she's getting. So again, like I said in the first presentation that I gave you, it's about listening. It's about sitting down and listening, not with your ears, but listening at a much deeper level. And so there were many hours I sat with Amy, and I finally, I brought a video camera, and I put it up on a tripod, and I got video of her turning to my request, and also, smiling on my request. A lot of times I say on command, and I don't like to talk about commanding them. I'm asking them. I'm asking them if they will do this. So when I presented this videotape to Dr. Hagen, he was ecstatic. He said, I've been trying to get this for months, and now I can actually show the insurance company, and we can continue with this coverage. Well, I worked with this family for, Amy was 18, and so for another 4 years. But the tragic part of this story is the way that Amy ended up in a coma was that the family was, the father was an ex-NFL player and was a coach in college. And he had two sons, and they were older than Amy. And Amy was a beautiful young girl and was the apple of the family's eye. But what happened was that the sons were kind of not getting along very well with the father. And there was some tension with the parents. I discovered this later, tension with the parents. And Amy had just graduated from high school, and she had a boyfriend who had just been drafted by the Detroit Tigers baseball team, and he also had scholarships to, I think it was UCLA. And he decided to go into the minor leagues to try out professional baseball. So he was leaving. And Amy was going to Pepperdine, had a scholarship, athletic scholarship there, and I think a scholastic scholarship. And from what I was able to glean later, after working for quite a while with the family, was that Amy was very concerned that when she left, that maybe her parents may not stay together. She was worried about that. So about a month after her graduation, it was her parents' wedding anniversary, and she had a friend take her to the florist, and they got a large bouquet of flowers, and they couldn't get it in the car. So they were going to call a friend, this is before cell phones then, they were going to call a friend to bring a van so they could get the flowers in the van. So the fatal mistake that was made, or the fatal decision that was made, is that Amy decided to sit on the trunk lid of the friend's car with her feet on the bumper and holding the flowers, and have the friend drive across the parking lot to a McDonald's that had a payphone. And of course, going across the parking lot, you have drainage areas to where it dips. And I guess he was going a little too fast, hit it, and threw Amy up in the air, and she came down and hit her head on the pavement. So that decision to ride on the back of that car ended up in the situation. She was in the hospital, removing part of her left frontal lobe, and was comatose. So now we're moving forward another 4 years, and I've been in contact with the family. I've been going out and working with them. I helped them decide to bring Amy home and to hire a CNA out of the hospital where Amy was to help take care of her and take care of her at home. So one evening I called and to say hi to them and talk to them, and another family member answered the phone that wasn't living there. It was a relative, and I asked for for the family, and she said, well, they're down in San Diego at the hospital because Amy's been in the hospital for the past week, and but they're on their way home. And I said, oh, she's gotten better, and there was silence. I said, oh. I said, they're bringing her home to die. And she said, yes. I said, well, you tell them I'm going to be there. I got to pack and make my way to an airport. So I drove to Albuquerque, caught a flight, and got to San Diego and rented a car and drove way up in the mountains where their house was. And I got there, and it was kind of late at night. And what had been decided was that they had hospice there, and hospice was what they were going to do at 5:30 in the morning. They were going to pull life support and let Amy go. And the reason why they were deciding on that time is that then they would have all day to be able to do the things that need to be done instead of her passing away in the night and having to wait till the next morning. So the decision was to pull life support, shut off the equipment at 5:30 a.m. So there were people all over the place. It had a really big house, it had a big deck outside. People were lying around everywhere that night, and I fell asleep on the living room floor sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning. And then I woke up to this intense wailing, and I looked at my watch, and it was 5:31. And it was just really loud wailing, and then I realized, oh, that's the parents. So during that morning, there were people, of course, bringing food, and there were donuts and coffee and all of this, and milling around, and I was waiting, and there was a lot of time that went by. And I was told, because in the state of California at that time, that if someone was in a comatose state for a long time, especially being taken care of at home, that if they passed away, that a coroner had to be involved in an autopsy just to make sure that no one really killed her, because they didn't want to keep taking care of her. And there must have been some misunderstanding about that, because there was the family physician was there, which was also the team doctor for the San Diego Chargers. There was the hospice doctor who was there, a hospice nurse, and then there was the uncle who was a world-class anesthesiologist from the University of Texas. And so while I was outside, I saw the coroner come and leave and didn't take Amy. Then I saw the funeral home come a little while later and leave and didn't take Amy. And I'm thinking, well, something really strange is going on here. So I have a Samsonite briefcase that I used when I was an executive recruiter in the oil industry, but it's my medicine bag now. And so I have my shaman's pipe in it, I have my feathers and everything else. And so when I travel, no one knows what's in it. And there was one time in Canada, when I was crossing Canada, this was before 9/11, I got to the inspection counter, and the guy asked me, the customs agent asked me to open the briefcase. And I opened it and turned around, and the guy went, "I'm not touching any of that." And he was a Canadian inspector, and I realized later he was either part Indian, or at least he knew what it was, and he respected it totally and wouldn't touch any of it. So I went down away from the house, about 50 yards from the house, with my briefcase, and I opened it up, and I was setting up to do a pipe ceremony, and to connect with Amy and see what's going on with Amy. So I laid out my red cloth, and started unwrapping my pipe, and took out the tobacco and the sage, and I put on my moccasins, and I put on a medallion that a medicine man had given to me a long time ago, Rolling Thunder, by the way, if you know who he was. And so as I'm setting it up, the family doctor comes down and asks me what I was doing, and I said, well, I'm going to do a pipe ceremony and see what's going on with Amy. And so he said, well, can I sit with you while you do this? I said, of course you can. So then, one by one, I ended up with close to 20 men that came down and wanted to sit with me while I did the pipe ceremony. And no women came down, but I didn't find out till later. Somebody said it was for men only, which was not true. But I wasn't doing it expecting anybody to come down anyway. I went down to do the pipe ceremony. So as I went with the pipe ceremony, I explained to them what I was doing and why I was doing it. And then when I finished, which was about a half an hour later, everybody went back, and I was putting things away, and then I walked back and got up on the deck and got some coffee, and I think I was eating a donut. And probably a half an hour went by, and the family doctor came out, and he said, Roger, I want to take you for a walk. I want to tell you what's going on. So we went for a walk, and he said, at 5:30, we shut off all the equipment, and Amy's heart stopped and her breathing stopped. She was dead. 45 minutes later, her heart started again on its own, and she started breathing again on her own. And he said, we don't know what to do. We have been trying to stop her heart. We've been trying to stop her breathing because she's brain dead. There's just no activity, can't be any activity after 45 minutes. And we've been doing everything, and we don't know what to do, and I think you're the only one who can help us. So I turned and I looked at him and I said, you know, there is a ceremony that the Tibetans do that's called the ejection of consciousness. And there's a ceremony the Native Americans do, which is a releasing of the spirit. And just as I was about to say to him, I've never seen one done, so I don't know how to do one, what flashed through my mind is what I said to you earlier today, was when Gerald said to me, when you're in the proper state of mind, you can never do a ceremony wrong. So I looked at him and I said, I know exactly what to do. So I walked back and went into Amy's room, in which it had a hospital bed and it had an oxygen generator there that was being used, and because they'd been taking care of her for 3 years at home. And so I walked in and opened my Samsonite briefcase again and put my moccasins back on and my medallion, and I took out an eagle feather and I put it over her heart. And I lit some sage and I used an owl wing, and owl woman is the guardian, according to some Native Americans, is the guardian to the other world. And I used an owl wing to smudge the room and smudge her. Then I asked the family doctor to get the rest of the family in to come in. So it was the mother, the father, the 2 sons, the uncle, the hospice doctor, myself, in the room. And we formed a circle around the bed. And I had the father was holding Amy's left hand, and then the mother, and then it went around to where the oldest brother was holding her right hand. So we're all holding hands, making in the form of a hoop, a sacred hoop. If you know what the Native Americans talk about the hoop, the sacred hoop. So when we were standing there, I talked to Amy, and I wanted her to know that her family was going to be okay, that everything was going to be fine. And I talked to her about a number of things, and I knew in me what had happened is that I knew her love for her mother and father and her family was so strong that if we want to think of it in this term, that she re-inhabited her body to try to bring comfort to her parents. And she wouldn't leave. The essence, the spirit, the consciousness, whatever you want to say, would not leave that physical body that really could no longer house any sign of life for very long. So when I finished, I asked each one, starting with the father, I said, would you please talk to Amy from your heart and let her know you're okay. And so we did, all the way around the circle. And as you can imagine, there was not a dry eye in that room. And when the last person, which was the oldest brother who was holding her right hand, said his last word and exhaled, her heart stopped and her breathing stopped. And then there was a presence. It was really hot. Excuse me. And I could say I'm retelling this story, but I'm living it. It's still very much present. And it's pretty much this way with all the cases I work on and get very close, because to do this kind of, if we call it work, but to do this kind of service, you have to become the other. You have to be in their space. You have to be in their hearts. So there was a presence in this room. That's the only way I can describe it. Everybody felt it. It was there. It was incredible. And then suddenly it was no longer within our sensibilities. It just was not there. So I put my things away and went out of the room, and the family stayed in the room. And it was later, the family physician came to me and said, and he's my age, and I'm 71 now, and he said to me, Roger, in all my years of practice, I have never ever seen anything like that. I have to go back down to my practice in San Diego, but I'm coming back tonight because I want to have a further discussion about this, about what happened. And he said, to watch a hospice doctor that's been doing this for over 30 years get blown away is pretty impressive, so I definitely want to come back and talk to you. And then the hospice doctor invited me the next time I was in San Diego to give a presentation to San Diego Hospice. And I gave her like 4 days notice, 2 years later, I think it was. And she expected maybe 20 people, and I had 3/4 of the staff, which was close to 120 people, and I had all the doctors there. So this is in relationship to, you sparked this, this story that I wanted to share about reincarnation and about Peyton's view that they're leases, they're not past lives. But the other part about it is that even though the title was accessing consciousness in comatose patients, my view is that it doesn't matter. Right? Yeah, coma, they're calling it coma. It's because the person is unresponsive because they're experiencing something that is outside our sensibilities. But we can actually move into that space if we go into a deep listening and be present and allow yourself to absorb them and to be absorbed, to be symbiotic in some senses, to be empathetic, not sympathetic, but to be closely enmeshed with what's going on with them. And that is one of the things that if we want to talk about maybe the difference in what a shaman is and a shamanic practitioner. A practitioner is one who does ceremonies and has been trained in all the ceremonies. But someone who, if you want to say, is a shaman, is one that becomes the other. To be a messenger, to be helpful. And it's extremely rewarding. I don't know, I have no idea where I am in time right now. How much time do I have?
Would you like to ask questions?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm fine to open it up to questions. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
So how, doing this work, and you were talking about absorbing, over time, that really hurts.
Over time what?
Yeah, it hurts. I work in
Well,
a
you
hospital. And
yes, you feel the pain.
how do you work with that within yourself so that you're not overwhelmed or that you yourself just don't fall apart?
Well, when I'm actually in it, it's not a problem. And when I'm away from it, it's not a problem either. The best way I can describe it is that people have told me that when I walk through the door, a tremendous amount of weight has been lifted from their shoulders. I hear that time and time again. And I think that part of that is that they can feel me coming in, that I'm not here to save them. I'm coming in as a friend. I'm coming in to help them, and in a situation where their hearts are wide open. There are no games played in situations like this. And in the sense of what I experience is that you can be in a space where you can allow things to pass through you and not hold on to them, but you still feel them intensely. And that's basically my experience of it. I know in martial arts there are many things, especially in judo, jiu-jitsu, that if a force is coming at you, you help it on its way. Because if you resist it, you add energy to it, and you increase the intensity, and it's going to hurt you and it's going to hurt them. So you just help it on its way, and then when it comes back, you help it on its way, and eventually it dissipates. But in a situation like this, if you feel it and allow it to pass through you, you have the complete sense of it, but you're not having the impact that it would normally have on someone. I don't come in with a savior mentality. I don't come in with a salvation mentality. So, if I came in with that kind of mentality, then it definitely would have an impact on me. Because then I would walk away feeling like a failure if the person died.
Yeah, there's just so many situations that are truly heartbreaking. I work a lot with younger people who've, lots of car accidents, motorcycle accidents. People that come out of that as blind and quiet, and all they can do is just cry.
And that's all you can do for them sometimes, is just to be there and hug them. But I will say this to you, in my experience in the years, and I've had a number of families tell me how ticked off they were at me when I told them this, but in the ICU, standing there with them, and I would say, this is fertile ground. This is really fertile ground. Beautiful things will come of this. You just don't see it now. And of course, I don't necessarily put it exactly that way because I don't want to sound condescending, but what I want them to do is I want them to understand that this, yes, this is very tragic and very difficult, but beautiful things can come of this. And it's going to be, and it has. There's so many stories I could share with you that the person passed on 3.5 years later, and there's a real struggle or whatever, and beautiful things can come out of it. And Amy's story, what happened was what went on for that 3.5 years is it bonded that family, brought them together tightly instead of blowing them apart. It actually did the opposite. And I've seen this in many, many instances where in the midst of tragedy, beautiful blossoms come forth. It takes time sometimes, but it does. Yes, sir.
The basic to all these things is your ability to break out of the perceived world as we experience it to another reality, and then something can happen, and you can help other people to allow something to happen. But you're not trapped in the world that most of us are looking at all the time.
Well, I would disagree. I would say I'm constantly trapped and I'm constantly escaping the trap. It's a situation that's just like I said earlier today, is that to recognize every day is a decision to be awake. Every day. And every morning I get up, it's making that decision to be awake or not. And so what I would say to you is that night I threw everything out of the window. A belief in God went out of the window. Everything went out of the window. Whether I be alive, I had a job, or it just, I've told this to Brahma Prana before, is that nothing mattered to me anymore. I cared, but nothing mattered. And what I mean by that is that my experience is that when I focus on something a lot, it comes into matter. It can come into experiencing it psychologically, emotionally, physically. It comes into some matter or form. And so what I don't do is that I don't allow that to matter. But I do care. I do care deeply.
But wasn't it your idea of God that you threw out?
It was everything went out. Belief in, idea, whatever you want to call it, it went out. And it doesn't, and again, whether a God exists is irrelevant to me. It's sort of, my view is that I go each day with how everything is each day, and I reconnect with every morning whether to stay awake or not. And the other part of it is whether or not to have my heart open during the day and to acknowledge that I'm connected to everything. And everything is a relative, whether it's quote unquote inanimate or animate, it's a relative.
And we can all be there if we just tend to.
It's always there. Swami said it's always there.
Do you have any website or email that we can contact you or know about you, where you?
Yes, I've had through the years, I've had doctors and families said, please put something in writing because we want to refer you to someone, but we can't explain what you do. And my response is, what makes you think I can explain that? But I begrudgingly years ago created a website called shamansdoor.com. And yeah, it's SHAMANSDOOR.com, shamansdoor.com. And it's an informational website. It's not one that you go to and you go, oh, here's a shaman and here's a laundry list, $150 for house cleaning, $150 for energy healing or anything like that. It's an informational website which basically what I put up on there is I have some testimonial letters that are there, and I have information about me and my connection with the Rides the White Horse clan and how that came about. I also, if people go far enough to read it, I also have a description of what I mean by healing, and that healing is different from a cure and it's something much deeper. And I also explain on there, if people look, that I have a disclaimer, that yes, I'm not a Native American Indian. I'm not representing the Native American Indians. I was adopted, my family was adopted into the Rides of White Horse Clan and part of the Red Elk family. And I was acknowledged as a shaman by a Sioux shaman, and I can only go by what he told me, and that he is a shaman. And I also know, as I said, I may have said it earlier this morning, that if you know, any of you know of Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, the crazy wisdom teacher, and there's a lot of things that people didn't like about him, and there were monks who would say, lousy monk, great teacher, lousy monk. And Pema Chodron became a very dear friend of mine many years ago. I even forget where I was going with that now. Trungpa's, after meeting Gerald, this is one of these things, I got to tell this story. This is because this is the beginning of the acknowledgement of me being a shaman. Was that when, after the thing about Gerald showing up on the island and all of that, and then later we moved from the island and moved to Niwot, Colorado, which is just outside of Boulder, Colorado. And Gerald, when he found out we were moving to Colorado, he said, there's an old Tibetan Lama that lives in Colorado, and I've been trying to make contact with him because I want to talk to him about the star people. And he said, so when you get to Colorado, I want to meet him. And that's all he told me. And so we get there, and we're living there for about a month, and I go, oh yeah, Gerald wants to meet this old Tibetan Lama. Where in the hell am I going to meet an old Tibetan Lama? So naturally, where do you look? The Yellow Pages, right? That was when we had Yellow Pages. So I started looking through the Yellow Pages and ran churches. Oh, Tibetan, Karma Dzong, it's a Tibetan Buddhist center. Had 3 numbers. I called the first number, told them what I was looking for, there's nobody here. Called the second number, there's nobody here. Called the third number, and I realized all 3 numbers were going to the same person. So the third time she said, well, we've been having a conversation here since your last call. There's a Tibetan we can put you in touch with, but he's not a Lama. And his name is Tashi Namgyal. Well, it turned out that he was the nephew of the Karmapa. And he was in his 20s. And I went over to meet him for tea, and of course it was obvious to me this is not the old Tibetan Lama I'm looking for. But while I was having tea with him, his roommate, Ujin, came walking in, who was in his 40s, and who was a Tibetan to English translator. And he and I had about a 45-minute conversation. So he sent me to Naropa University in search of a guy by the name of Dan Holmes, who teaches Shambhala training, which is Tibetan warriorship training. And so Dan is trying to enroll me into Shambhala training, and I kept saying, you don't understand. I'm trying to find an old Tibetan Lama. I'm not here to get into this training. So they sent me, I ended up at Karma Dzong, which is where I called with the first 3 numbers, and I'm standing there talking to the person that I called, and finally she said, well, I don't know what to tell you. And then about that time, this woman in robes walks behind me, and so the receptionist said, well, this is Pema. Maybe Pema can help you. So that's when I met Pema, and we went in and sat down. And if you don't know who Pema Chodron is, please check her out. There's wonderful books that she's written. So we sat down, and actually, the funny part of it was she starts laughing because I didn't say that. She said, well, I can't talk to you now, come back tomorrow. Well, I came back the next day, and we sat down for about an hour and a half, and I told her about Gerald. She told me about Trungpa. And she said, well, Trungpa's up on retreat in Canada, won't be back for a year. And I said, well, I have a strong feeling this meeting's going to happen, and Gerald doesn't have long to live. And of course, he wasn't sick at that time that I said that. And she said, well, if you're willing to write a letter, we'll put it in the next mail pouch, and we'll send it up to Canada, and we'll see what happens. So I wrote a letter and enclosed a picture of Gerald in his full buckskin and his eagle feather war bonnet, which was rare for him to be dressed up like that. But that was done for the Denver Museum of Natural History. He was an advisor to the Indian section, and they wanted a picture of him in his buckskin. So about a week later, I get this excited call from Pema. She was all excited that Trungpa Rinpoche was coming down for a special encampment outside of Fort Collins, which is north of Boulder, up in the mountains, and he wants to meet Gerald. So this was quickly put together, and Gerald I go pick up Gerald in Montana and come back, and we drive up. Then a couple of days later, we drive up to the facility, which is like a 240-acre retreat center. And so we're escorted through a torii gate up to this meadow that was steeply sloped, and there were these huge Tibetan tents at the top of this meadow, and flags, and there were people marching in pop tents everywhere, and they had Zen archers in their full regalia with the big bows, and I'm going, man, what's going on here? Because they're dressed like army fatigues and things like that, and khakis, and so we're escorted up, and we sit down in this in front of one of these big Tibetan tents, and it's black wrought iron lawn furniture. And so it's obvious where Trungpa Rinpoche is going to sit, and then next to him is a small table, and then Gerald was sitting next to the table, and then I was next to Gerald, then Pema, and then there were a couple of other people. And so this meeting happens. Trungpa comes out, he sits down, and he's with his cane, and he had a kind of a gimpy leg from a car wreck in England years before. And so Gerald takes some, they start talking, and it's very slow at first, and Trungpa looks around and says, I think it's going to rain. And there's a long pause. I'm not going to string this out because it was a long pause and then a long time between exchanges of conversation. But what Gerald said was, yes, it's going to rain very soon. And then Trungpa said, yeah, I think it's going to rain. And Gerald said, yes, it's going to rain very soon. And then there was this, the meeting happened, went on for about 35 or 40 minutes, and they tried to record it, the recording didn't happen. And then when we broke up and we left and we were walking down the hill, huge raindrops started coming down. They hurt when they hit you. And I got in the car with Gerald and we drove out and we could barely see the road. And it was red clay road, so you could really slippery. Finally got out of there and we got out of this blackness out and farther out, about 2 miles out, and you could look back and it was just solid black. And what we heard later, and Gerald asked me to stop the car, and he got out and walked out into a field, and I walked out with him, and we stood in the field, and he was looking back. And we heard later that it rained so hard it washed pup tents down the hillside. It started filling up water on the tent flap above where Trungpa Rinpoche was sitting, and he wouldn't leave, he wouldn't move, and they were poking the tent flap trying to dump the water out so it wouldn't fall on him. And at one point, Trungpa said enough and hit his leg with a cane, and this rain stopped, and it cleared up, and there were rainbows everywhere. Well, one of the things I forgot to include is that when we were walking down to the car to leave, a lightning bolt hit, just really close. You could actually see the blue streak that hit, and a sudden crack, just like that. So I told Gerald when we were standing in the meadow, I said, you know, I knew sparks were going to fly, but I didn't know it was literal. And he kind of chuckled, and we got back in the car and left. And that's when I heard later, it was about a year or two later, when I was up in Halifax, Nova Scotia, working with a number of his students, helping them, that I heard the story that he told his close students. And Gerald was the second enlightened being he had met in the West. And that's when it opened the floodgates of people trying to find me that were his students to find out who I was and what I was about. And that opened the doors to working with a lot of Tibetan Buddhist students of his and meeting a lot of Lamas that came in. And then there was a connection between Gerald and Trungpa, that they were trying to start an exchange between students from Naropa up to the reservation and some of the Native American kids to come down to Naropa. And that was 1984, and then Gerald died in 85, and Trungpa died in 87. But that's how that craziness started, with being recognized again as a shaman and what was going on, and having Pema sending people to me for help. So that's probably a run that's came in on the time there. Thank you for holding out to hear what I had to say, and I know that wasn't exactly accessing consciousness and comatose patients. I just felt I wanted to share those with you. Thank you again.
So friends, we've come to the end, and to see you tomorrow, and if you'd like to procure a DVD of today's presentations and tomorrow, please let me know. I don't know if our treasurer is still here. It's $20 plus shipping, and we look forward to having you come back. The Swami and the Shaman will be at SMU on Monday night in Proto Hall. You're welcome to come. It's a 2-hour presentation on investigating consciousness, a Swami and a Shaman. And it's $10 at the door. So it just goes on and on. So please come back. Thank you very much.